Oh, you just put the board. Yeah. Okay. Before we leave, I need to talk to you about the school district thing and the property on ours was.
Okay, it is 9 o'clock. I believe everyone is ready. Let me call this meeting to order. This is the Jackson County Board of Supervisors, December the 4th, 2023 meeting. Devotion District 3 is responsible, and I'm delighted to once again tell us that Reverend T. McCovey is here. Mr. McCovey, Reverend McCovey, if you come down to the podium, please, sir.
He must not have heard me. Okay.
Good morning. Well, first of all, to the Board of Supervisors, thank you for taking a stance and having devotional. As we know, there's so much going on in our world today. And I'm grateful for this board of drawing a line in the sand and saying we will not be muzzled as Christians. You know, one of the things that I'm a member of the Ocean Springs Rotary Club, and I think Donovan is here. I don't know if any other members that I saw of Ocean Springs Rotary Club. But it says in our motto these four things. First, is it the truth? Second, is it fair to all concerned? Third, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And fourth, will it be beneficial to all concerned? And when you think about this motto, it typifies what Jesus came to this earth to do. Right? And we're in Christmas mode, and I was teasing Ken and my classmate, board attorney, coming in, you know, because Ken sent me a text and said, hey, can you do the devotional on Monday? Probably not going to be that many people there. And nothing's going on. As a matter of fact, you don't even need to bring your A game. And I'm like, yeah, right. So we know what the issue is, right? But think about why he came. He came and hung on a cross, not just for the ones that followed him. Remember what he said. One of the last things Jesus said from the cross was, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. Right? And I'm going to set the record straight on this here, because we have an adversary called the devil and his demons. Don't ever forget that. The Apostle Paul said in Ephesians 6:11 that we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So, Scott, you're not my enemy. Amy, you're not my enemy. Right? It's against principalities and powers in high places. So, setting the record straight this morning before we go down the agenda, watch this. We're all on the same team. Think about that. We may disagree in politics or the economy, all of these other external things, and that's where Satan wants us. He wants us in psychological warfare. Because if we get in spiritual warfare, it reminds him that he is a defeated enemy. I'm also the president and CEO of Your United Way for Jackson and Georgia, Greene County. Both sides, you know this was coming, right? I knew that was coming. So I never miss an opportunity to thank all of our donors who've given to United Way. And if you haven't given to United Way, shame on you. And I was at an event at Chevron probably about a month ago, and I was telling the guys, I said, look, we have an agreement with Mississippi Power and all the electric companies that if you're not giving to United Way, we're going to be able to shut your power off. They're going to notify us, and we're going to shut your power off. And we got an agreement with the utilities company. We're going to shut your water off. And obviously, I was teasing, but one guy said, dude, man, that is awesome. But I'm giving, so don't. He gave his address. Don't mess with my power or water. But let's have a great meeting and remember that we are on the same team. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you again for another blessed day, and we do give you glory and honor and praise for who you are, Lord. And we thank you so much, Lord, that you sent your Son to die a cruel death on a cross for us, not while we were in our righteousness, Lord, but while we were in our sin. Lord, I lift up this board to you. You know the task ahead of them, but you said in your word, without you, we can do nothing. So we invite you into our meeting to have your way. Give us the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding to make good, godly decisions. In Jesus' matchless, mighty name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Please stand for the pledge. Thank you, T.
You're welcome.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move to item number 4 on the agenda, which is amendments to the agenda. Mr. Cumbus?
I don't have any.
Mr. Morris?
I don't have anything.
I have none. Mr. Ross?
None.
Mr. Bosarge?
None.
Mr. Eldridge?
I have one. If you could place me under department heads for open county depository bids.
Okay, Mr. Fulton?
I have one. I'd like to amend the travel agenda. I'll pass that out to you.
That's in department heads, right?
It's on the consent agenda. Yes,
Consent, travel, okay, on consent, in the consent. Mr. O'Neill? Mr. Calmer? Are there any others? Yes, ma'am.
I have to amend the docket.
Amend the docket?
Yes.
Okay, are there any others amendments to the agenda? Okay, if not, we need an order approving the amendments to the agenda. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Morris, seconded by Mr. Cumbus. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. We'll now go to item number 5, which is general public comments. If there's anyone here, please come forward if you have a public comment. If you want to talk about the hearing that we're having later, you might want to wait until that moment. This is just general, normal public comments. Please come forward, sign in, and have your say. Okay, going twice, public comments. Okay, there being none, we'll move on to item number 6, which is the consent agenda. We need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion by Mr. Cumbus. I will second it. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda number 2, which is item 7. Let the record show that Supervisor Ross is excusing himself from the meeting. We need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda number 2.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Morris, seconded by Mr. Bossarge. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Supervisor Ross is returning to the meeting. We will now go to item number 8 on the agenda, department heads. Ms. Wells, Finance.
Good morning. The first item I have is the order approving the claims dockets with the amendments.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cumbus, seconded by Mr. Ross. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Okay, the second item I have is the resolution authorizing the interfund loans for fiscal year September 30th, 2024.
Okay, we need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Bossarge.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Morris. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and the last item I have is the resolution authorizing the operating transfers for fiscal year September 30th, 2024.
Okay, we'll need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Ross, seconded by Mr. Cumbus. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Eldridge, I believe you are added to the department heads.
Yes, sir. As you guys know, we're required to bid out holding of county depository funds. Those bids were due by 5 on Friday. We've received 4 bids, and I'll open them and read them to y'all. First bid's from First Federal. Let's see. They are wanting to be a secondary depository, as in the past. They did not put in to be a primary depository holder. Next bid's from Cadence Bank. They have put in a 2-year fixed rate at 4.75%, a 2-year variable rate at 5.25 minus 25 basis points on the federal target rate. Okay. The next bid is from the First Bank. They've put in a 5.5% for year 1 fixed rate, a 4.45% fixed rate for year 2, or a floating rate of, which is currently 5.25% on the variable rate for the First Bank. Final bid is from Regions Bank. Regents is proposing a minimum target balance to be maintained, and hold on, I haven't found their actual bid. A lot of support. So Regions is proposing a minimum target balance to be maintained in operating accounts, which will be afforded an earning credit rate of 110 basis points, 20% of federal funds floating, excess balances to be swept to a fund of Jackson County's choosing, with current rates ranging between 490 and 515 basis points. So there's several options in each of these bids, so I just recommend the board taking these under advisement. Let us review it. I'll get with the legal department. We'll bring a recommendation back at the next board meeting.
Okay, we'll need a motion second to take it under advisement and then report back. Motion by Mr. Bossard, seconded by Mr. Morris. Any discussion or further discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is item 9, the planning appeal. However, it is scheduled for 10 a.m., so we cannot start early. So let's go on down the agenda. Item number 10, presentation. Mr. Dalton from Cadence Insurance to talk about the workers' compensation renewal. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Happy to be here today. It makes me feel good that this many people want to come and see my presentation on workers' compensation insurance.
There you go.
I understand it's a very thrilling topic. So, with that being said, if you'll turn to page 4, we'll jump right in. This is our workers' compensation renewal. It renews 1/1. Okay, so we'll need board action today. Our experience mod was 0.82 last year. It's 0.79 this year, okay? So that's hats off to all the department heads, a human resources department, especially helping keep everything lined up. So page 5 just kind of lays out the breakdown of the payrolls by class, from police to fire to parks and rec, et cetera, et cetera. Page 6 is where the rubber meets the road. This is the premium page. In 22 to 23, 1/1/22 to 23, we paid $928,000 for our work comp. 23 to 24, this current year, we dropped that from 928 down to 810,000. Okay. Going forward next year, that figure will be lower, and it will be 783,000, okay? And keep in mind, if you look right below the premiums up above, the payroll was $36,192,000 in 22-23, and we paid $928,000. We're now at $38,955,000, and we're paying $783,000, okay? As you know, these premiums are a direct result of the loss prevention efforts that our team has put together, and cooperation and buy-in from the board, as well as all the department heads. So I just had jotted down a couple of notes, and I'll be real brief. In 2021, we had 38 claims, okay, for a total of $88,000 was all. All right, if you remember 2019 or 18, we were running around $1.5 million in claims. Now we're down to 88,000, and all of those are closed, meaning there won't be any reserves going up, so no more money. 88 is going to be final for that year. One claim for 40-something thousand was somebody moving boxes. So out of the 88, one claim took up 44,000. 2022, we had 42 claims for a total of 271,000. 41 of those are closed. The only one that's not closed is a large claim of $176,000 where our employee was in an auto accident that wasn't their fault. So once that does close, Mr. Beausarge, you know what we're going to do. We're going to subrogate against that other party, okay? In our current year, our claim count was down to 23 this year. We had a total of 192,000 in incurred claims so far, okay? Of that 192,000, four separate claims, and they're from 4 different departments, make up 147,000 of 192,000, okay? So I say all that to say this: we're doing a great job, and I appreciate your buy-in and your support on the safety initiatives that we've tried to put in place, and we're going to keep carrying them forward and staying proactive.
Hey, Tom, if you would, explain to everybody the experience modification, where we were at 7, 8 years ago at 1.2 something, and now we're down to 0.0, and tell everybody how that affects what we pay. Yeah.
Well, if the insurance company says we want $1 worth of premium and you have a 1.0 experience mod, then you pay $1 for that. If you have a 0.79 like we do now, you pay 79 cents for that. If you have a 1.25 like we did in prior years, you pay $1.25 for that dollar. Okay, so it's a great thing, and it's just a reflection on, they look at losses and what you're expected to have as a county versus what you do have. So we're operating better than most counties. Okay.
And that's due to the fact that we were able to set up a safety program that went a long way in keeping those rates down and keeping them way down, thanks to our 2 biggest departments.
That's exactly
in the county,
right.
Which is the road department and the sheriff's office,
Department.
getting on the safety program.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, good.
Exactly right. We can't totally eliminate claims, but we've got, what, 800 people, 800 employees, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood? 230 plus carry pistols for a living and are in constant contact with the bad guys. So, yeah, we're doing a great job, I think, with 23 claims over 800 people in a year. It's not bad. Any questions for me?
So this renewal is with MPE,
With
correct?
MP, Mississippi Public Entity, yes, it is.
And we need to take action on this today.
Yes, you do. Now, we did shop it around, but you'll find a marketing summary back there where we couldn't find anything that could touch what the folks at MPE can do.
How about so many carriers refuse to or decline to quote? What's the reason for that?
Because we have a workforce that has about 230, I don't know, how many sheriff's deputies do we have that carry pistols and come in contact with bad guys? And a lot of people shy away from that. So we're blessed to have MPE. Even though the premium is not down as much as it had been the year before, when you take into consideration that payrolls are up from last year, premiums down, it means we got another 5% decrease in rates, which in these times is pretty good. So they're treating us fairly.
I make a motion to approve the renewal.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Beausarge, seconded by Mr. Compass. Is there any discussion or further discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. I would like to ask one question. When are you going to get into flood insurance and fire and wind? That's what we need.
We can have that discussion offline.
There you go. Okay, thank you so much.
You got it, Mr. Taylor, thank you.
I think this has got to be the only bill we've seen go down in the last 2 years.
Yes.
Well, you know, it's like we said, it's a function of our commitment to safety as a county, and that starts with the board, moves down through the department heads, down into the workforce. So you can't do it if it doesn't start at the top. So thank you all for helping on that.
Yeah, we'll tip our hats to Joe O'Neill over there. He's done a very good job
Yes, he
in
has.
this effort also.
And yes,
Sheriff Ledbetter's office, absolutely. It's a joint effort, and proud to be part of it.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank
Have a great
you.
Christmas.
Okay, let's move on to item number 11, supervisor items. Mr. Cumbus?
I didn't have any.
Mr. Morris?
I didn't have anything.
I have none. Mr. Ross? Mr. Bosarge?
Yes, I'd like to ask Road Manager Joe O'Neill to come up and give me my 2-week, give the people the 2-week brief on some of our road projects. Start out with North Tucker and the Seaman Bridge, eh?
Good morning. They should complete the paving on North Tucker and the new Cook Road, our project this week, and we'll have striping and a little cleanup work, and then I think we're complete. The Seaman Road Bridge, they're supposed to pave the approaches this week, and I'm going to get an update on the guardrails, how long it's going to take to get guardrails on, and once that's completed, that project will open. And we're also hoping that they're going to put the final surface course on Old Fort Bayou Road, or start it this week. And like I say, I'm hoping by Christmas, we got those 3 projects wrapped up.
And you planning on issuing a purchase order for Glendale Road to
As
go ahead
soon
and pave it and get it back to normal?
As soon
that
as
we've
we
been
get the
using
traffic
for
off of it,
alternate
we're gonna pave it and get it back in good shape.
Okay.
I know it's been a hardship on the people that live on that road, but we didn't have a lot of options.
And then we've got some engineering work started on the Beachview Bridge to try to get it back where, to at least where it was before they downgraded us.
Yes, sir, we met with the engineers last week, made a couple proposals on repairs. They're looking at that, gonna come back with a recommendation, and then once that happens, we should be able to move sometime in January to do repairs. Now, the bridge will be down for 4 to 6 weeks, depending on the repairs that we have to do. So,
Then the new bridge, we're gonna start asking for funding after the first of the year from the Bridge and Road Fund.
well,
from the
we
state.
hired the engineers 2 weeks ago to start designing a new bridge, and once they get me some good numbers, the next round of ERBR monies that come out, we will be submitting that for funding.
Okay.
And that entire road, ERBR doesn't have to be a bridge anymore.
Yeah.
It's a road too, so that, I think that road could possibly be a ERBR.
Okay, we'll look into it.
Let's get all we can, get
Yes,
that
sir.
road done, yep. All right. Anybody? Thank you, Joe.
Thank y'all.
Okay. The only other thing we can do right now is the executive session. It is 9:30. Can we have an executive session and be back within 30 minutes? I think we probably can. And then we'll have the planning appeal as scheduled at 10 o'clock. So we'll need a motion to go into closed session to determine if we need to have an executive session.
Small courtroom open.
We'll go to the rear, yeah, please, everyone in the audience, please stay here. We will vacate this room and go have our meeting, and we'll be back in time to have the hearing at 10 a.m. Okay, yeah.
The two items that I have to discuss in closed session regarding the need for an executive session both deal with litigation. One is Duran versus Jackson County, a Tort Claims Act case pending in circuit court, and the other is a potential litigation matter. There is no litigation pending, but there's potential litigation that could be upcoming.
Okay, any other discussion on that? If not, all in favor of We did not make a motion. I'm sorry.
I'll make it.
Okay, Mr. Cumbus made the motion, and Mr. Morris seconded. Any discussion, further discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign? Okay. We are in closed session. Let's go to the rear and go to a meeting room.
executive session to hear two matters. One is litigation in a case of Duron versus Jackson County, and the second is for potential litigation.
Okay, we are back in session.
There was no action taken in executive session.
Okay, next on the agenda is the planning appeal. Marcus, you want to kick us off?
Good morning. The application you have before you today is the special exception SPC 09-2023-00131. This was submitted by the applicant and property owners. It's Ocean Springs Island RV Resort LLC. On October the 18th, the Planning Commission heard the application, and I'm going to be specific on what they asked for here. It's a special exception to allow construction and operation of an RV resort on approximately 368 acres. The resort would have 476 RV sites, 16 tree houses, 2 bayou houses, 20 resort-owned airstreams, hiking, walking trails, clubhouses, pavilions, swimming pools, splash pads, a marina, pickleball court, volleyball court, disc golf, kayaking, canoeing, paddleboarding, a lazy river, and a taxi service to downtown Ocean Springs. The property is currently zoned PUD and is undeveloped. The property is located in a VE and an AE flood zone with elevations that range from 16 foot to 19 foot. The property was originally zoned R1A. That's the underlying zoning is R1A. The master plan approved in 2006 for this property currently allows for 19 luxury estate homes, 20 luxury golf homes, 75 to 96 luxury marina villas, 26 golf town homes, 201 resort villas, 700 to 800 condominiums, a 200-room resort hotel, and a 15,000 square foot conference center and a golf course. The planning department recommended approval for this application, and the basis was that the land has remained vacant for 20-plus years, and mainly because of the flood restrictions. You know, this property, when the master plan was accepted for this property, was in 2001. Of course, in 2009, we had flood maps that changed this area significantly, so we believe that's the reason it hasn't been developed. And also, you know, this is a PUD, so it's a little bit different than a special exception just in an A1 or an R1. A PUD, you have to be specific with your plan. So if it was approved for an RV park, they have to submit a master plan. And the master plan, they can't deviate from it. They have to build what's in that master plan. Otherwise, if they wanted to change something, they'd have to come back all the way back through the process. So also, you know, the amount of buffer that was in their plan, we felt that this would be a allowable use for this property, and we felt that it would not be injurious to the neighborhoods. We had 3 appellants for this, Eamon Mohedin, Matthew Colson, and Jimmy Zednick. And I think they're here to present their case. Whoever wants to go first.
Morning.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. Thank you, sir. I'm Michael Fondren. I represent Eamon Mohedin, and we object to the special exception. And the reason why we object to it is because you can't legally do it. You can't violate your own zoning ordinance. Eamon owns a piece of property, and I'll put his deed into the record. He has standing to object. It's not very far from it. It's on Mermaid. And he objects to it. He feels like there's a lot better things you can do with this piece of property, and you got to follow the law. And the law says, and the Supreme Court is going to hold you to the law been here before and said the same thing, and I'm not egotistical in the least, but y'all remember what happened in the 1932 World Series? Remember Babe Ruth? Remember he called a shot? You gotta follow the law. And in this case, you can't change the zoning, or we're not changing zoning. You can't grant a special exception just because of an economic reason. It's illegal. You can't do it. Supreme Court won't allow it. Sorry, we got a lot of computers up here. I don't do computers. In the zoning law in Jackson County, it says you have to find an unnecessary hardship. And if you don't find an unnecessary hardship, you can't do it. And that hardship cannot be mere economic in nature. In this case, the only thing they're saying is it's too expensive to build there. And I'm going to go through some things in your notebook. If you'll just look at your notebook there. First of all, when I read what the Planning Commission said, how do I say this nicely? They obviously haven't read the law, because their findings was basically you got limited things you can do on that piece of property, therefore this is a good idea. Well, that's not what the law says. It's not what it says at all. The board must not adopt any interpretation of an ordinance that renders other parts of the same ordinance meaningless. The board may not ignore this, but must abide by the restrictions of all zoning ordinances. We're going to go through it. A board cannot violate its own ordinance. And if you do, look at a new case, Keeter versus City of Moss Point. That's where they tried to build over there by Choctaw Marina. I think council opposite worked on that case, and the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do it. You can't build a commercial business in a residence. And he was trying to get some type of non-conforming use. And then in Keeter versus Jackson County Board of Supervisors, that was a case that I appealed. And same thing, they said you can't do it. That was up on Compass Bluff where somebody wanted to build their house wherever they wanted to, but they had no basis to do it. Serious questions arise when a special exception is granted to permit use otherwise prohibited by an ordinance. Like if you want to build a service station or a quick stop in a residential area. The governing board must follow its own ordinance. Section 2 here. The Supreme Court adopts the following definition of unnecessary hardship. They have the burden of proof. If we didn't say a word, they have to prove unnecessary hardship. And from the record below, all they said is, well, it's limited what we can build there. Well, just about everybody in Jackson County is limited what they can build, especially if you're south of I-10 or if you're near the river. You're limited in what you can build. The land in question cannot yield a reasonable return if used only for a purpose allowed in the existing classification. The landowner must establish reasonable return by submitting evidence that he or she will be deprived of all beneficial use under any of the permitted purposes. They can't prove that. There's a lot of beneficial uses you can use on this piece of property. You could keep it a PUD and build single-family residences all out there. Do you have to build up? Yes. Can you do it? Yes. End of story. It's illegal if you allow them to do it. Supreme Court will reverse it. Number 2, that the plight of the owner is due to unique circumstances of the land for which the special assessment is sought, and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood which reflect the unreasonableness of the zone itself. Uniqueness, it doesn't require that only the parcel of land in question is
hardship be sufficiently rare that if all similarly situated parcels in that zoning district were granted variances, the district would remain materially unchanged. That means everybody in Gulf Park Estates, if you got to build up, that's limited purpose. I want to put an RV park on my lot. And you can't be arbitrary and capricious, so you don't want to open that door. 3, the use to be authorized by the special exception will not alter the essential character of the locality. So what we got is the board can grant minimal that will afford relief. As long, it's not what I've read in the record below, they argue highest and best use. That's not the standard whatsoever. Y'all can adopt and change, but you gotta follow your own zoning law. Single-family dwellings, put a golf course out there, put a 9-hole course out there, put the rest of it, single-family dwellings, build some condos out there, as long as you don't violate your own ordinance. An RV park is clearly a violation of your very own, of our ordinance as taxpayers. The governing body is acting as a quasi-judicial decision maker. The Supreme Court clearly says that y'all have to make findings of fact. Why you allowed this special exception? You gotta find first that there was an unnecessary hardship that was not created by the current owners. Now, and the unnecessary hardship cannot be mere economic in nature. It's gotta be something more. Let's go to our ordinance where it says hardship. If you read that definition, it's got to be something that's exceptional, unusual, and peculiar to the property involved. Well, just about everybody I know in south of Highway 90 has this problem, and it's not peculiar to that particular property. That's a violation there. Inconvenience, aesthetic considerations, all these other things are not reasons. Look at page 22, an RV park. Any parcel of land upon which recreational vehicle sites are located, established, or maintained for temporary occupancy by recreational vehicles of the general public as, quote, temporary living quarters for recreation or vacation purposes. All right, remember the word living quarters, because that's very important. Special exception, page 24. A use which is not permitted in the zoning district where the property is located under the provisions of this ordinance, but which in the specific case would, in the judgment of you, the Board of Supervisors, promote the public health and safety and general welfare of the community, and the granting of which would not adversely affect adjacent properties. They're going to talk to you about those problems. I'm going to address the legal problems. A permit change of a special exception will not change the general zoning of the property. Oh, if you grant this, trust me, it's going to change the general zoning. You're going to go from something you can't legally do to something you can't, that you decide you're going to make happen. You can't do it. It's not going to hold. Also, this is very important. If they sell it, convey it, or vacate the property, then the special exception goes away by law. So, who's going to loan money and put a deed of trust on a piece of property where if they foreclose and it's conveyed, it's no longer used as what you loan money on? I don't think that's going to happen. Look at Article 3, page 29, Planned Unit Development. You see all the zoning we have in Jackson County. This is a PUD district. Page 43, PUD, Planned Unit Development. I'm trying to cut to the chase of things. Look right here. It says the basic controlled development intensity shall be one or more residential districts. There is not one residential district in their proposal. Not one. It's all Airstream trailers on that Banana Island, tree houses, and RV campers. Not one residential. Total violation of the county's zoning violation. Zoning law. says this district does not allow campers, travel trailers, tents, or recreational vehicles to use for living purposes. It doesn't distinguish whether it's temporary living, full-time living, part-time living, weekend living. If you're sleeping, making groceries, making laundry, doing recreation, you live it. I have an older brother that retired from Halliburton, bought an RV, lived 5 years in it. Well, he was living it during those years. He checked his pulse, he was living. These people are living out there. It doesn't say temporary, it doesn't distinguish. You can't do it. It's illegal. Let's look at our laws here. What a PUD is, here at page 46, a PUD. You can have a accessory structure. That means you can have a single family dwelling, you know, like what a lot of folks like me, I like to have a storage shed in my backyard. I like to have a mother-in-law apartment back there, something like that. You can do that. Look down here, dwelling, single family detached. You can put all the houses you want to out there, single family dwelling. They don't have to have a special exception to that. They just submit an amended PUD. You don't have to have a special exception. The neighbors have told me they would be okay with that. There's neighborhoods all out there. Go right out there where people are building up. You're going to give them a special exception too, or they can put 10 RV pads on their lot? Because if you don't, you'll be arbitrary and capricious. You can't do what they're asking. You can have a home occupation there in the PUD. That means if I want to practice law out of my house and y'all let me do it, it's permitted. You can have a model home, used to sell homes. Remember when they did the PUD at Shell Landing? That's a heck of a good PUD. It's a nice PUD. It's residential based. It doesn't have RV campers in there. It's residential based. It's got a golf course. It's got a restaurant. It's got things that fit a PUD. They have a model home out there to sell houses. You can have all these other things that are highlighted there on page 48, if you look at it. You can do all of those things. You don't have limited possibilities on this piece of property whatsoever. It goes on. Things are permitted or reviewable. Then we get to, this is important here. Right here, I put a big star right there. It's supposed to be a star. Recreational RV parks on the PUD, none. Can't have it. It's illegal. Page 48 of our zoning laws. If you grant a special exception, if they don't meet the burden, it's illegal. It can't be merely economic. Under the commercial section, you can have RV parks at page 56 and C2, C3. Those are only, you have a C2, C3, and R4. That's it. Anything else, they got to meet the burden. This is our zoning ordinance here, page 143, section 9.12, special exceptions. Number one, they have to show, and they have the burden to prove it. They have to prove it by preponderance of the evidence. That means they have to submit experts, reports, evidence, things to prove this. They have the burden. It says, all procedures and provisions of section 9.3 for public hearing procedures have been met. I'm going to get to that later. It wasn't done accurately. The survey they submitted doesn't fit the parcel numbers. There wasn't proper notice in this case. I'll touch on that in a minute. Number two, the planning commission determines that a literal interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance would deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other residents of the district in which the property is located. Well, the other residents in the district don't have a right to an RV park. This is not the way to do this. All right. And that literal interpretation would work an unnecessary hardship upon the applicant. We're going to get to the definition that the Supreme Court has of unnecessary hardship. And it's definitely not in this case. The requested exemption will be in harmony with the purpose of intent of the ordinance and will not be injurious to the neighborhood and the general welfare. I'll let the citizens talk about that. But the special circumstances are not the result of the applicant. The Mississippi Supreme Court has held in the case that I put in your packet there, the Harrison case, where a mining company entered into a lease to mine basically a dirt pit. We all know what dirt pits are. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes RV parks. And I want y'all to think about that. Think about opening this box. We're going to have RV parks, special exceptions for multifamily dwellings where they're not showing economic problems. You wake up, if you do it without meeting the burden, you're going to have them in Hurley, Wade, Compass Bluff, Van Cleve. We're going to have them all everywhere just because there's, quote, limited possibilities. You got to hold people to the burden. Now, in that case, they entered into a lease, and then as soon as to mine the dirt off the property, and as soon as they entered into the lease, lo and behold, they said, well, it's zoned for residential. We can't do that. And the Supreme Court said, no, you self-created this. You have to consider the fact that when they bought the property, they knew what it was zoned for, or you should have known, constructive knowledge. You check the website. You see, well, it's zoned for residential PUDs. It's not zoned for an RV park. It's specifically excluded as an RV park. It's kind of like if I had one of those new Airstreams that weighed 20,000 pounds and cost 180 grand, and I bought a Prius to pull it with. That wouldn't be too smart. I think I would want an F-250 to pull it with. And then all of a sudden I'm going to say, well, I got an economic hardship because I bought a Prius, but I meant to. No. Supreme Court says you have to consider that. And that when you're talking about self-created hardships. Number 4, the existence of a non-conforming use of the neighboring land, building, constructions in the same district or of permitted or non-conforming uses in other districts shall not constitute a reason for the required exception. And I think this comes into play with the Bayou restaurant, where I think that was given a non-conforming use, where they brought in all these pretty pictures of it. And so they can't use that as a reason to make the change. So we got to follow this. And it also, you have to find that the planning commission determined that. Well, look at the planning commission's notes, and we'll get to that. Let's look what they can. Here's Banana Island here. 18 feet elevation. You got to build it at 18 feet. Well, if you look over here on our zone, on our map, you got, it's mostly 6. So you can build there. You can insure there. You just got to build 12 feet up. People do it all the time, right around South Jackson County. Zone AE, elevation 17 feet. Well, if you look at the map here, most of it's 10 feet base, 8 foot, 8 foot, most of it's all 8. So that means, I'm not good at math, you got to build about 9 feet, or 7 feet if you own 10. That's not very high. You know, I built my office down here and I had to build up 6 feet, and you can't even tell it's built up. Look at most of Pascagoula, look at most of West Park Estates. Everybody's going to be wanting a special exception, and they're going to expect the zone, the board to be consistent. And it gets even higher over here. You only have to build up 16 feet. If you look at that piece, you got 10 foot, 12 foot. You even got a 20 foot over here. Where you don't have to build up at all. We got a letter here from an insurance agent, so they can write insurance out there. You can write insurance out there. You can write insurance on Beach Boulevard, but you got in Pascagoula, you got to build up. You can write insurance on Fountain Blue, but you got to build up. This is what the planning commission held. The quote, planning findings, the property is located within a flood zone. Okay, just about everything south of Highway 90 and around all the rivers and creeks are in a flood zone in Jackson County. And therefore has limited options. That's not the standard. If that were to go up right there, the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals would say, no, you can't do it. Ask your lawyers. Y'all got smart lawyers, and they'll tell you. And if you look at those cases, they'll tell you that the Supreme Court will hold you to your burden. This is the criteria for evaluating special exceptions. Applicants' acknowledgement of burden of proof. They sign here, and they acknowledge that they have the burden of proof. It's not a surprise. But when you look at what the law requires, it can't be based, when they look at what is an unnecessary hardship, it comes down, it can't be mere economics. And if it is economics, you can't just say it costs a lot or it's not feasible. You got the Supreme Court in that case says, in the Harrison case says, you got to prove it with dollars and cents. You have to bring in appraisers, contractors, you have to bring in cost estimates. How much can you expect to sell them for? How much can you expect to build them for? How much do you expect the insurance to go for? All of that has to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. It reminds me if I was trying a lawsuit, and I do that a lot, and I come in here and I'm talking to the jury, and I tell them, ladies and gentlemen, this lady was hurt real bad in a car wreck. I don't have the medical bills, I don't have the medical testimony, but she was hurt real bad. That's not meeting the preponderance. You can't prove it like that. And based upon that, I'd like to get everything in the record that I have. I don't know if we want to do it now or do it at what appropriate time, Mr. Chairman. I also have, at the end of it, a report that goes into detail about it. If you look at towards the last few pages of your notebook, it goes into detail about not proper adequate notice, because the survey put in covers more property than all the parcel numbers that were properly listed. Also, the report goes into, let me get to it. I don't want to be duplicious. I don't want to waste your time, so I'm skipping some of the things that are listed in the report that I've already mentioned. It clearly prohibits what they're trying to do. Make sure I covered everything, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions. If you go out to this area, you'll see that they're steadily building and selling houses, and they're building them up. And without proving by preponderance of the evidence, their case, and I'm not saying they're bad people, good hardworking people, but you got to follow the law. There's good people on both sides here, and they've had some good projects, but this one just doesn't follow it, you know. And I'll be glad to answer any questions, but I'd like to get everything that I've proposed into the record before I sit down. Are there any questions?
Yeah, what is the closest house to that area?
The closest house? Well, the closest house is contiguous to it, and it's south of it. I don't think they had to build up. If you look on, you mind if I approach over here? There's a little less than accepted piece right about here that
1,000 feet, huh?
Oh, no, see, they're touching. Their property lines touch the property. So, no, sir, with all due respect. Any other questions? Sure.
Are you saying that regardless of what the proponents present, that legally it just can't be done? Are there a set of circumstances that they could present, or are you just saying that the law will not allow this to be done under any circumstances?
It can be done, but they have to prove their case. And it can't be because we got to build up, because that's economic in nature. It's got to be something more. And I got it in the report here, a perfect example of a special exception. First of all, they're temporary. You can't convey them. They belong to that person. They don't run with the land. That's in our code. If they can't prove the special circumstances, unnecessary hardship, then it can't be done. And it can't be mere economic in nature. And that's the only thing that's been mentioned, is it's economic. There's no other reason that they would want to do this. A special exception, what's it good for? Let's say that my house burned and I owned a Airstream camper, and I had a permit to build my house, and I came before y'all and said, is it okay if I put my Airstream out front and I live in it for 6 months or a year while I'm building my house? It's temporary in nature. I think that's an unnecessary hardship that I think during Hurricane Katrina, everybody lived in FEMA trailers. There was a blanket special exception because it was temporary in nature. This is something permanent. It's going to change the zoning. It's a backdoor into the zoning change. And it's not allowed unless they can prove that. And they have to prove it. If they use economic, and it can't just be economic, the Supreme Court says you better prove it with dollars and cents to prove it. Prove you can't do it. Well, you can do it. But yeah, you can do it.
So to make sure I understand what you presented correctly, if they were wanting to do this and they wanted to do it the right way, they would have either needed to ask for a zoning change, or there would have had to been a change to the PUD requirements in the county.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You could change the law, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. You would ask for a zoning change, or you could ask that, but I mean, this law is, if you read our zoning, it's pretty similar to just about every zoning ordinance, and very similar throughout the nation. You know, if you'd have to take away, you'd have to put that PUDs can have campers and travel trailers and all of that, but you can't. Yeah, that's correct.
If you're going to introduce documents, would you identify,
Yes.
please, what documents you're introducing, so we'll have a clear record?
That'd be fine.
Okay. All right. This is our opposition report. It's in your notebook. This is a synopsis of Mississippi.
You want down there, Jimmy?
Let's mark them so we'll know a little bit clearer as clarifying what we're talking about.
Okay, all right, that's, a synopsis of Mississippi law. Exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 3. Is excerpts from the Jackson County zoning ordinance. Exhibit number 4 would be 2 pages of the National Flood Hazard Map. Exhibit 5 would be 2 pages of the county elevation map taken from the website. Exhibit next, 7-6 would be a letter from an insurance agent. And then the next exhibit, 7, is the Jackson County Planning Department staff report. And then the next exhibit, 8, is the criteria for evaluating the granting of special exceptions. Exhibit 9 is the applicant's acknowledgement of burden of proof. Exhibit 10 is my client's deed where he owns property that's on Mermaid right there beside the property, right near it. And I believe that's all my exhibits, and I thank y'all very much.
Marcus also have this binder for the record,
Okay,
and it's got a checklist of everything that's in here, and I'll just like to submit it in bulk, if that's okay.
okay. Which one is it? This one here?
It's gonna be right here.
Okay, is that what you need?
Yeah, let's get a slide check.
Here, I'll let you have it.
So the binder I'd like to submit for the record.
Information you're going to use for your
I mean,
presentation?
some of it is, and some of it's more of a reference to what is in the PowerPoint that I'll be giving, but it's more of some supplementary information.
Okay. And my only point is, if you want it part of the record for this presentation, if you can give it to the court reporter, or they need to be marked as exhibits, otherwise we're going to have documents all over the place and not knowing.
Okay, well, what we'll have to do is, there's quite a few different sets of documents in here, so what we're gonna have to do is we possibly have to either truncate this somehow. What we can do is I can get through my presentation, we can truncate it, there may be some overlap between mine and Michael's presentation altogether.
Speaking in the mic.
Yeah, okay, there could be some possible overlap overall. It was in checklist form, the documents, but whatever is critical, what I'll do is, I guess we'll have to just mark them all as exhibits. It's a lot of environmental studies, some different specifics of it, but I think it's important to be submitted for the record just so we have as much facts and light about the property.
Do you want that as one collective
That's probably
exhibit?
That would possibly be the best option, logistically speaking. Also, I want to give you guys a presentation. Okay, good morning, everybody. So this is the presentation about this RV park. What we're going to do is, the outline of this is we're going to talk about some data, some demographic data. We're going to talk about some terminology, and we're going to talk about the current PUD definition. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about some statistics, such as traffic statistics and road traffic calculations. We're next going to talk about the profitability of a potential RV park and possible fluctuating standards. We're going to talk about RV park mutants, which are RV park, trailer park hybrids, and a possible cancer developing in the community. We're next going to talk about denied RV parks in Jackson County, and we're going to talk about the advantages of the current PUD. So here's the demographic data of Gulf Park Estates. In general, it's about 6,238 people. The number of households is 2,248. It's predominantly an R1, or most restrictive residential district. The average home price is about $200,000. If you sum up the total property price, it's roughly speaking, very rough, about $450 million. And it contributes about $4.5 million or 4.5% of Jackson County's tax budget. If you look at the highlighted yellow, you can see where Gulf Park Estates fits in with the general Mississippi Gulf Coast. It's not a small parcel of land as a community. It's actually pretty large, and on the right is a blown-up version, just so you can see how the roads are situated. It's surrounded by water. There's one or two small businesses here and there, but it's mostly, you can see there, most of Gulf Park Estates is kind of quite surrounded by water. Let's talk a little bit about the magnitude of this potential RV development. First and foremost, it's the biggest in the state of Mississippi with over 500 plus units. The character of the community, if this is developed, will fundamentally change. It will shift from residential R1 single-family dwellings to drive tourism, and it introduces a transient population of 700 to 1,000 transient people in Gulf Park Estates at any one given time. In the red, we can see Gulf Park Estates relative to Ocean Springs, and you can see this is quite a big development. It's quite large when you look at it per square acreage of land, and on the right it's a Jackson County web map. You can see that's most of the parcel of the land, and these are the roads. So overall, it's a significant portion of this community. So you can see it's not just a little small sector. It looks like almost a quarter to one-half the size of the total community. This is the current PUD. You know, we've seen this before. It's zoned for 19 luxury estate homes, 20 golf homes, and we've all seen this, so we know what this says. Overall, the total dwelling units are about 1,041 to 1,162. They're not purely condos. There's a variety that could be built. So moving on, let's talk a little bit about RV park terminology. An RV park plus one amenity is defined now as an RV resort. The term resort in and of itself, I believe personally, is a misnomer, and it's misleading, and an amenity can be equal to a laundry room. So just because an RV park has a laundry room, therefore it's defined as a resort. So let's just be really clear that not all RV parks that call themselves resorts are upscale or luxurious in any kind of way. The next is an important slide, and we don't have to go through all of this, but this is about the traffic facts on Beachview. These are a set of assumptions about how much the traffic would increase with the RV park. So the annual average daily traffic count is about 9,600. You see them, they're saying 3 days. The average length of stay, the occupancy is about 70%. That leaves about 116 RVs traversing down Beachview at a given day. We assume that they're towing one car, their round trip. They're making one trip possibly down to downtown Ocean Springs or Beau Rivage or something along those lines. One round trip is counted as 2 trips on a traffic counter. The average RV towing a car is 4.64 car lengths. So if you just do some back of the envelope math calculations, you get about 1,222 equivalent cars on the road, which equals, roughly speaking, about a 12.9 to 13% increase in traffic on Beachview due to the RV park. So the developer is saying it's about 10%, and that's roughly in accordance with this is congruent with what they've actually been saying. So now here would be the traffic facts on Beachview if there were 1,162 dwelling units in a 200-room hotel. Depending on what assumptions you make, we don't have to go through this whole list for the sake of time, but basically the traffic count would end up going in a range of 12% to 20% depending on the assumptions. And you assume like, what is the demographic? How many round trips are they making per day? What is the occupancy of the PUD? So these are just some more baseline calculations. You can see depending if the PUD was 100% developed, the 100% intensity, you'd have about a 12% increase in traffic. The full theoretical maximum of the PUD development, assuming there's 1.5 cars per housing unit, and they make 0.5 round trips, assuming that there could be a possible store in the potential PUD being developed, that leads to about an 18% increase in traffic, and the hotel would give a 2% increase in traffic. So overall, the theoretical maximum is about a 20% increase in traffic with the fully intensified developed PUD. And once again, you can change some assumptions around, you'll get a little bit less or a little bit more. So the range is about anywhere from like 12 to 20% increase in traffic. What we're going to talk about next is how profitable are really RV parks. RV parks, like anything, are subject to economic fluctuations. Particularly, there's more seasonal variations in RV parks. So 1 year can be good for an RV park, 1 year can be bad. They're at the mercy of macroscopic economic trends. They're at the mercy of microscopic economic trends, such as a local hurricane. And they're also at the mercy of the management team. If the management team is good, an RV park can run good. If the management team is bad, the RV park will suffer and cause a lot of injury to the community. So what it appears is that an RV park is actually quite dangerous or unstable development in a highly and deeply residential community because a management team can completely tank it and ruin the whole community. And all RV parks start out in the beginning with the best intentions. In regards to the other developments of the developers, they developed far more stable developments. Their demographics of what they've developed in the past target a far larger demographic, and it's much lower risk to develop homes, hotels, apartments, and senior living facilities. Overall, they're good developments. They're less risky. You can see on this graph, like between 2022 and 2023, you have quite a precipitous drop in RV shipments. In July 2023, there was an RV bubble burst. So it's hard to really gauge the true economic need in this country for RVs. They seem to go up and they seem to go down, and there's all sorts of conflicting data all the time. Right now in Jackson County, how many RV parks do we have? We have 14 RV parks already in Jackson County, so it's hard to justify a true need in the community. Like, can we say, look, we need another RV park? We already have 14, so it's something to consider. Is there really, what happens if the special exception is granted, and then 12 more RV parks end up opening on the grounds of, well, the special exception was granted in SPEC 09-00131. That was granted here, so why don't we start an RV park? So anywhere you see vast tracts of land, anybody can start an RV park, and then all of a sudden, every single RV park in this community, instead of having 14 RV parks, you could have like 27 RV parks, and they're all now fighting for business. So let's talk about a little bit about the operating standards of an RV park. The economic viability of an RV park makes them consider revising its operational standards. If you do research into RV parks, 97% of them do not enforce the 10-year standard. And that's basically because they cannot stay as profitable if they maintain that strict line in the sand, that strict boundary. So at this point, I'm not saying that these RVs could come, but to maintain, to stay economically afloat, they may have to have fluctuating standards. Let's look a little bit about the spending habits of RV travelers. RV travelers fundamentally are frugal people, especially in the last couple of years. This has happened because the home prices after COVID went up dramatically. They're not likely to spend greatly in the local economy. They're looking for cheap accommodation. What benefit do they bring possibly to downtown Ocean Springs? They're probably not going to bring great benefits in spending tons of money because they simply don't have it. And the clientele that it attracts are people who are looking for cheap alternatives to housing. So right now, like in Mississippi, some of their prices in Gulf Park Estates went up 40, 41, 42% on properties, and a lot of people cannot afford that. So what is the solution? And I'm sympathetic to these people. They can't afford a house because they're really expensive. So what do? The alternative is to move into an RV, and I understand that. I understand, like, if you don't have money to buy a house and you can't rent because the rent prices are astronomically high too, the only option you have is to move into an RV or be homeless. And so we're not against RV travelers by any means. We understand, like, that's how the economy shifted. But, you know, that being said, is it going to be a great benefit to Ocean Springs? It's unlikely. You know, let's talk a little bit about trailer park and RV park similarities. Fundamentally, RV parks and trailer parks are very similar in their constitutional DNA. The more month-to-month leases that happen in an RV park, the more they start to resemble trailer parks in their character, dynamics, and operations. An RV park can and sometimes does become a de facto trailer park. So the worst possible case that could happen with this particular proposed RV park is it could become a 500-unit trailer park in the middle of Gulf Park Estates and completely, and I'm talking about massively, blight and ruin the community. So let's look at Martin's Lake RV Resort, and this is just one example. And I'm not trying to pick on Martin's Lake. I have nothing against the people who live in Martin's Lake. I understand they have different needs. But Martin's Lake RV Resort is some hybrid. I don't know if it's an RV park. I don't know if it's a trailer park. I drove down there. I wasn't even sure what it was at that point. There is the school buses picking up children from there. They're dropping them off. So right there, people are literally living at Martin's Lake RV Resort. And so it can happen. It's part of its DNA. It can happen. So what we're trying to say is, you know, this is what we think could possibly and likely happen, that in Gulf Park Estates, what could happen was, like, this trailer park or an RV park, whatever you want to call it, could become like this community where there's a lot of crime outbreak. A lot of people have already started to sell their houses, and they're trying to say, I'm moving, because in 2 years it will become Crackhead Village. So there's a perception already that this is going to be bad for the community. The black arrow represents an R4 district not too far from the area, and in this R4 district, there's been a lot of murder, a lot of crime, a lot of drugs, and there's a lot of police problems out there. What could possibly happen, represented by this black arrow, is all that traverses into the RV park, infects the RV park, drugs, crime, sex, all that starts to fester in the RV park. It leaves out of the RV park through this arrow and then spreads arterially throughout the community. It's very similar in its analogy to how a tumor would spread throughout the body, how it metastasizes to different organs. Like we're saying, through a physical analogy of our community, it's kind of precancerous. Something could happen like that. Let's talk about the injury to the community. Right now, on the MLS, there are 23 houses for sale in Gulf Park Estates. 22 out of the 23 houses for sale were within the last 2 to 3 months. And you can't say for sure, why did so many houses all of a sudden come up for sale in the last 2 to 3 months? But it's possibly because the RV park, there's signs everywhere. People don't want the RV park. There's petitions, all that. So this RV park has started to cause a lot of fear in the community. Everybody has already started to start considering to sell their home. The character of the community is already starting to change. When people feel fear, they don't feel stable. The R1 is defined by its stability, and people don't feel stable anymore in their community. That changes the character. Right now, in some of these houses, they're already offering price cuts, and if this special exception is approved, you're going to see on this map hundreds of houses that are going to be up for sale, hundreds in Gulf Park Estates. Every single person who I've talked to is considering selling their house and moving to somewhere else. So this cannot be good for the community. Let's talk about how close is this development actually to houses. There are two parts of this development. The first part is on Beachview Drive on the eastern side, and it's directly adjacent now, literally adjacent, and this is the check-in station. So the main RV park check-in station will be possibly situated on the primary arterial route, which is Beachview Drive. Right there and then, Gulf Park Estates will experience a stigma that's already an RV park destination. It's not so hidden that no one knows what's going on, and RVs will be directly visible to people driving down Beachview. So as we can see on the map, and I know you'd asked a question about it, right there on those couple of lots right there, those are right next to people's houses. So that's not so deeply tucked in. That is directly next door to some of these people in this crowd's, in this audience's house. So the problem has already started to spread down to Ocean Springs and St. Andrews. People have already started to question the area. They started to have doubts. They're wondering, should we buy here? Should we invest here? We know we've met a lot of investors in Gulf Park Estates, and they decided, well, you know what, I'm not going to do a deal here anymore because of an RV park, or the fear of an RV park, or the what if of an RV park. Right here on this diagram, you can see there's some houses. There's a nice subdivision called Palmetto Point, It's pretty far away from the RV park, proposed RV park, and even still, investors from Chicago are talking about what's going on with the RV park. You know what, I don't want to do a deal here. So it's not just affecting Gulf Park Estates anymore. This whole community has big questions about how does this RV park affect me, because I simply don't want to have anything to do with it. Let's talk about some tax losses and property values with an RV park. If the RV park's an alleged $30 million development, and let's just do a rough estimate of 1% property tax, you get $30,000 in property tax for an RV park. Now let's say that there's a 10% loss in property value due to stigma, fear, all sorts of things associated with it. That leaves a $45 million loss in total home equity in Gulf Park Estates. So overall, if the RV park is $30 million, but you lose $45 million, $15 million right there is wiped out. If you do 1% tax on $45 million, that's $45,000. So Jackson County altogether loses $45,000 due to the loss in property value. So the net property value, the total sum, when you sum everything up, is minus $15,000. So Jackson County gains nothing, it only loses in terms of property values. Now, what could possibly happen with an RV park is the property values in Gulf Park Estates could stagnate. No one wants to be in a stagnating neighborhood. It's a bad sign in the community that your property prices have not gone up, especially in concert with the rest of the state or the country. The Mississippi average post-COVID was 24.9%. In the Biloxi Bay RV resort area, property values only went up approximately 10%. Now, whether that's due to the RV park or not, it's a big question. And since it's a question, that makes people immediately associate RV parks have something to do with stagnating or loss in property values. So it's not good. Nothing is gained by Jackson County. We're going to move on next to some denied RV parks in Jackson County. This one's on Tucker Road. It was in the A1 district. The reason why it was denied by the Planning Commission because it was not in harmony with the neighborhood. The zone directly adjacent to it was an R4 RV permitted zone. And the reason why it was denied by the Planning Commission was because right north of the property was a new housing development, and the developer was concerned about the property values. The developer actually sold the land to the person who wanted to build the RV park, and then he just went up against him and said, hey, look, I'm building a development, don't you dare build an RV park. And the Planning Commission agreed, look, it's not going to be in harmony with the neighborhood. So right here, we're already seeing if it's not in harmony with a new development, how on earth is it going to be in harmony with Gulf Park Estates, especially when the check-in station is situated on Beachview. Here's another one. This is a case that you guys saw personally. It was the RV park in Helena, which is in Moss Point, North Moss Point. It was a 400-unit RV park. The status, it was denied by the Planning Commission, and it was denied by the Board of Supervisors. The first reason was it was possibly injurious to the community. It was not in harmony with the community. And there was a few other aspects of it with sewer and all that. But the community came out in an impassioned response and appealed directly to you guys, the Board of Supervisors, and said, we don't want this in our neighborhood. This is not going to be good for us. We've been here for 200 years. We can't see the stars at night. They came before you guys, I'm sure you remember, it wasn't too long ago. And the board unanimously denied it. So for the exact same reasons, we come in before you guys today, respectfully. And to say, just for the other denied RV parks, we have the exact same concerns as everybody else in Jackson County. This is the petition, and I just want to show this to you guys. It doesn't have to be submitted to the record. We have an 1,800 signature petition, and let me bring this up to you for a minute. I just want to show you what does an 1,800 signature petition actually mean? These are real people of the community, 90+%. This is just so you can see. These are real people, and they don't want this to be whatsoever. You can see how involved and big this is overall. But it just shows, the people in our community are so completely against this. These are all hand signatures overall. They're mostly collected at, we just set up little booths and little stations, and do So right now, that had about 1,800 signatures. 99.9% were Jackson County signatures. Now, there's parts of Biloxi that are technically in Jackson County, so we weren't exactly sure, is this Biloxi, is this Jackson County? Around 85, 90, or even like 92% of them were Gulf Park Estates exclusive. The rest were Ocean Springs, and there's a tiny, tiny minority that may have been from like Go Shape as people were visiting from around there. I just want to say for every one person who's here today against this RV park, 10 plus people cannot be here because they're at work. They got children to deal with, they're at doctor's appointments. So over here, this is a massive community situation. People are very worried about what's going to end up happening. Even after the Planning Commission's meeting on October 16th, people were still coming, even though we're not advertising the petition, people are like, I still want to sign the petition. I've not signed it yet. We decided to stop the petition. We knew at this point, close to 1,800 signatures is probably enough. We didn't want to continue getting like another 700 signatures, but people were still interested in signing this petition, and that just shows how much the community is opposed to this project. You know, it was they were just collected mostly in like people's houses like this. You can see we're just like a ragtag group of people, like a grassroots thing. We just set up a table that says, come sign our petition. You know, I want to talk a little bit about the current PUD. That's now an alternative to the RV park. What we believe with the new bond for Beachview, the current PUD is actually within grasp. Part of the potential reason why the current PUD was not developed was because in the 2008 financial crisis, the whole economy just went into meltdown. So there was no funding for it. The previous developers could not possibly finance the expansion or upgraded Beachview. And so everything on that property was stalled. We talk about why it hasn't been developed in 25 years. It's not because the floodplains are prohibitive. It's because Beachview is this perennial problem that plagues Gulf Park Estates. And now we have, as in the last week or two, we have a solution ready to be implemented. So the solution to Beachview now enables the current PUD. So the current PUD has very powerful advantages to the community. It offers a solution to Jackson County's growth problems. The property tax level is about 2 orders of magnitude higher, at least 100 times higher. The demographic that it targets to attract is a very wealthy demographic that wants to invest in the area. For Ocean Springs and the surrounding community, we're going to have a far more powerful spending base, and it infuses a new life and spirit into the community. The demographic is unlikely to have school-age children, thus it leaves the school system intact. The school is not going to get too overcrowded, and it fundamentally utilizes Ocean Springs' reputation as the #1 small coastal town in the community. So you can see in this diagram, this is like the demographic we possibly want to attract as wealthy retirees from the north who have a lot of money to spend and they're looking for a place, you know, to retire. Let's talk a little bit about the current PUD magnitude. If you were, the total final PUD, you know, these are all back of the envelope calculations. It adds about 50% increase in the total number of housing units in Gulf Park Estates. The final value is roughly around $500 million. It brings a lot of prosperity to Ocean Springs, Jackson County, and Gulf Park Estates. It creates many jobs. If the current PUD is designed and developed, which it can be now due to the Beachview being ready to go, the stars align for every single person. It adds to Jackson County's tax basis about $5 to $6 million a year. Their property values go up, and if people's property values go up, believe it or not, their property tax will end up going up too. So what it does is the current PUD, if this can be designed and developed instead of an RV park, it makes the future extremely bright for Jackson County. Let's talk about the tax gain with the current PUD. Right now, the RV park taxes would be roughly, this is very rough, about $30,000. The current PUD taxes, if it was fully developed with 100% intensity, would be $5 million. So the tax ratio between those $5 million divided by 30,000 is 166. So the current PUD at full theoretical maximum development intensity, and this is just to paint a picture to give you the order of magnitude. It's not exact. It gives you 166 times more tax value. So another way of putting this into perspective is it would take the RV park 166 years to equal 1 year of tax advantage. So I know some people are getting impatient, let's develop, but by the math, you can see, you know what, mathematically you break even after 166 years. So if we have to wait 6 months, a year and a half, it's worth the wait for that parcel of land. The best use, we believe, for that land, based on the theoretical development of the PUD, allows, it's just the best use is to keep the current PUD and don't allow the special exception, so where it's now approved for the RV park, so. Yes.
Is that using the same traffic numbers you presented
Yes,
earlier?
yes, that is.
A 20% increase with
Yeah,
that much,
yes.
many more
That,
units?
with a 20% increase in theoretical traffic, you're getting a theoretical increase of 166 more tax value. Now, the RV park, that increases 12%. This is the maximum, so these are the corresponding values.
So how many units is that?
That's the full development intensity, which is 1,162 dwelling units. The 200-room hotel, we're not even including the golf course in here. The golf course is not even, because that's not a dwelling unit.
For curiosity, I kind of just added numbers up for how many times people leave and come to my house.
Yeah.
And it's somewhere around 20 trips a day.
Well,
But we do have 6 people in our house.
Well, where do you live?
In Ocean Springs.
Okay, see, the key was, that's a good point you raised. So the key was, the idea was that if the current PUD is developed, there would probably be a store in the hotel or the condo, which you don't have to go down to Dollar General every single day. The current store would have most of the amenities, so you can kind of stay. The demographic also, you're a younger, you're not like 75 years old, you're much younger than that. The key was that the demographic that we're trying to target is unlikely to make such expansive trips, like going to the store 20 times a day, because they don't have school children. They're not taking their kids to the ball game. They're not taking their kids to picking them up from school because their kids are already in college or have graduated from college. So once again, the numbers are roughly rough, but the idea was whoever could afford to live in like a $500,000 condo or $450,000 condo, that person is unlikely to having to make like 7 trips up and down Beachview a day. And most of the needs are solved by a store. Like just like the RV park would also have a store. And that is to reduce the number of trips that the people have to take to Dollar General. So all else being equal, they would both in theory have a store to reduce the raw traffic count.
Yeah, what I counted on ours, I counted 1 trip to and from for each person, me, my wife, the kids who drive, a mailman, a UPS/Amazon truck every other day, every 3rd day, because you're going to have those. I mean, our neighborhood has every day, they're in there, all of them. A garbage truck weekly, a school bus, all those things. So, I mean, you got to count in all those things. And conservatively, I came up with 20. And
20 round trips a day?
20 trips, counting. That would be 10 round trips.
10 round
And
trips?
that was a very, very conservative number.
Well, my mom lives in Ocean Springs. She's around in the retirement demographic. Maybe every other day she leaves the house, she one way or another. And I think, it depends on the level of activity.
My mom's retired too.
Yeah.
She leaves the house 3 times a day.
Oh, okay, well, but my mom has me doing all the work, that's why. But,
I think when we start going down packages, we need to really think about
okay, well, the idea is this. Okay, that could be true that the Amazon truck, there could be more Amazon deliveries. It could add more. So let's add an extra margin. Let's just add an extra 10% margin for it. I'll give you guys that, and I'll give them that. Let's add a 10% margin of extra traffic that we had no idea which came from Amazon, from UPS. Even with a 30% increase in traffic, we're still going to get 166 times more taxes. Consequently speaking, the other routes in the area, the other arterial routes such as Pointe-aux-Chenes can be utilized, by cars instead of, an RV cannot utilize the other arterial routes, but traffic can. So RVs can only go down more or less Beachview. I wouldn't even attempt on Pointe-aux-Chenes, but, if you have 1,162 dwelling units, they can utilize all the other roads that we have seen on the map. So even still, with this, even though I'm going to give you guys, let's just say 30%. Add 30%, even still, the other arterial routes, smaller arteries, those could also be used to alleviate the traffic burden. But in the end, look at the order of magnitude of taxes. If you're getting 166 times more taxes, you could finance so much better road projects in Jackson County. You could expand Pointe-aux-Chenes. You can make our arterial routes much better. You can fix our bridges. There are all sorts of benefits, and that would come every single year. So it puts our community on the right track in terms of what should be development for its global 20, 30, 40, 50-year plan. You know, once you have these developments in, they're unlikely to go anywhere, and it just brings so much more to the community. And what we're going to try to say is that current PUD changes the culture of Jackson County. Overall, it changes the culture of Gulf Park Estates, Ocean Springs, and Jackson County in a far superior way. It's a lasting development. It will actually be a jewel of the community. It's on par with any similar development in the entire country. Its development standard is par excellence. It is the best possible use of the land if the land were to be developed. And it changes the culture finally across South Mississippi from a trailer RV kind of culture to where we are more upscale. So the whole culture of South Mississippi starts to change, and like we are getting along, we are moving, and even Jackson County, we can be possibly the best county over time when we do developments like this in an entire state or even along the whole Gulf Coast. So the conclusion, the RV park is only detrimental to Gulf Park Estates. It's a net loss in property taxes. It brings little or no true benefits to the community. It brings down property values. It's injurious to the community. The traffic counts are roughly similar. I'll say, okay, you know what, it's probably going to be more for the 1,162 housing dwellings because of the 10% or even 15% unknown. The current PUD is feasible and within reach with the Beachview expansion. The current PUD tax revenue at its theoretical maximum development intensity leads at 166 times more than the RV park. The current PUD is a solution to Jackson County's growth problems, and it ushers in a new era for Jackson County, Ocean Springs, and Gulf Park Estates. And I just want to say thank you to the board. I know a lot of everybody on both sides has been really asking you to consider their case, and we appreciate your patience and you know, your willingness to listen to everybody. So thank you guys so much.
Questions?
Yes.
Questions? I've got a few questions. In general, the judge presented what I think he considers and I consider more factual information.
Yeah, absolutely.
This presentation that you have given is just filled with speculation with a very negative slant. So let me run through.
Absolutely.
I don't want to take a lot of time. Excuse me. Traffic counts. You've talked about traffic counts, had questions. Nowhere in there did you say what is reasonable, what would be okay, what would not be okay. You would just say that either way you go, the traffic count is the same. When I initially heard and saw it, I would have expected you to say traffic counts due to RVs is beyond the capacity of the road, therefore you can't do it. You didn't say that. You just said traffic count's a traffic count.
So the way I would address that is everybody knows about the problems in Beachview. These problems were analyzed and evaluated and addressed at the Planning Commission. There's no point of bringing up something that is already on the written record and is known as a matter of fact. Of course, Beachview at its current state is not suitable for either development. But that being said, the board has seen plans for Beachview, and one way or another, Mr. Bosarch has said, regardless of whatever development comes in there, that's a long overdue project. So we're saying if or when Beachview is done, either development is more plausible. That's the truth of the matter. That being said, now how do we define what a traffic count is appropriate? We look at it relative to the baseline intensity. So if the baseline intensity is roughly speaking, let's see, 9,000. Now this is the GPRC, like 9,600. When you say you're adding, let's say numerically 1,743 cars or 2,000 cars, that's how do you define what is appropriate, what is not appropriate? I think the widening of Beachview does help. Having increased tax revenue for the other roads would help. So it distributes the load across the community.
But I think what I'm more interested in, what does the traffic count increase, either A or B, due to the capacity of the road? And I think the conclusion I got to make is either way, it's okay. So that the road may not be as big an issue as a lot of people are saying it is, because you're not highlighting that at all as an issue.
The road, currently speaking, it is right now, is absolutely an issue. This is talking about, we know one way or another that a road has to be fixed. There's a 10-year bond for it 10 million plus 2 million that was addressed about a week or two ago by the board, this very board itself. That being said, if that project, if the road is not fixed, for some reason it gets delayed, then neither development is suitably appropriate, you know, in currently speaking. All this is presumed that Beachview will be fixed, and that's what the developers have said, and that is what has been submitted for the record. This is what this board has said. This is what Jackson County has said for the last 20 years. So we figure at this point the road will be fixed. You guys know that Beachview is a problem. I know it's a problem. I travel on Beachview every single day. I can barely get down there when it rains. These traffic calculations are presuming that Beachview it's perfectly fixed. It's adjusted based on the engineering plans that have been submitted for the record.
Okay. In the slide that you call 14 RV parks in Jackson County, you say not a need for another RV park. That's very good speculation, but there's no facts behind it. And you've already made your presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm just commenting on it, so I don't really want a protracted answer.
The need was based on the laws of supply and demand. So the question is, what is the demand in the area? So if you look at the demand curve, the more, you have all these RV parks, and overall, it's not.
Capacity and the ratings and the numbers and how much those places rented for per day, so you could run numbers with apples and apples.
I did not look specifically at all 14 parks. I know that some of them, like they try to keep a 70% vacancy. They don't want 100% vacancy because then they don't raise their standard enough. So based on vacancy, that's not actually the best particular argument. But with all due respect, I realize there could be more analysis that is needed for the particular RV park market in South Mississippi.
Okay, but you did not address the fact that there's some investors out there that think they want to invest about $30 million in this area, and you're just saying we don't need it.
Well, we're not saying we don't need it. We just don't think it's the best fit for the community due to its highly likelihood of it being injurious, which then reduces.
The next one, I look at the lowered operating standards. You say that 10-year standard, 97% of RV parks do not enforce the 10-year standard. I'd like to know where that statistic came from. Wait a minute, please. The 10-year standard is imposed because the RV parks, luxury or not, like to have a good appearance in the pictures that you put here. I would say just about any RV park with a 10-year standard would reject that RV, Class C, from staying in their park. But you're simply saying 97% do not enforce it. Therefore, you're going to get RVs that look like this in Gulfstar Park States Resort.
Yes.
Spending habits of RV travelers. RV travelers post-COVID are thrifty and frugal. I have no problem with that. You say home prices. People are moving into RV because of the increase of home prices in the country. I would strongly challenge that because being a full-time RVer is a pretty expensive thing to do. I strongly would challenge that, and I'd like to see some documentation behind it. Weak spenders, they're not likely to spend greatly. I would refer them to my wife, please. Accommodations, they're looking for cheap accommodations. RV travelers want to go somewhere, and they will find an accommodation within the area that they want to go, and cheap or not, they're going to stay there. Unlikely to bring great benefits to downtown Ocean Springs. I'd love to see some statistics on that because I know there will be a percentage of these people who come and stay here who are either on the little boat, will go over, or get in their towed and go over, and they're going to spend money mostly in Ocean Springs. So I would think the city of Ocean Springs would be enthusiastic about this, but there's no substantiation of what you're saying. People are looking for cheap alternative to housing. Again, I will say, and, you know, I'm not into 8% financing, I don't know, but there should be some rationale behind that supports your statement. You're being very speculative, and that's frustrating to me. Already injurious to the community. Again, give us some support for what you're saying. The final chart conclusion, RV park, it's only detrimental. It brings little to no true benefits to the community. It brings down property values, traffic counts, current PUD. Every one of these are structured to give a negative position, and I think it needs to be totally redone with some support and some numbers. So, you know, I'm kind of frustrated with your very biased presentation.
Sir.
But you did a good job of it.
Thank you for that, sir. What I would say was, I know some of the developers personally, and I told them, if you can show me in your economic feasibility report if this is good, not only will I go neutral, I will come over to your side. I know some of them personally, some of them are my colleagues, and I would call them even friends. And I said, if you can show me even one advantage to this community, I'm going to come over to your side because I don't want to be anti-development. I don't want to be anti-entrepreneurship. I have some properties. I do properties. This is kind of what I do. And so I wanted to find every single reason where I could personally try to support these guys. I really did. And I could not find one particular reason. Honest to God, I would put my right hand up and say that. Like, if I found even one plausible good reason that this either brought to Gulf Park Estates, it may bring some, it could bring some to, on one hand, to Ocean Springs by the increase in spending. But once you are labeled as a RV park destination, I would counter that change in reputation ultimately brings down, you know, the economic outlook of the community.
Okay, I would speculate there that since you're kind of in the opposition, I could understand why the investors would not want to disclose any detail with you, and that to me would be a pretty good reason why they refuse to talk with you. But we're going to hear from them later,
Absolutely.
so that's fine. But thank you for...
Thank you guys so much for listening, and we
good
appreciate it.
presentation.
Thank you.
Anyone else, comments?
Just listening to things, about a few years back, you know, I've got 4 kids, so it's expensive for us to stay in hotels. So I was like, you know what? Had the bright idea that maybe an RV would be the path to go. And so I started adding it up, and I looked at the cost of an RV, and I divided it out, and I was like, man, I could stay at a $200 to $300 a night hotel 3 to 4 weeks a year for the next 20 years, or buy an RV that I have to pay for gas, insurance, and a place to stay. And I was like, man, I'm keeping the hotel rooms. At least they make the bed, and I don't have to. I can't afford that RV style. So, I mean, I'd like to know where the numbers come from that say that it's cheaper.
It's based on different demographics. About 18% of people will be, in terms of the RV demographics, there's that 18 to 20%. And I didn't think you guys would be interested in all this Appendix A, B, C, D, so I didn't want to bring it for the record, because I knew this is not the appropriate place to analyze economic data. But that being said, 18% of the RV travelers are the ones who are expensive. So they're traveling 200 miles, they're traveling from Michigan. The rest, the majority of them are traveling anywhere from like 50 miles, 60 miles, so they may be coming from Mobile. You know, they're not the wealthiest people. Yeah, of course, the snowbirds from New York, they're going to have a lot of wealth. And they come in their nice Class A RVs that cost probably $400,000, $500,000. But the demographic data shows in that particular industry, only 18% of people are in that class, and the rest are doing it because they want to get a weekend getaway from Bay St. Louis, possibly. You know, are they likely to spend tons of money in downtown Ocean Springs? They could. But they could also spend all their money in Bay St. Louis, downtown Bay St. Louis. So the key was, if you look at 500 units and 20%, I don't even know what that is, but like 60 or 80, that's the number that are the high spenders, and the rest are more local. So it's actually a spectrum. It's not like 500 people are all coming from Michigan. That is not the case at all. That is not the fact of the matter.
You mentioned Michigan. I'm sure you know what the term snowbird means.
Yes, sir.
I would venture probably from maybe even in November, certainly December, through March, April, this RV park will be 100% occupied. People like us locals will not be able to go there because it's filled with snowbirds. Snowbirds are people from Michigan, Ontario, Wisconsin, Indiana, Rhode Island, Delaware. They get in their RV. They're not full-timers. They live up north, and they don't like the strong winter. So they get in their RV, and they come down here. And they will come to this RV park, stay maybe a month, and then they'll go to Alabama, and they'll stay another month, then they'll go to Florida, and ultimately, they go back home. The benefit from snowbirds is it's very frustrating for locals who like to RV and go the 30, 100 miles because we can't get reservations because of the snowbirders. And I think that should be figured into, and I assume it is with the investors, but you ought to consider things like that when you also look. Sure.
Sir, what I would say was this all now depends on the reputation of the RV park. And I'm sure these guys, as long as they're running it, can do a stellar job in running it. I'm sure they can based on their development experience and their investment in the community. But in 10 or 15 years, what happens for one reason or another, they are forced to sell the RV park. It's given to a different company that has no concern for the community, and they lower the standards of the RV park. Now, would any of you want to go stay in a RV resort that just was not at the same caliber of what it used to be? This industry is based on reviews. So if you're getting bad reviews on Google, hey, look, it wasn't clean, there was a lot of trash, there was a lot of noise, right there and then, that could tank it just based on, it's unfortunately it's an industry that is all reputation based, and this is why I say it's at the mercy of managers. The management team is one of the biggest determining factors whether an RV park will succeed or not, and that's unlike other businesses that you do. It is particularly contingent on the management team, and to manage such a 514 unit complex, that's its own mini city. It needs like its own mini mayor. It needs all sorts of conflict resolution disputes. And simply put, the developers have stated it would only create 12 to 14 jobs. Well, I would object in Helena, when he wanted to build 400 units, he was going to bring in around 50 employees to the park to manage it appropriately. So in a perfect environment, that RV park probably would be successful, but it's very, very unlikely it will ever be a perfect environment, and it can fluctuate based on human errors. You know, an RV park is a very cash-based business. What happens when the manager is stealing something? This is typically what play.
In Mr. Fonner's presentation, he pointed out the fact that a special use can't be transferred with the sale of a property, so it would be hard to find financing. So that can't happen.
What I would arguably say is they would probably reapply for a rezoning and argue, well, the character of the community has changed in the last 15. They still would, but their argument could be, respectfully, their argument could be, well, that the RV park has been here for 15 years, the character of the community changed. Thus, it's no real different than what is already de facto zoned.
Okay. Any more questions for this gentleman? If not,
yes, sir.
Material's been provided to the supervisors, and has that material been given to the court reporter to be placed into the record? I mean, there was a... That was in the previous file, the planning commission file. Did that include
These petitions were from the Planning Commission's original written records, so they were already extracted from there. They don't need to be re-added to be due.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because
Yes, sir.
the Supreme Court has clearly stated that if it's not in the record, that it's not going to be considered on appeal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That big packet of petitions is already in the Planning Commission's record. There's some, the other stuff is not in the Planning Commission's record, and so there may be a little bit of overlap with me and Mr. Fondren's, what we submitted. So that being said, it's in a checklist of what is submitted, so it's just some more information about the property, such as environmental studies, you know, how it was zoned, all sorts of things.
Yeah, perfectly fine. I just want the record
Yes, sir.
to
Yes,
be
sir.
complete for the material that's being submitted
Yes, sir.
for consideration.
Yes, sir.
okay, Marcus, help me out. We have two other appealees.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right term?
Two other applications, yes, sir.
Two, okay, that we need to hear.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to hear from
The property owner.
the property owners, and then we're going to hear from the public,
Yes, sir.
for and against.
Yes, sir.
What do we do time-wise? We could be here for 2 or 3 days, it looks like. And everyone that wants to speak will get to speak. So we've now been here for an hour and a half, and I'm not saying let's go home by any stretch. I am saying, do we need to divide this into 1 or 2 sessions? Do we need to have a lunch break? Help me out. What do we need to do?
Well, you want to hear from one of the next two, and then you can
Sure,
decide if you
sure.
want to take a break?
Sure.
Okay. Matthew Colson or Jimmy Zednick? Whomever wants to come first. I think,
You have multiple applicants to try to consolidate it into one, or how did this end up being 3 versus 1 consolidated effort?
well, we have to allow whomever wants to
Okay.
appeal, but I don't think that they all know each other, so that's why they're all separate. But I think Mr. Zednick said his would be brief.
Okay.
Mine is relatively brief. This right here, bear with me. Oh, okay. Okay, excuse me. Okay, I'll be rather brief. I think with mine, actually, I tried to do it in about 3.5, 4 minutes, so.
Okay, good.
So, anyway, first,
What is your name?
my name is Jimmy Zednick. I live at 7500 Lake Ridge Drive, Ocean Spring. I've been a resident of Jackson County for over 50 years. Actually, I'm an investor in Jackson County. If you count investing, these are my tax bills. I pay a lot of taxes to Jackson County. I pay in all 5 districts. This right here is 2 notices that I received from the development park because I have properties within 500 feet of it. One of them adjoins it. I have 2 lots that directly adjoin the RV development.
Okay, would you mind getting more to the microphone,
Okay,
please?
excuse me.
Sure, thanks.
Okay. The other property is a house I bought before they bought the development. It's on Pointed Chain. It's within 500 feet of the development. So basically, if this development, I'm losing money on my investment if it goes forward. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I actually got dry.
You're doing great.
Okay. Basically, I would like to speak on 3 issues: economic development, location, and harmony. I feel that I am knowledgeable of the subject of economic development. Apparently, I have done something right. I was a tax collector, field representative with the Mississippi Employment Security Commission. In this job, I was required to collect taxes, visit employers. I really got a good feel of it. Actually, now I joke with people, I say, I was a member of the NFL. No friends left. I was a tax collector. But, excuse me on that, but anyway, in my job as a tax collector where I started in 1972 here in Pascagoula, in this capacity, I was required to work daily with employers, accountants, and CPAs. This gave me a good feeling for the pulse and breath of all of Jackson County. With that being said, yes, I have invested in all 5 of the districts of Jackson County. I'm all for economic development. I found the employers would not want to locate where they were not wanted, which leads me into location. I purchased one of my first houses, which I still own, in Gulf Park Estates, nearly 30 years ago. I have purchased numerous properties in Jackson County in my 30 years of investing in Jackson County. I received 2 notifications from the Planning Commission that I showed you, which shows that I have the properties which join in within the 500 feet. In my real estate investing, I have found there are 3 keys to investing: location, location, location. We're concerned with that location. I knew the area formerly known as the Pine Island Golf Course had a special designation for the PUD, which allowed for residential condos and a hotel. Even when I bought that house last year, I knew that that zoning was in place there. I have no problem with that. Actually, I feel there would be a better use of that property to be residential homes. Elliott Homes is building a new development right now, right by the airport, which is less than a mile from there. This will affect the valuation of all those homes that Elliott Homes is building right there. It will affect my valuation of all my property to put this in this location. This special PUD designation was granted after Katrina. Actually, it was granted more as a hardship after Katrina to help with the housing shortages and with the county infrastructure to be following. Actually, here's 18 years later after that designation was done, and really that county infrastructure still has not been put in place. Beachview has not been widened. Basically, when they applied for the PUD, hey, the county's going to go in, they're going to widen the road, they're going to go in and do that. There are 1,043 square miles in Jackson County, of which 2.7 miles is in the planned community of Gulf Park Estates. Gulf Hills has 8 square miles, in that little community. The residents of Gulf Park Estates are concerned with the proposed special exemption, their small neighborhood community. I know politicians have come out and supported this, said, hey, this $30 million economic development, hey, that would be good. I'm all for economic development. I'm not against the builders. Yeah, when they build something, they have done some excellent investment. But it's to put this investment in Gulf Park Estates is the wrong location. Excuse me, I'm getting a little dry here. Okay. The residents are naturally concerned that their largest investment, their homes, most of these people, their home is their IRA, it's their largest investment. And a lot of these residents that's down here, they've been down there for 30 years. They've about got their house paid off, a lot of them got them paid off. They might be wanting to sell, move in with children, move into a nursing home. This is going to definitely affect the valuation in that neighborhood. Their homes are, this led to those petitions that I believe Amon had presented. Yeah, I signed one of the petitions. I've got houses down there. I built a brand new house 2 years ago down there on Oyster Shale. Would I have built that house if that RV development there? No. This absolutely I would not have done. There was 1,100 households represented on that petition. Yeah, there was 1,700 signatures. And when I say that 1,100 households, that was based on the different addresses You know, if we live at 123 Point Change or 456 Metal Art, I know personally, I think I have 5 houses south of this development. And these are all rental houses. I don't care if it's a $30 million or a 30-cent investment. I don't want one child to die of a choking incident because an ambulance came, could not get to that kid that swallowed a sucker and couldn't get an ambulance in time.
Take your time, take your time.
Thank you. With these 5 houses that I personally own that are south of the development, if there was a fire in the kitchen, the delayed response by one fire truck could be the difference for me losing my investment on the house or else them putting the fire out. It has been shown that the time for the fire truck to response time will be delayed. If it's delayed by 30 seconds a minute, it could be the difference between losing a house or else putting the kitchen fire out. I have had lost houses due to fires. In my investment career, I understand this, but the loss of a child is a lot more important than the loss of a house. When we think of a special exception for the R development that was requested for Gulf Hills in 2020, and Helena in 2023, the RV development was denied. In Gulf Hills, they said the roads were too wide, narrow. They said, hey, we could build this RV development in there. But they said, hey, no, the development was denied, so they went through, they're building new homes. I think it would be an excellent area to go ahead and build some new homes in there. That is not the only alternative to put an RV park there. I'm all for it. If you don't do a PUD or whatever, they can change it from a PUD to R1. There will be no problem. If they go start putting residential homes in it, they could put 200 houses out there on that 100 and some acres that is well developable. That would mean a lot more economic value to the county than an RV park. Mr. Etheridge, who is on the Planning Commission, I went back and looked at what he had said, like in the Helena and development, he said, the road widths are not adequate, and also it's certainly not in harmony with the neighborhood and could be injurious to the neighborhood. That was his word. I took right out of what he said about it. That was the reason he denied it in Helena. Why would we be thinking about granting this? I don't understand the board or the Planning Commission when they denied it. They appealed it to the board, but that's not. But basically, my concern is the location is not in harmony with the Gulf Park Estates 2.7 mile. Do not play on this football. This is our home turf. Any questions of me? Excuse me, nervous.
You did fine. Any comments or questions? Anyone? No, sir. Thank you so much. By the way, could you tell how many properties are involved there? You just showed a large package.
Probably 250, 300.
So overall, you've got about 250 to 300 properties that you pay taxes on. Okay,
Yes,
that's now on the record. Thank you.
Okay.
I have one more to speak, but also the property owners said they have a couple of people that it was very important for them to get a comment in before they, before you broke, maybe for lunch.
Okay.
And, because they can't come back after lunch, so.
Okay.
Where do you want to go from here? You want us to hear from Mr.
Sure,
Cole?
go ahead.
Mr. Cole?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Matthew Colson. Thank you for your time today. I'm going to keep it pretty brief. I shouldn't be more than about 10 minutes, so just wanted to let you know so everybody can set your expectations. Really appreciate your patience and listen to everybody and our concerns. So as I stated, my name is Matthew Colson. I live at 1408 South 8th Street in Gulf Park Estates in Jackson County. I moved here a year ago when I became the attorney advisor at Keesler Air Force Base. We moved into Gulf Park Estates to be close to our family. My son's grandparents and great-grandmother live in the adjacent neighborhood. So my wife grew up here in Mississippi, went to USM, studied at the GCRL. So it's near and dear to our hearts to be close here and be in Jackson County. When we were moving here, we wanted to live close to my in-laws. And so we were looking in Jackson County, we were looking in Harrison County, close to my work. And you know, our realtor wouldn't even show us a house on Beachview Drive. She said, you have a 4-year-old son and a dog? I will not show you a house on that road. And if there had been a planned RV park, if there had been an RV park in our neighborhood, my young family would not be moving into Gulf Park Estates. You know, and we may not have moved into Jackson County. So I just wanted to kind of state that off at the front. On October 25th, 2023, in my personal capacity as a Jackson County resident and a resident of Gulf Park Estates and an aggrieved person, I filed a formal appeal to the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the special exception at issue today. To answer the earlier question, part of the reason why there's multiple appellants here is because there was no guarantee that we would have this hearing unless the appeal was properly filed in accordance with the zoning ordinance. So we needed to ensure that there was proper appeals and that we were able to do that. So we didn't have to all join together. In fact, every aggrieved person who lives in Gulf Park Estates could have filed their own appeal. But unfortunately, as administrative manner, to file the appeal, we each had to pay $800, which is twice as much as it costs to file a civil case in federal court. So that was a bit of a burden to be able to actually stand before you today. So just wanted to put that on the record and note that that might be something that the board should consider as we think about the rules on how these hearings and appeals things should go, because that's not a burden everybody can bear and can be a serious barrier to be able to actually file an appeal and make sure that they have an opportunity to be heard. A couple administrative things just to start. I wanted to make sure to provide just one exhibit, which is a copy of my written appeal, which was dated October 25th, 2023, that was submitted to the Jackson County Planning Commission. So I just wanted to submit that exhibit to the record. Additionally, I'd like to confirm, to the extent that the Planning Commission record, all of the hard copy documents that were submitted in that hearing, are those also part of the record of this hearing? Because many of the hard copy records may have been originals or otherwise. Do we have confirmation that that's the case?
This is the record on appeal in addition to the transcript before the Planning Commission. Now, I don't know. I'm assuming that everything that was submitted is part of this record. It should be.
Okay, so in addition to the transcript for confirmation that the record includes what was submitted at the hearing.
I've got a copy of the transcript that's part of the record as well.
Yeah, I understand that the transcript was, but just wanted to confirm that the other hard copy documents that people had submitted were part of the hearing. Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm that. I also wanted to note for the record as an administrative matter that I never received any written notice of this Board of Supervisors hearing by mail or email, and I did not receive any written notice of the change of location. I am here today, but just also as an administrative matter, I'd recommend that appellants who've especially paid out that much money, want to have their voice heard, are provided written notice of the hearing date, time, and place, and any updates to the changes of that. To start, I have to say this hearing is not about the character of anybody involved. I do not personally know the developers or most of my neighbors, and I have nothing against them. I don't feel it's appropriate to make these matters involve any kind of personal insult or attack, or to really be about how great they are either. To me, that's a bit besides the point. The bottom line here is that words matter and rules matter. When officials make decisions not following the rules, the legal terms are arbitrary and capricious, as we've already heard. But let's just call it unjust and wrong. My hope is the board will avoid making the wrong and unjust decision today. You must not approve the RV Park's application for an extraordinary rezoning of hundreds of acres of land in the guise of a special exception. The rules don't permit it. The evidence does not support it. And for a moment, let's talk a little bit about the evidence. There's been some questions about some of the speculation of folks today. Those who are opposed to the RV park do not have to prove anything today. It is the burden of proof is on the applicant. The applicant must prove by the preponderance of the evidence that this will not be injurious to the neighborhood, that's in harmony in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make clear that opponents can speculate all they want, and it doesn't even matter if the speculation is unfounded, because we do not have to prove anything in this hearing. They have to prove that it will not be injurious. So as we think about the rules and the words, the rules we're talking about here are the Jackson County zoning ordinance and its words. We've already talked about them, and I'm not going to try to rehash everything that the previous legal counsel discussed. But just look up planned unit development. It doesn't allow living in RVs. The applicant's legal counsel in the commission hearing claimed that since the RVs will be temporary on the land, they won't be used for living purposes. The ordinance does not define living, but any common sense definition would cover the cooking, eating, sleeping, recreating that people in the RV park will doing. Since it's not an RV storage lot, what else will they be doing but living? Will they be working there? Since they'll be living in the RVs, the applicant needs a change to the zoning. But instead of trying to do what would be more proper and do a zoning change that has a higher burden, they instead are trying to do a special exception because it's a lower bar. So let's look up special exception. It requires the land to revert back to its original use. There's been no discussion of the land reverting back to its original use in the commission hearing. Look up the criteria to approve a special exception. It requires a deprivation of rights commonly enjoyed by other landowners and a non-financial hardship, and it requires that it would not be injurious to the neighborhood. Look up hardship. A mere economic or financial hardship alone is not considered to meet the standard. Even if the alternative is more expensive or requires the property owner to build elsewhere or put the parcel to a different use than originally intended, then it's not a hardship. There's no hardship. They can build a golf course, they can build the tree houses, they can build whatever other use is currently permissible, but an RV park is not permissible. On September 11, 2023, the applicant submitted his acknowledgement that they have to show by the preponderance of the evidence this project meets the criteria for a special exception. That means that there must be a majority of evidence that the application meets all of the criteria of a special exception as required by the zoning ordinance, the rules that we're supposed to follow. And it is now up to you to review the evidence. To approve their application, you must find a deprivation of a right. So in that transcript, in that hearing, in the things that are stated before you today, you must find that. So just check, you got to check that off the list. Was there a deprivation of a right? You also need to check off the list that they have a non-financial hardship, an unnecessary hardship. You must review all of the evidence submitted and find the majority of the evidence says this 500-slot RV park will not injure the neighborhood. Please review everything stated today in all 71 pages of the Planning Commission transcript where dozens of people from the neighborhood detail a multitude of ways the project will injure the neighborhood. Then review every document submitted during that hearing and this hearing. Any one of the stated injuries would suffice to deny this application. Similar injuries of a smaller scale were brought forward by a small handful of persons in Moss Point, and that was enough for the Mississippi Court of Appeals to overturn the mayor's and Board of Aldermen's special exception in the Keenum case just this past summer. Please don't put Jackson County back in the law books again for not following our own rules. A little bit more about the speculation. There's no way to prove an injury that hasn't occurred. All we can say is that it's going to hurt us. So many of us have stood up and said, this is going to hurt us. It's going to hurt our safety. It's going to hurt our property values. It's going to hurt our sense of belonging in the community. There's so many ways it's going to hurt the environment. Any one of those injuries is enough. Once they've occurred, it will be too late. The decision today will have been made. Those injuries, we'll feel them later. So please think about that when we make this decision. Think about the rules. Think about the standards that we're supposed to follow. Because we all want to follow the rules. We all want the rules to matter to the people of Jackson County. Because it's by playing by the rules that we all know what to expect. We know how to live our lives. We know where we can drive our RVs. We know where we can park them. We know where we can live and do those things that we want to do, which are good things. There's nothing wrong with an RV. There's nothing wrong with having places resorts for RVs to go. But the Gulf Park Estates is not that place, and shouldn't be, and our zoning ordinances and our rules show that it shouldn't be. The applicant's proposal may look nice or luxurious in the presentations and plans, which I'm sure they're going to come up and show you. But living Gulf Park Estates for 10 or 20 or 30 years, like we've been considering, after it's been developed, and imagine what it'll be like for Jackson County then. As the applicant stated in the prior hearing, transcript page 6, there's no shortage of bad examples of RV parks in Jackson County. As the applicant's legal counsel stated in the prior hearing, page 27 of the transcript, there's no shortage of bad examples of RV parks. Please, don't put an RV park in our neighborhood and add it to that list. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Comments, questions? Okay, no questions? Good.
Okay, I don't know if you want to break for lunch or not, but the property owner would like to let a couple of people have a quick comment before lunch because they won't be back.
Well, I think we need to do that. And I did not bring that up to enforce a break for lunch.
Yes, sir.
We've been here now just about 2 hours, and we've heard a lot of information from a lot of people, so it's only fair that we hear some of the...
Well, I think their presentation is going to take a while. It's probably as long as the first couple. So whatever you'd like to do, Mr. Taylor.
Help me out. Let's do it. Let's go.
I don't mean let's go great. I mean, let's keep going.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Sorry, my name's Adam Dial. I'm a Jackson County resident. I live at 9880 Briarcrest Lane in Van Cleve, 39565. If I could, before I make a presentation, there's a couple of property owners that they're actually the two property owners that own the only other parcel behind the gate that is totally within our PUD district. And they have obligations this afternoon. If I could let them speak and then they'll leave, I'm happy to give a presentation. That's okay. I'd like to yield a few moments to Doug Molyneux, who owns a piece of property behind the gate. He's the only other property owner that we surround. And I think it's important that he gets to speak today.
Thank you, Adam. My name is Doug Molyneux. I live at 2701 English Drive in Ocean Springs. And as Adam pointed out, first of all, thank you for letting me speak. I can't stay all afternoon, or I would. I and a partner, Mr. Greg Williams, own own some property on Banana Island. So I think I can make a pretty strong case that Mr. Williams and I are probably impacted by this development as much as anybody, if not more than anybody, in Jackson County. The first thing I mentioned I reside at 2701 English Drive in Ocean Springs. At the end of English Drive, it runs right off of Halsted. It runs and dead ends right to the boundary of the Gulf Islands National Seashore. Gulf Islands National Seashore is about 200 acres. It's got RV pads. It allows for tent camping, public picnic areas, nature trails, boat launches, very much like what is proposed here on Marsh Island. Difference is it's private, not public. And I will tell you, though, that in terms of property values, and this is not speculation, I live there, no property values have been negatively impacted because there are RV parks in the middle, really in the middle of a residential area. Matter of fact, I would venture to say that some of the most expensive homes in that area, you literally have to drive through Gulf Islands National Park to get to. A few dozen homes in there that are probably pushing $1 million. I would like to add that Marsh Island is isolated. It's not, yes, you have to drive through Gulf Park Estates to get there, but it is not part of Gulf Park Estates. When I acquired my property on Banana Island, it was Lot 181, Marsh Islands subdivision. It's surrounded by marsh. Heck, there's a portion that is connected to the mainland, but the rest of the property is 3 islands connected by bridges. You don't get any more isolated than that. So I would say that when you start thinking about the neighborhood, Marsh Island subdivision was a neighborhood unto itself. I don't know what it is now. As far as in being in harmony with the current zoning allows for a very large-scale resort use. The developers are proposing a very much scaled-back residential use. And then lastly, impact. I do believe that, first of all, let me speak to one other thing that I love about Jackson County. There's a tremendous opportunity for people to come down here and enjoy what the new buzzword is ecotourism. We've got rivers, bayous, the Gulf, the islands, the upscale resort RV park at this location would be very much in harmony with the ecotourism today and the impact of that property. When you think about the wildlife that live out there right now, there's no other use that you could put out there that would coexist peacefully with the current wildlife. If you put homes out there, and that property wasn't zoned R1, it was zoned R1A. It would, if it went back to R1A, you would be able to do much smaller lots. I think the impact would be well over 500 homes, not 200, as which was stated. Incidentally, one other thing I'd like to correct, the PUD that was approved out there was approved way before Katrina. Katrina had nothing to do with the current PUD. I remember I sold that property to that developer in 1996, and he commenced to getting that PUD approved at that time, right off the bat. The impact to the area, to the wildlife, is there is no use that you could propose out there that would be a lesser impact. If you did put homes out there across that whole property, or you did build the current PUD, the wildlife that would be forced out into the neighborhoods to Gulf Park Estates would be a real nuisance, to say the least. And anyway, I'm for the project, and I again appreciate you letting me share my thoughts on it. And thank you very much.
Okay, any comments, thoughts, questions? Nope, okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Greg Williams, 27 Savoy, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to primarily speak on one subject, and that's property values. Before I so speak, though, I would kind of like to establish my standing both as a property owner and as a professional in real estate that has been recognized at different times by different courts. As to my standing as a real estate professional, come this March, I would have been licensed for 50 years. Time goes quickly. And in fact, the first commission I ever collected was for selling a piece of property on Warbler Avenue in Gulf Park Estates. I've been very much involved in Gulf Park Estates and St. Andrews. In fact, I and a partner bought out everything that the original developer had put together when they organized and assembled their lands for both of those areas that had not been sold to third parties. In the mid-'80s, I purchased all the land that was not sold by the original developer in Gulf Park Estates, which includes about 95% of the property that's the subject of this hearing. So I was the owner of that, probably 3 owners removed from that. So I'm most familiar with the property, and I'm definitely familiar with property values there in Gulf Park Estates. As to Jackson County and Jackson County values, I watch them very closely because I'm getting ready to pay taxes on 394 parcels in Jackson County. And a large percentage of those are properties in the Gulf Park Estates area, with additional ones being in the St. Andrews area, which is very, very close to this, and I think one can reasonably consider to be impacted by the decision that you make this day. As to property values there, I want to address it this way and say that, for me, it's a mixed bag. I own commercial properties and I own those that own residential. So if you disapprove the application, I will applaud you on my commercial property side. Certainly it is better for me as far as the commercial property I own. I own property at the entrance of Gulf Park Estates and commercial, and I own commercial property there around the marina. I would certainly benefit more by 1,162 doors, a 200 room hotel, convention center, and a golf course would raise my commercial values very, very much more than the modified less than 1/3, if you count an RV as having 1 door, or approximately 1/3, a little over 1/3 of what the density that there's an absolute right to build today. So from a commercial standpoint, as a professional realtor, I say thank you. That will help me very, very much. But as for the ownership, where the majority of my ownership is on residential properties, I would be injured. You say, well, how would I be injured? Well, let's just look at it. And I see no problem with the access, particularly with the funds that we have to improve beach view down to around the area of the marina. But if you just want to look at the impact that we're going to have on congestions and on roads of there being 1,162 doors with probably 2 cars each, with Amazon trucks and everything else going back and forth, if you want to look at that, not even counting the hotel and convention center, and you want to compare that to what would happen with the traffic that you would have with RVs on an improved road, then my access to my residential properties will be diminished if we go ahead with the plan as approved and that they have an absolute legal right. If you want to look at the big trucks and everything, well, look at the number of school buses we're going to have to increase if we're serving an additional 1,162 doors that theoretically will have children rather than people coming in for recreational only. And let's talk about building all that. Let's look at the infrastructure and the number of trucks and everything that's going to have to go out there to build a subdivision and build everything to support 1,162 doors plus a 200-room hotel and a convention center. Let's talk about all that traffic during construction. And then let's look at it afterwards on the moving trucks to move people in and out of all this. So when we want to look at all this, the impact is going to be fantastic. You want to look at your recreational facilities. I know at least one of these supervisors takes great pride in the boat launches that we have, but already you have a parking problem on where people put their boat trailers. Not only are you going to have a problem not where you're going to put your boat trailer, but you're probably going to pull up and find that somebody that lives in those 1,162 new houses is sitting right in your favorite fishing spot. So not only that, what are you going to do with the kids that have to go to school? There's going to be many more school buses to support that. and you're going to have to stay in line a lot longer if you're going to drop your children off. So when you put houses, I heard it addressed in a discussion about they're bringing in tax money. Well, yes, they bring in tax money, but by the own admission of those that are posting this application, that tax money would be used to improve something, the other roads already going into the area, so it puts strain. There is more tax money, but when you have residents, you will have more demands. When you have a commercial venture, then you can collect taxes with less demands. So what I can say from a residential standpoint is, please don't approve this application. What I can say from a commercial owner standpoint is, please do approve it. So I trust in you all in making the right decision. I know that you were balanced, and I know that when you put into your approval, you will build the record so that there is a reason that you're approving it, and you're not being arbitrary and capricious. But it is, I say to you, left up to your discretion. As I read the ordinance, it's what you judge to be. You just have to give reasons for that judgment. So there's one last thing I'd like to do, if Adam will agree, is I'd like to yield to Doug to come back and establish his credentials as a real estate professional. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I probably should have done that for your benefit. A commercial real estate broker for a little over 30 years, commercial real estate developer for about 5 years.
My question was, like the houses, like how close do you stay to that area?
I live right off of Halstead in the city of Ocean Springs, right adjacent almost to the Gulf Islands National Seashore is where I reside. I have property inside this development on Banana Island with Mr. Williams. So our property would certainly be impacted by this development. You know, I hope positively the evidence with the property values around Gulf Islands National Seashore would tell you that property values should increase. That's what the evidence would show. Real life situation, no speculation. Yeah. I did spend 8 years on the Jackson County Planning Commission. Matter of fact, during those 8 years, we have never had the opportunity to approve such a fantastic project, which is why I got on the commission to begin with, to try to impact Jackson County in a positive way. The presentation you're going to hear from Ms. St. Pei in a minute, I thought brilliantly checked all the boxes for the criteria necessary to approve the special exception for the RV park at this location, based on my experience on the Jackson County Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Again, thank you for letting me go early. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Would you like me to move forward with the
Sure.
presentation?
Time out, time out.
Can we take a restroom break for like 5 minutes?
And I'll
Sure.
While we prepare, or 2 minutes?
5-minute preparation break. Sure.
Thank you.
And a steno break.
the video.
Good morning again. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Adam Dial, 9880 Briarcrest Lane, Van Cleve, Mississippi, 39565. I'm here as one of the investors in the Ocean Springs Islands RV Resort. So I'm here representing our team. We are the applicant. And I'd like to lead off this presentation with a animated video that's basically an illustrative master plan put to video so that you can see what we're proposing. I mean, you've heard that it's going to be a slum and that we're going to trash up Gulf Park Estates, and I'd like to set the record straight on that issue. Thank you for letting us show that. Before I get into the PowerPoint presentation, I would like to address a few things that were said earlier by the appellates that I take issue with, the factual nature of. I've tried really hard through this whole process to not be personal, to not attack people, even when I've been attacked. And my character's been attacked. I've had many false statements said about this project, said about me, and I'm going to try real hard to stay away from that, okay? I'm going to try to rise above that. But I would like to address a few things. I've never met Mr. Fondren before, and I'd like to give him a pass because he's pretty new to this project. So I think maybe he was unclear on some of the facts that were presented at the Planning Commission's meeting. And I'm happy to present that again today. So we get the second chance to present the same compelling information that the Planning Commission voted 6-0 in our favor. I'm also thankful that Mr. Fondren set the record straight when Mr. Colmer asked him if the case could be proven. He said, yes, it's provable, it could be proven. Because he had earlier said that it could not be. I'm also thankful that we're not here claiming a mere financial hardship. We didn't claim that at the Planning Commission meeting, a mere financial hardship. And we're not claiming a mere financial hardship here today. There's a tremendous regulatory hardship that comes into play on this property, and I'd like to explain it to you here in a few moments. I do like Mr. Fondren's elevations that he came up with. So if he does surveying, I would like to hire him to survey our property because his elevations are far more in our favor than the Mississippi licensed professional land surveyor who surveyed it came up with. I don't want to speculate about Mr. Muhidin's motivations, but he has made the statement to many people that he wanted to buy this property. I'll just leave that where it is. He dreams of a PUD project that has been on the books for 17 years. He dreams of a project that has no kids that go to school and no cars where people need to go to the grocery store. I don't think that's realistic, and I'd like to explain that in some of the traffic numbers when I get to them in this presentation that are based on the Institute of Traffic Engineers Traffic Generation Manual. It's a good place to start when you're trying to estimate daily car travel. I'd like to point out that Mr. Muhidin and Mr. Zednick don't live in this area. They live in Ocean Springs. They're investors in Gulf Park Estates with single-family rental houses in neighborhoods of homeowners. I'd like to thank Mr. Colson for his service to our country, and I genuinely mean that. I appreciate his professionalism. I appreciate the fact that he has not made one disparaging comment that I know of about our team. His argument is flawed when he says that there is a prohibition against RVs, and I intend to focus on that in my presentation. And I agree with him that we should all follow the rules in life. And I will attempt to show you in this presentation how we indeed are following the rules and that there is indeed a conditional use, special exception provision in the Jackson County zoning ordinance, which gives you all, if you deem appropriate upon your judgment, gives you the ability to make that decision. For a moment about our team, I'm thankful to have with me here today most of our team members. I'd like to start with Ed Treherne. Many of you may know Ed. Ed has been a fixture in this city and on this coast for a long time. By fixture, I mean he's old, but he's great. We've been friends a long time. I'm teasing about the old joke, Ed. We've been friends for 4 or 5 years now. And we've been partners on other projects. And Mr. Ed is a tremendous man. He's a man with great wise brain. He speaks wisdom into my life all the time. He has an amazing depth and breadth of development experience and business management experience. And I'm proud to call him a friend, and I'm going to show you some of his projects here in a moment as part of my development developer experience. Also have on our team Mark Havard. Mark and I have been friends for 20 years. Mark has a tremendous background in corporate finance and financial controlling for big companies. He's also done some project management work with some of those companies. He was appointed by the governor to the Commission on Marine Resources for 4 to 6 years, and he volunteered in that capacity because he has a passion for natural resources, for fisheries, for all things nature related. And I think that's one of the reasons he's involved in this project, is he loves it. He no longer serves in that capacity. He hasn't served in that capacity in years. Also on our team is Brent Lewis. Brent and his wife Valerie run Lawns Etc. It's a landscaping company based in Ocean Springs. They've been in this business for more than 25 years. They've employed between 10 and 15 people for a long time in our community. They do good work. They have great reputation. Brent and I have been friends for more than 15 years, and he has worked with me on a number of development projects. I began to really get to the point where I realized how much value he added, that he brought to the table, and I'm so thankful to have him as a partner. Our fifth partner is Jamie Campbell. Jamie is an attorney. He and his business partner Tucker Bird own Bird Campbell. It is a law firm in Dallas and Orlando. And Jamie is a minority partner in our organization, but we're thankful to have him. He provides great counsel and wisdom to us. There's a little more information there about our resumes. I've included it in the package. It gives more detail about what we've done. I don't want to bore you with it. My background is in project management, construction management, and civil engineering. I practiced as a licensed civil engineer for more than 10 years. And I worked for a multitude of companies, some of the largest project and construction management firm in the country, one of the largest construction management firms in the country, before I went into real estate development for myself more than 12 years ago. So what kind of experience do we have? It's really important when a team comes to town and says we can do something. You want to know, can they really do it? I don't want to stand up here and be braggadocious. I really don't. But I would like to just point to a few projects that myself or some of my partners have been involved with, just to prove out to you that we do have the resources and the experience and the knowledge to carry out what we're proposing to carry out. The picture on the screen is right in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. It's at the Roost. It's the courtyard and cocktail pool at the Roost Boutique Hotel in downtown Ocean Springs. Myself and 2 other partners developed this property over the last 6 or 7 years. We're really proud of it. If you haven't seen it, we'd love to invite you over and have you check it out. Architectural Digest called it the most beautiful hotel in Mississippi. It was a building built in 1892 that we bought and converted it into a boutique hotel. It had been a number of things over the years. At one point, it was, in the last 20 years, probably, it was the Porterhouse, a fine dining steak restaurant. You might remember it. You might remember eating there one day. Another development that myself and another partner did over the last 12 or 15 years, this was actually my first entry into real estate development. It's called the Cottages at Oak Park in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. It's on Government Street, immediately across the street from the Oak Park Elementary School. This is the one instance where if you hear Adam Dial in a mobile home park or a trailer park, it's a true reference, okay? Because we bought a 40-year-old trailer park, one that was developed in 1969. It was called the Pines Mobile Home Park. And many of the trailers from 1969 were still there when we bought it in 2009. We carefully helped the folks that lived there find new homes, gave them a lot more time than required by law, and redeveloped the infrastructure on this property and rebuilt 29 single-family homes there. that 29 families call home today. We caught a lot of flack when we built this development. And almost every development I've ever done, there's naysayers. But I'd like to make this point because it's so important. When the development is over with and people see how nice it is, they congratulate you for it, and sometimes you win awards. And we won both national and local community development awards for this development. Another local project that I'd like to put into the record is the Lighthouse Assisted Living and Memory Care in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Myself and 4 other partners developed and own and operate this today. It provides a wonderful home for more than 120 seniors who receive some of the best care in Mississippi. We offer assisted living, memory care, and independent living. Another development, one that Mr. Ed developed in Orange Beach, is a luxury RV resort. It was developed in the last 10 years. It's won awards. It's been in the top 50, been listed in the top 50 luxury RV resorts in the country. It's immediately across the street from the wharf on Canal Road in Orange Beach. I have personally stayed there in my RV. It is very nice. It is very well done. And I know Mr. Ed is very proud of it. Bella Luna is a condominium tower that's bayside in Orange Beach. Mr. Ed was a part of this project. He developed this project. And it's today, even though it's been a number of years, it is still one of the nicer bayside condominiums in the Gulf Shores Orange Beach area. So I list that relevant experience just to show you that we have a history of doing what we say we're going to do, that we try to develop projects that are good for our community. I'm thankful to get to work and to live and to worship here in this county, in a place where I do most of my business. And when I go around town, I don't hang my head. I try not to be a prideful person at all, but I don't hang my head because I'm not ashamed of those projects. I'm proud of those projects. So why a luxury RV resort on the Pine Island Golf Course? Well, I'd start by saying it is an incredibly beautiful site with the most unique set of natural amenities. And I'd say our region really needs a luxury RV resort. All the market studies say we need one. Feasibility report that we paid dearly for says we need one. There's miles of sunset, marsh, and water views and natural areas for trails. Because of the roughly 400 acres, we're only proposing to develop 100 of it. So there's 300 acres that remain as buffer area. There's previously developed infrastructure in place, miles of it actually, roads, water and sewer lines on the property. But it is in the floodplain, and it was made worse after Hurricane Katrina when FEMA remapped the coast and changed things for all of us. I do believe that it is the highest and best use of the property. And I believe that because the most valuable assets, which are people and the RVs, are able to be removed from harm's way before the hurricane makes landfall. I include this slide in the presentation, not to dwell on it, but for the record, this is a previously developed site. This plat was filed in the vault room, Jackson County Land Records, in the courthouse in 1976. And there was plats filed for every one of these islands because there were roughly 200 single-family lots and an 18-hole golf course that were built out there about that time. And it was contemplated as a golf course and country club at least 10 or 15 years before that. It operated as a resort for decades before Hurricane Georges flooded the property, and they decided to sell. And when they sold, it was rezoned as a PUD in 2001. And then that PUD plan was amended in 2006 to its current zoning. I show 1,162 condos, townhomes, and villas. Some of the other presenters gave you a more detailed breakdown of the same number. If you add up all of those numbers, you arrive at 1,162. Plus a 200-room hotel and conference center, 18-hole golf course, and commercial space. This is not what we're proposing. We're proposing a luxury RV resort with significantly less impact on the community, and I'd like to show you that. But this current zoning was approved by this very Board of Supervisors in 2006. It was deemed at the time to promote the public health, the safety, and the general welfare of Jackson County and the citizens that live here. It was deemed to not be injurious to the neighborhood in 2006. So our luxury RV resort will have naturally shaded RV sites, 476 of them. I'll get into the details of them in a minute, but what I want you to see here is the green space that exists on this plan. The reason it's so green is because these RV sites are very small compared to 1,162 condominiums, a 200-room hotel, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll back that up in my open space calculation in a moment. On the far western side, northwestern side of this slide, you'll see a small island called Banana Island. That's where Greg Williams and Doug Molyneux own a lot. The only lot, small lot, very small, maybe 80 feet wide and maybe 40 feet deep. But the only parcel of land that we don't own behind the gate. And I appreciate you letting Doug and Greg come up here and speak to you. I felt like it was important as property owners behind the gate that they got to put their comments into the record. So that Banana Island on the far west side will contain the 20 resort-owned airstreams. They'll be waterfront. They have tremendous sunset views. This will give a unique opportunity for individuals and couples and groups who don't own an RV, but would maybe like the opportunity for a unique, authentic, outdoor experience. They'd like to have a camping experience, but they're just not ready to dive off into RV ownership. Or maybe they don't want to, maybe they're not comfortable pulling an RV anywhere. Well, they have the opportunity, they will hopefully have the opportunity to rent one here. In a similar vein as these resort-owned airstreams, we propose 16 secluded tree houses. If you look on this plan, on the very northern side of the mainland, there's a wooded, secluded area. It's about 8 acres. Our goal is to take these tree houses and nestle them into the wooded area to maintain privacy and seclusion. I can see it being a great opportunity. I think about like family reunions and things like that. Maybe a few members of a family own an RV, but not everybody owns an RV. Maybe most of the people don't. Well, here's an opportunity for them to say, hey, we're going to meet up here, and we're all going to have a place to stay. The thing that sets luxury RV resorts apart from a normal, run-of-the-mill, 40-year-old camper-trailer park is an amazing location that provides a draw, right? Something for people to come see and do, a unique place, whether it be a lake, a river, a coastline, water. and amenities. Location and amenities. We have the location. We're committed to the amenities. These amenities include pickleball, a marina, boat launch, volleyball, lazy river, multiple pools, and multiple clubhouses. And that might sound a little crazy to say multiple pools and multiple clubhouses, but when you look at the unique nature of the property with the multiple islands and how at times, you know, it seems like people's enjoyment of campgrounds is based on proximity to activities, right? Proximity to amenities. You know, they say in the design world that people won't walk more than a quarter of a mile. That's a 5-minute walk. And you really need to keep it in certain parts of the South way less than that, right? And so we have attempted to spread amenities out across the islands rather than concentrate them in one spot and create a 10 or 12-minute walk to get to them. I mentioned earlier about market share and economic impact, and I think this is an important point to make. You basically see that I list out some high-end luxury RV resorts, both in Alabama and Mississippi and Louisiana. Well, actually, I don't list any in Mississippi. I list the ones in the state to the east, Alabama, and I list the ones in the state to the west. You'll see that Alabama and Louisiana have almost double the market share that Mississippi has. Mr. Colson mentioned earlier that I made the statement that there's, or maybe someone else mentioned it, I'm not sure, that there was no shortage of bad RV parks in Jackson County. And I said it. I stand by it. We are trying to bring something great here. And I think one of the reasons there's been so much contention is because there are so many, there's quite a few bad examples of RV parks in Jackson County. And I think this chart shows and further reinforces that comment. There are, on this slide, there are roughly more than $900 million worth of market share in RV campgrounds and travel impact. And Mississippi is dragging behind almost to the tune of 50% of the neighboring states. The other thing I forgot to mention earlier is I would love to agree with Mr. Muhyiddin's property tax assessment. He referenced a $30,000 a year tax bill that I could have in the future once I develop this RV park. And if there's any way for me to secure that here today, I'd like to secure that. But I'm afraid that's not the case. My slides, my feasibility study that came from an RV park consultant that works all over this country, she projected I might pay $1 million in property taxes in the next 10 years. I hope she's wrong, but I'm afraid she's probably right. That would be annually, but by year 10. It would basically increase every year is the way we think the assessment would work. In addition to that, you know, these kinds of properties with this kind of commerce and revenue generate tremendous sales tax. I realize that the county doesn't get a lot of that sales tax, maybe doesn't get any of that sales tax. That's a state sales tax collected, but it's a real tax, and it's will really be paid, and it will really go to the state, and they will really do great things with it, I'm sure. I'm not sure about that, Supervisor Ross. Like, is that a state tax, or is that, there is a county tax for that? Is that 2%? And it's applicable over the entire county. Well, that's probably a tax I'm not contemplating right now. That's in addition to these, because I only calculated 7% on the sales tax. So I would bet the head-on bed tax is based on gross revenue and would be in addition to that 7%, right? So it'd be 9%. 2% goes to the head-on bed tax for the county. That's collected by the county and goes straight to the county. Oh, it does. I got you. Okay. So then that's an additional roughly 2% on top of the 7. I'm going to say that's another 300,000 or 400,000 that I don't have contemplated in this number annually. Tourism and luxury RV resorts. There's 14 million visitors annually to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. The studies that I referenced, which came from coastal Mississippi, show these visitors are increasingly seeking authentic and unique outdoor travel experiences. That's what we're trying to provide with this much-needed project. We all know that tourism is a huge part of our local economy, and I have read in this same report put out by Coastal Mississippi that hospitality sector is the second largest private employer on the coast. So we have this wealth of employees who are already geared towards the thinking. We all know Mississippi is the hospitality state. They're already trained. They're hospitality-oriented folks. This is one more opportunity to double down in an area where we're winning on the coast. I mentioned earlier that the highest and best use of this property is a luxury RV resort. I believe that with all of my being. I mentioned to you it's a beautiful, scenic, wooded waterfront property, extremely desirable for development, but it is significantly in the floodplain with some significant floodplain challenges that I will address. It's a previously developed site, significant investments in infrastructure already made. Assets that will be placed here would not be required to have flood insurance because they're there for recreation and vacation purposes. And they would be evacuated just as the people would well in advance of the storms.
Mr. Dow, how far ahead of the storm are they expected to be leaving? A week, 2 weeks?
So I talked at length with the Jackson County Emergency Services Department about this issue. And I think typically what they do for most of the county is like whenever there's a need to evacuate, they're 24 hours before the landfalling storm. They advised me that I should be 48 hours in advance of the landfalling storm to be out of the way of the crowd that's coming behind. Yep. So there is a potential for us to allow resort memberships on this property, which would provide nearby residents access to amenities. We've had a lot of people that have asked us about this that live in the Gulf Park Estates community. We actually have a lot of support in the Gulf Park Estates community. We have some opposition as well. I'm not saying we don't, but there's a lot of support there. If we choose to allow these resort memberships, they would need to be reviewed annually. And the access, the daily access, would need to be based on daily occupancy. We would need to modulate it in such a way that we did not disappoint anybody with a resort membership, but also that we did not overcrowd our resort and cause a problem to our guests and they have a bad experience. There would also need to be strict adherence to a set of resort rules, and these memberships will be revocable based on that set of rules, in order to maintain the standards that we intend to maintain. I'm certainly not done, but I put this slide in here just to pause for a minute in case you had any more questions that were about the previous few slides.
What would your proposed build-out time be? What would it be years-wise from start to finish? What's your proposed build-out time?
I would expect that it's probably 3 years. From start to finish. It'd be multiple phases, and we would start on the extreme western side of the development and work our way in.
To follow up on that, if this were to go through and we're moving forward, is there a way to coordinate that with the construction of the road so that we're not sitting here way behind the time frame to get the road completed?
Certainly. I mean, certainly there is, and we will work with the county to our greatest extent possible. I mean, I think we could work with the road manager to set some kind of schedule that's reasonable for everybody to work with. As with any business, where you have a business plan and you borrow money to develop properties, you can't sit on something for years and years and years waiting on something to happen like a road project to open. But I think we can easily accommodate any kind of reasonable schedule on the Beachview Drive improvement project.
You just said borrow money. We heard earlier you would not be able to borrow money.
Yes, sir.
Can you comment on that?
Well, our bank says we can. We've talked with them at length. They have already loaned money on the property and are willing to loan the rest of it. So I don't have a letter from them today, but they have committed to us that they would, and they're very aware of what we're proposing to do and how we're proposing to accomplish it.
Yeah, I think the issue was you cannot get insurance, so therefore you cannot borrow money.
Well, I don't, let's see. I don't believe that I cannot get insurance on the clubhouses and those structures. I think I was saying earlier that RVs won't need flood insurance because they're temporary living quarters for recreation and vacation purposes. Do you know what I mean?
Well, they're the responsibility of the owners also.
That's correct. So they have insurance, but I'm sure they don't have flood insurance on their RV. It eliminates the need for that from a floodplain management standpoint, was really my point.
What is the bank, the issue they had earlier with the loaning was the fact that you can't convey a special use to another buyer in the future. So if things went south and everything, say everything went great for a year or two, and it
Sure.
goes south, and you're like, we're going to sell it. And the bank's going to say, hey, we don't want to loan money to someone if they can't guarantee a continuation of the product that we financed.
Well, I think, just to read, and I'm sorry to digress and read a definition from the ordinance, but I mean, you know, the last slide in this presentation that I'll show at the end is that of a conditional use in the Jackson County zoning. It's the last slide before the support letters that are included in this document. And it's from the Jackson County zoning ordinance, and it's that of a conditional use or special use. At the end, it says also referred to as a special exception, as if those words are interchangeable. Conditional use, special use, also referred to as a special exception. And the last sentence in that definition says, a permit granted by the Board of Supervisors for the initiation of this conditional use will not change the zoning of the property involved and will allow such use to continue as long as the specific use granted by the conditional use remains the same. So in my estimation of that, and I may be misunderstanding it, but in my estimation of it, as long as the use we're applying for, the plan we are proposing, as long as we implement it as we say we will, as long as we operate it as we say we will, then the use is secure and can continue as granted as long as the conditional use remains the same. You know what I mean? As long as we don't change the use. So I believe it is a secure use. Our bank believes it is a secure use. We're taking a lot of risk based on that use. I appreciate all these appellates being concerned about my business risk. I really do, but we believe that we have assessed the risk, and we believe we have it covered, and our bank is in agreement with that.
One thing you did not do earlier when you were speaking about the other properties that you've developed, what's the value of them? What's the combined value of what you and your team have put together with the Roos, Pandian, all of them together? Do you have those numbers handy?
So I reference it, but it's probably a little dated on that second slide. I say my role in projects with total budgets over $40 million have ranged from design management, value engineering, of site development, blah, blah, blah. Ed's, Ed helped grow a company. He and several other people grew a $5 million company a year, $500 million worth of annual revenue. I don't right offhand have the culmination of of my development portfolio and what I've done and Ed's development portfolio together, but I would venture to say it is in the high hundreds of millions of dollars. Mid to high hundreds of millions of dollars.
How many of those developments do you still own? Have you sold any of them?
I have sold some, but not until the last year. You know, the market was really good. It was time for me I had owned some of them for 10 years. So like this Cottages at Oak Park development, I've sold it over the last year. I have another one in Pass Christian with the same partner that we've sold. We kind of had, it's time to reinvest in other things, and, you know. We still own the Lighthouse, still own the Roost. Any other questions before I keep going? I don't mean to rush you, but I don't want to drag on either. So some design considerations that we considered. I'm sure you'd like to know that we considered as much as we could consider when putting this plan in place. Noise always comes up. One of the best ways to mitigate noise is distance and area, right? So we bought a 400-acre site, and we're only developing 100 of it. So there's 300 acres surrounding the 100 that is open water, marsh, wooded areas. This distance, coupled with the trees and other vegetation, will help alleviate the noise. The buffer distance provided by our plan, I know there were some questions earlier from one of the appellate's attorneys about how far we were away from neighboring houses. Supervisor Morris asked a great question about that. We're 300 to 3,000 feet, and that's the placement of RVs to neighboring houses with this plan. I know that's a big range, but it's a really big property. And there's not very many that are closer to the 300 feet range. Most of them are well above that. A lot more of them are in the 5, 6, 7, 800, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet range in terms of distance from adjacent residential homes. Why is that important? Well, the county thinks it's important because in the Jackson County zoning ordinance, when you look at the site plan requirements for RV parks, they require a minimum buffer of 50 feet. And most people provide the minimum. So if you were to permit an RV park in an R4 zone, which you can do in Jackson County, you'd be required to have a 50-foot buffer. You'd be meeting the ordinance. We're providing between 6 times that to 60 times that. So 600% to 6,000%. That's the increased buffer we're providing with our plan. I feel like I've already addressed this, but when we bought the property in March, there were some remaining in-holdings within the property. There were 8 or 9 parcels. There were 2 residents that lived out there in homes. I know you guys have heard from some of those residents over the last few years about bridges and other things. We bought all those parcels out, except for the one that Doug Molyneux and Greg Williams own on Banana Island. And I just think it's important to put that into the record that this property has been reassembled in a way that it hasn't been reassembled in 100 years. It hasn't been under one ownership in a long, long time. And now it is all under one ownership, but the one parcel, and they're here in support. They have, there's a letter of support from Doug Molyneux in the back of the presentation. Another design consideration would be traffic, probably the biggest one. I won't belabor the point, but I'd just like to throw a few real numbers at you based on real traffic generation estimates. The Gulf Regional Planning Commission does traffic estimates, and they have one on Beachview Drive for 2021. They said the average daily traffic count was 9,600 cars per day. This current PUD plan, the the condo master plan, if you will, that's currently entitled, would increase the traffic by 14,000 cars per day, taking a $9,600 a day, a 9,600 car per day number to a 23,600 car per day number. Whereas what we're proposing, a luxury RV resort, would increase the traffic, according to my numbers, by 720 cars per day. Mr. Muhyiddin came up with, I believe, 1,200 cars per day. In the grand scheme of things, we're not that far off, but I don't believe he's taking into account my water taxi. A traffic engineer that's using the Institute of Traffic Engineers Traffic Generation Manual would take into account a water taxi. Other design...
Excuse me, what would that be? I would assume, people using the water taxi would be RV owners that are staying in the park, and they would use the water taxi.
I agree with that.
Which might be therefore zero increase to traffic on Beachview.
Well, and that was my point, that my number is 720 cars per day, and his number was, I think, 1,200 cars per day. I took into account a water taxi. He did not. I justified why his number was larger than mine,
okay, in
terms of the estimates. And my number, it could be high. You know, I gave a range of 5 to 10% increase on the 9,600 cars per day number, and I landed on 720, which is probably 7.5%. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. So design considerations, traffic plan, you know, I put into the record basically the Jackson County Board of Supervisors 2023 four-year road plan. I know you guys had a big plan to improve Beachview Drive in sections. I hope, and I'll just summarize, I hope you carry out the plan much faster than the four-year road plan proposes. I think it is in everyone's best interest. I think it's in all of your best interest. I think it's in our best interest. I think it's in all the citizens of Gulf Park Estate's best interest for that road project to be done well and done expediently. And I said this at the public meeting I held at the Elks Lodge, that our interests are very aligned, that road project should be like high priority and should happen quickly, and I hope you will consider that. Another consideration is drainage. I'll be very brief, but we live in an extremely wet environment. Y'all know that. I don't have to tell you that. When it rains, it rains. We had tremendous rain this past weekend. I don't know how much you got at your house, but we were somewhere between 6 and 7.5 inches at mine, and in a short period of time. So drainage is important. I know that, and we want to be good neighbors. And I have good news. Because of the nature of this development, it's a string of islands attached to a peninsula, right? So it's a peninsula jutting out into the marsh with a string of islands attached to it. Almost impossible for me to block someone's downstream drainage because we're separated by marsh, right? I know there's not hills in Gulf Park Estates, but figuratively think about a residence is on this hill, there's the marsh, our RVs are on this opposing hill. When it rains, the water runs to the marsh and runs to the Gulf, right? And that was the purpose of my crudely drawn sketch on the slide, to try to convey that point. Water runs downhill, we all know it. The beauty of this is that we're separated by, in 95% of the areas, we are separated by marsh from our neighbors. Where we're not, there's an extensive ditch network, which is shown by that little arrow there, and 25 years of overgrowth and a vacant property might have clogged some of the drainage ditches over the years, We've been removing deadfall and leaf debris and leaf litter from those ditches and only improving drainage on our property and therefore the neighbor's property. I feel like Greg Williams and Doug Molyneux addressed property values sufficiently. There is real evidence that the Back Bay RV Resort, which opened in 2020, from 2021 to 2023, showed increases in property values. And now on to the criteria for special exception. You all are familiar with the requirements of this ordinance. We presented to these requirements at the Planning Commission meeting, and the Planning Commission deemed we met them. And I'd like to present again along these same lines. Beginning with that a literal interpretation of the ordinance would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other residents of the district in which the property is located. I'd like to differentiate from what some of the appellates said. The district is very clearly defined in your ordinance. It's a zoning district. What is our zoning district? We are a PUD. We have a specific boundary. So when the reference is to the district, it's not to any other zoning district, it's to our zoning district. The PUD boundary, this zoning boundary that governs our property, it does not have any residents in it. And it only includes property that we own, but the one. And they were here in support of this effort. And our counsel, Ms. St. Pay, will address this in more detail in a moment. But the only rights associated with the PUD district are those allowed through the master plan approved in 2006. Also, this literal interpretation of the Jackson County zoning ordinance would work an unnecessary hardship on us as the applicant. I would submit into the record that the property has functioned as a resort for decades, that it was rezoned to a PUD in 2001, and that PUD was amended in 2006 to the Big Condo Master Plan, and that a regulatory hardship that was unique and peculiar to this property occurred in 2009. FEMA changed the flood maps. The board, trying to be a good manager of floodplains, adopted those FEMA changes. And I'll get into more detail on that in a moment. Secondly, for a criteria for a special exception, the proposed must be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the Jackson County zoning ordinance. What is the purpose and the intent of the Jackson County zoning ordinance? It says that it is to promote the public health, safety, and the general welfare of Jackson County and its citizenry. And that it's supposed to accomplish this through attaining the objectives of the comprehensive plan through the regulation of location, height, number of stories, spacing of buildings and other structures, the density and distribution of the population, the size of yards and other open spaces. Let the record reflect that in 2006, when the Jackson County Board of Supervisors approved this PUD plan, that they were working under these criteria, and they approved the current PUD plan at 1,362 resort units. That includes the hotel units. Our proposed luxury resort PUD plan reduces that number by more than half to 514. That addresses distribution of population, number of structures, and density. As it relates to height and stories of buildings, on average, the current PUD plan showed 4-story buildings, except for the 200-room hotel. I noticed on Mr. Muhadin's slide that he had a 165-foot building height limit, which must have been related to the 200-room hotel that was proposed. Our proposal for a luxury RV resort PUD plan is 96% single story. Not only is that true, but the average unit footprint of the old plan would have been for about an 1,800 square foot unit on average, if you average everything out. Our proposed PUD plan, which not only has less than half of the number of units, also has units that are less than 1/4 the footprint. Less than 1/4. Keep in mind, we're trying to attain the objectives of this comprehensive plan through managing all of these technical things, and I'm trying to show you with this table that every one of them is a reduction in the proper direction, except the open space one, which is an increase in the proper direction, because open space is good, right? More open space is better. You see also that the density is more than cut in half. And you see that the open space number goes through the roof, as evidenced by all the green that you could see in the conceptual slide. Would you hand that, that foam core? I totally forgot to bring it out. No, just the board. Just the board, yeah, the big board. And I would note that this will not be injurious to the neighborhood or the general welfare. So why would I say that? Well, in 2006, it was deemed by this board to not be, this is just the same plan that everyone has seen. Just in the event you want to look at it, I'm sorry I didn't put it out at the beginning. But it will not be injurious to the neighborhood or the general welfare. Just as in 2006, when the Jackson County Board of Supervisors approved this plan, they deemed it met the purpose and intent of the ordinance. They deemed it would not be injurious to the neighborhood or the general welfare. This significant reduction in all of these categories is that much more or less injurious. Another third point of criteria that has to be met is that the special circumstances cannot be the result of the applicant. And I would just say here today that the applicant we did not set the floodplain elevations. FEMA remapped these in 2009, and this Jackson County Board of Supervisors adopted them. The applicant did not expand the VE zone or the limits of moderate wave action, which we'll get to in a moment, which is basically also VE zone. The county has defined it that way. We didn't do that. The applicant did not do that. FEMA changed those zones, expanded the VE zone or the FEMA equivalent of the VE zone on this peculiar, unique piece of property. Jackson County Board of Supervisors adopted that in an effort to be a good floodplain manager. The applicant did not set the flood insurance rates. FEMA issued 2.0 in 2022. We're all too familiar with that, many of us. The applicant also did not cause commercial development along Beachview Drive and specifically adjacent to the property at the Simmons Bayou Harbor area. We didn't have anything to do with the commercial strip in 2008 at Beachview and Old Spanish Trail. We didn't have anything to do with the Dollar General construction or development. We didn't have anything to do with the fire station or the boat and RV storage, multiple places right near our entrance. We didn't have anything to do with the Elks Lodge being developed and established. We didn't have anything to do with the Bayou Bar and Grill being established, though we love to eat hamburgers there and at the Funky Monkey. But we didn't do it. We did not create those special circumstances. We also did not create and increase the nightly vacation rental market in Gulf Park Estates, which is the highest concentration of Airbnb and VRBO rentals in Jackson County. And if it's not the highest concentration, it is one of the highest. I believe it is the highest. Significant increases in nightly vacation rentals in the Gulf Park Estates area since 2006. They probably would be open for that because they probably would be. The condo project probably would be. I mean, there would be no specific prohibition of it that I'm aware of. Regulatory hardship, you've heard me discuss it. I'd just like to expound on it briefly. In 2009, the 4 flood zones that are shown on this property, the base flood elevations were increased by 4 feet. It's a really significant change for a property like this. In addition to that, and expanding upon this regulatory hardship, you see a figure on the screen with green hatch on it. What I'm showing you is the area of developable land that lies within what's called the limits of moderate wave action. In the Jackson County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, anything within the limits of moderate wave action is lumped into and treated like VE zone. Same requirements or the same restrictions that are applied to you in a VE zone also apply to the limits of moderate wave action. It's a really big deal for this property. Prior to 2009, only the dark green, the solid green, would have been restricted by the VE zone requirements. After 2009, that area was increased by more than 1,000%, declaring a much larger area at great flood risk. This is just evidence that when the property was rezoned as a PUD in 2001 and amended in 2006, the 1992 flood maps would have been the prevailing governing flood maps. As we all know, we live on the coast, flood insurance rates have gone up. Everybody's crying and upset about it, thus the artwork there. Also like to just remind everyone that the nightly vacation rentals in Gulf Park Estates, the density is there, and this slide conveys that. Now on to my direct response to the appellates and their letters that they submitted to you all. In no particular order, Mr. Colson claimed procedural errors in the first part of his letter. He claims that the commission prejudiced the hearings, but I believe that the record from the Planning Commission meeting will reflect that the applicant presented in accordance with instructions and process laid out by county ordinances and planning officials. The record will reflect that many in attendance came in favor of our project and they spoke in support of the project. The record will also reflect that there were many in attendance that spoke in opposition to the project. At the conclusion of that roughly 4.5-hour Planning Commission meeting, the public hearing was concluded and the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval. He also claims a procedural error based on the action taken the day of the Planning Commission meeting, like that maybe action should not have been taken the day of the meeting, according to him. But after the proper public hearing was held, the Planning Commission acted, just as they do once a month, every month, as a recommending body to you all. Mr. Colson also claims substantive errors. And this is probably the most important point that I'd like for you to see today. Because there are broad errors, misunderstandings, misrepresentations, or discrepancies in his appeal letter from 10/25/23. And the biggest one lies in this highlighted statement. If you can bear with me for the next 2 or 3 minutes, this is extremely important. This is taken, section 5.01.22, from the PUD Planned Unit Development Zoning District Description in the Jackson County Zoning Ordinance. I've abbreviated for the sake of this slide. The last sentence, it's highlighted, says, "This district does not allow campers, travel trailers, tents, or recreational vehicles to be used for living purposes." Seems scary when you first read it, not for living purposes, until you really understand it. Once you really understand what it means, it's not scary at all. That's why I'm dragging it into the middle of the room right now. If I was scared of this sentence, I would have tried to hide it. Mr. Colson misrepresents this sentence as a prohibition against RVs. He desperately wants it to be a prohibition against RVs because the Keenum case and other cases that the other appellate's attorneys have mentioned here today all rely on a prohibition in this ordinance against RVs. Interpreting that sentence to read that way violates the rules of logic, which I'll show you in a moment, and conflicts with the accepted interpretation of this ordinance by the Planning Commission, by the Planning Director, by the Planning Departments, by the way the county has operated for the last number of years, probably a decade or more. Why do I say this? That's a strong statement for me to make. Well, I'd like to show you through the next few slides that that same sentence appears in every residential zoning district in Jackson County. So in the Jackson County zoning ordinance, in every description of every residential zoning district, that same sentence or a very similar sentence appears. You see it in A1, you see it in A2, in A3, it's abbreviated just at the beginning to say, nor does it allow campers, travel trailers, tents, or recreational vehicles to be used for living purposes. Also in R1, same sentence in R1A, same sentence in R1B, same sentence in R2, same sentence in R3. Same sentence in R4, and the same sentence in R5. Oh, wait a minute. Did I say R4? R4 is the residential zoning district that permits RV parks by right. But yet it says this district does not allow campers, travel trailers, tents, or recreational vehicles to be used for living purposes. So let's think about that. This district does not allow campers, travel trailers, tents, or recreational vehicles to be used for living purposes. So every residential zoning district I've showed you in the last few slides, every residential zoning district description in Jackson County includes this sentence. Even in R4, where RV parks are permitted by right. So what does the definition of an RV park say in the same ordinance, the Jackson County zoning ordinance? Well, you'll see that it says, any parcel of land upon which recreational vehicle sites are located, established, or maintained for temporary occupancy by recreational vehicles of the general public as temporary living quarters for recreation or vacation purposes. This definition explains it. It says for recreation and vacation purposes, recreation or vacation purposes. It does not say for living purposes, because the county has decided that nowhere in Jackson County should these vehicles be used for living purposes. This is the decision of the county, it's the way the county operates, and they've clearly defined it. And I would like to reiterate to you all today that we are not seeking the use for living purposes. We are seeking the conditional use, special exception for recreation or vacation purposes and/or vacation purposes, as defined by the Jackson County zoning ordinance and the Jackson County flood damage prevention ordinance. And then I would just stress that in summary of this simple argument that has received so much attention, therefore, that the not for living purposes statement cannot be interpreted as a prohibition against RVs because it violates the rules of logic and it violates the interpretation that is established by this ordinance. And I won't go into Keenum in great detail, but Keenum was based, this was a court case that's been referenced by all the appellates. Ms. St. Pay, who will be representing us in a moment, will address it. But Keenum was based on the specific prohibition against a use. You know, you can't have a specific prohibition against a use and then allow the use. And that was the whole point of Mr. Colson and the others trying so hard to establish the specific prohibition against RVs. That's why he mentioned it 14 times in his letter. But it's just not the fact. And then I would just say at the very end of this slide, what is clearly prohibited by the county's ordinances is having an RV for living purposes, which is not being proposed by us, the applicant. I'd move on now to Mr. Zednick's appeals letter. He claimed that the development was not in harmony with a platted residential community. The errors in this claim are that we are not in a platted residential community. We are adjacent to a platted residential community. We are our own zoning district, a planned unit development district with specific boundaries, no residents, and we're separated by a buffer area of 300 to 3,000 feet from adjacent neighborhoods that might be platted. Any plats that were on this property were partially vacated in 2007. That's what the top part of this slide is. It's just evidence that the plats were vacated in 2007, partially. We bought up the remaining holdings over the last 7 or 8 or 9 months. But the one parcel that we don't own, that Greg Williams and Doug Molyneux were here today to speak in favor of our development. Also, regarding Mr. Zednick's appeals letter, I would like to point out this slide. It's extremely important. You know, we were talking about R4 residential districts a moment ago, the ones where the ordinance allows a recreational vehicle park by right. And there's roughly 400 acres, 2 blocks east of our PUD property that is zoned R4, where an RV park application could be submitted to you all next month if they have sufficient land for an RV park. And now on to Mr. Muhadeen, whose appeals letter also contains broad errors, misunderstandings, misrepresentations, and discrepancies in his understanding both of the Jackson County zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. He referenced RV parks that were voted down by Jackson County, which are extremely different from what we're proposing, both in the location and in the level of amenity. If you remember, I defined a luxury RV resort earlier as being those two issues are the critical issues. Do you have a real draw? Is it a real, unique site, beautiful site, natural amenity? Is there a draw there? And are you proposing significant amenity package? We're grossly different from what was proposed. They don't compare in any way to what we're proposing here. Ours is a resort. Ours is a PUD with a long history of development as a resort, and it's been permitted as an extremely intense resort for a long time. The others were in rural areas. I'm not certain of the zoning. I think they were agricultural in nature, but I'm not sure. I should have confirmed that. Ours has a sufficient roadway access plan with the Beachview Drive Improvement Project. Ours has sufficient water and sewer access per our conversations with utility services and their commitment to provide water and sewer service to us. Ours is a previously developed site with substantial developable area and substantial infrastructure in place. Ours is a beautiful site with unique natural amenities, very different from the other referenced RV parks. Mr. Muhyiddin also misrepresents information in the comprehensive plan. Specifically, the Fontainebleau area planning goals and the SWOT assessment. As you see on the slide, either our luxury RV resort or the Beachview Drive Improvement Project will address each of these items. Thank you. It will improve public access to recreational amenities. The Beachview Drive Improvement Project will ensure functional and efficient evacuation routes. This is taken from the Fontainebleau area planning goals in the comprehensive plan of Jackson County. There was a goal to construct walkways to improve sidewalks, which would be sufficient and wide enough to assure safety of its users. My understanding of the Beachview Drive Improvement Project addresses that goal. And then, on the Fontainebleau planning area SWOT assessment, throughout, there are references to strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats that are all addressed by either the luxury RV resort and or the Beachview Drive Improvement Project. With the final one being stricter environmental regulations may force much of this area to remain undeveloped. This, in turn, may pose a burden on the county to continue to improve infrastructure in the area without an increase in the property taxes. So there was a concern by the planners that areas that were hard to develop would stay outside of the stream of commerce, and that the county would have to continue to invest in infrastructure like this $10, $12, $14 million Beachview Drive Improvement Project without an increase in property taxes. I would submit to you that this project addresses that threat by increasing property taxes from their current state of $35,000 a year to somewhere close to $1 million a year within 10 years. Taken from the Jackson County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance is this statutory authorization, which once again references that these regulations are designed to promote the public health, safety, and the general welfare of the citizenry. It's why the county adopts floodplain management regulations. More from that ordinance on the second and third page, or third and fourth page. In its statement of purpose, it says our purpose is to restrict or prohibit uses which are dangerous to health, safety, and property talking about people's lives and property. It's also to control the alteration of natural floodplains, stream channels, and natural protective barriers, and to control filling, grading, dredging, and other development which may increase erosion or flood damage. The objectives are to protect human life and health, to protect people, to minimize the need for rescue and relief efforts associated with flooding, to minimize prolonged business interruptions, and to help maintain a stable tax base by providing for the sound use and development of flood-prone areas. All from the county's ordinance. So we have a current PUD plan, the condo master plan versus the luxury RV resort, and we're looking at it in light of the Jackson County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance. I'd ask you to look at it in light of that for a moment. Is building roughly 1,200 condos or 1,200 residential units plus 200-room hotel in the velocity zone or the FEMA equivalent or the adjacent zones in the best interest of the county? Does it truly promote the public health, the safety, and the general welfare? Or is there something better, a higher and better use? I would submit to you that it is a luxury RV resort. I would then ask you the questions, which one do you think makes us safer? Which one is more sustainable? Which one makes our coast more resilient? And which one makes our first responders' jobs safer and easier? And I can't help but mention this. It is ironic to me that 2 of the 3 appellates are too young to have lost a home to Hurricane Katrina's storm surge. They're not from here, and they probably didn't live here when that storm hit. I can tell you that I spent more than a decade of my life rebuilding from Hurricane Katrina, helping this coast rebuild from Hurricane Katrina. Yet those are the ones promoting what so seems to me to be an irrational and a zealous effort to develop in the floodplain in an irresponsible way. Moving on, FEMA puts out guidance. You guys know you have a floodplain manager, a certified floodplain manager. It's probably in the room right now. FEMA issues guidance about what to do in floodplains. The FEMA 480 circular, Floodplain Management Requirements, a study guide and desk reference for local officials, says that recreational vehicle parks and campgrounds are often good uses for floodplains, particularly when flooding usually occurs during seasons when these facilities are not in use or where there is plenty of warning time prior to a flood. Just like the Jackson County Emergency Services Department monitors storms, notifies residents of the county, and gives sufficient warning time prior to a flood. Also in the Jackson County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, I would read out from the definition of a recreational vehicle that they are, in the highlighted, designed primarily not for use as a permanent dwelling, but as temporary living quarters for recreational, camping, travel, or seasonal use. More from the Jackson County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance. All recreational vehicles which are not self-propelled must comply with the FEMA Technical Bulletin, the guidelines for the placement of temporary structures in special flood hazard areas. And even more important and critical is the definition of mitigation, which means sustained actions taken to reduce or eliminate long-term risks to people and property. It was said to you that I have a mere financial hardship. It could not be farther from the truth. This property has a unique and a peculiar regulatory hardship that I've tried very hard to lay out before you. But in addition to this regulatory hardship, I'd like to close with a few remaining points. Not only does one of the appellates, Mr. Muad'Dib, think we should irrationally develop in the floodplain irresponsibly, he also thinks that a condo project is better than a luxury RV resort, better on the school system. I would tell you that this slide is a reasonable estimation of 900 additional students to the Ocean Springs School District by the currently permitted, entitled condo master plan, compared to relatively zero additional students from a luxury RV resort. Regarding increased traffic on Beachview Drive, the current condo master plan would show an increase of 14,000 cars per day, based on real calculations from Institute of Transportation Engineers, Trip Generation Manual, the ninth generation edition. Compared to a luxury RV resort, roughly 720 cars per day. Demand on water and sewer utilities with the condo master plan, roughly 400,000 gallons per day of water and sewer demand. Water and sewer demand from a luxury RV resort, less than 100,000. Hurricane evacuation traffic, 24 hours prior to landfall. 2,500 cars per day through the currently entitled condo master plan, compared to roughly 25. Because our evacuation plan we will have put in place, we'll have all of these campers and RVs out of harm's way well in advance of the county's mandated evacuation. Once again, luxury RV resorts are unique and different. I'd like to say these last two slides that the ordinance grants the Planning Commission the authority to review and recommend for other similar uses. Our level of amenity and investment and the unique characteristics of this luxury RV resort with its resort-owned airstreams, the tree houses, the bayou houses, and the high level of amenity place it in a category of its own. And the ordinance grants this board the authority to act. In particular, a land use which would not generally be appropriate in a particular zoning district, but which, with certain restrictions or conditions, would, in the judgment of the Board of Supervisors, promote the public health, the safety, the morals, or the general welfare of the county, and would not adversely affect adjacent properties. I appreciate you hearing me out. I know it was long, and I had a lot of information I needed to submit into the record. I have a whole series of additional items. Courtney, if I could call them out and maybe you submit them into the appropriate space. Should they go here to you, or should I read them out to you? Okay. So information submitted into the record of the Jackson County Board of Supervisors today on 12/4/2023 is our presentation with the PDF that's submitted on the jump drive being the governing version. Jackson County zoning ordinance incorporated by reference. I presume I can incorporate by referencing the Jackson County zoning ordinance. I presume I can incorporate by reference the Jackson County comprehensive plan. I presume I can incorporate by reference the Jackson County flood damage prevention ordinance. I would like to incorporate FEMA 480 guidance, which I showed to you earlier. It's both in electronic format and printed copy. I have a FEMA fact sheet on using the limit of moderate wave action to build resilient coastal communities. You might remember me mentioning the limits of moderate wave action. I'd also like to submit the video we showed you at the beginning of this presentation. I also have 2 flood insurance quotes for Banana Island Drive, which show the exorbitant price of flood insurance for residential structures on this property. Also have a hurricane evacuation plan that I referenced to you, that I've submitted, dated 12/4/2023. Also, please incorporate by reference the information below, which was submitted into the record at the Jackson County Planning Commission meeting on 10/18/2023. The Jackson County Planning Commission presentation, slideshow that I gave that day on 10/18. Letters of support. Many of those letters of support are included in the back of this bound manual. 2023 road plan of 4-year construction and the major maintenance plan, Beachview Drive improvements, final bid set for Phase 1. The general survey of Gulf Park Estates, which included the number of existing RVs, boats, and trailers in the area. Petitions in favor of the project. We had hundreds and hundreds of citizens that said, we're in favor of this project, we live in this community, we want this, along with our letters of support. I also submitted into the record at the Planning Commission meeting questions and concerns I had about the validity of the petition of the opposed. There were a number of instances where people were badgered and harassed at the Tractor Supply and at the Rouse's, and somebody buys their milk and they're trying to get in their car and they're like, man, I need you to sign this because they're trying to build a trailer park in my neighborhood. And people were trying to get their milk home to put it in the refrigerator. And there's a question the validity of a lot of that information. I also submitted a video at the Planning Commission meeting that was a prior version of this video that I showed you guys today. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. St. Pay to come up and speak to specifically the... I don't know.
All right, please. What do we have left to do?
Ms. St. Pay has to speak, and then if they have anybody else on their team that would like to speak, and then you can do the for and against.
We have 23 people who want to speak against, and we have 10 people or so who would like to speak for. Ma'am, if you would wait, please. I have no idea how many people are still here. We will call them off if they're here and they do want to speak. Then they certainly will be allowed to speak. That is one function, one thing about this hearing. Everyone is going to be heard. Now the issue is, how long is this thing going to last? And that's a heck of a good question. I just heard one comment that said, if we're going to recess or take a time out, it would probably be better to take it under advisement and come back another day to finish this hearing. All things considered, that may well be the best thing to do. No, we would pick up from this point. No. I can't hear you.
What we think is prohibited if it has to be stretched over 2 days. A lot has gone into coordinate this whole body to get here on this one specific day. It doesn't seem like the people would be able to probably reattend.
And I totally agree with you. That's why we're talking about this. One option is we continue on and we'll probably be here another at least 2 hours.
Mr. Chairman, I'm probably 20 to 30 minutes max.
Okay.
My portion of it. And for those who have comments in the back, their attorney spoke as well as 3 appellants spoke. We have the right to make, we have the burden of proof here.
Sure.
This is our show. We have the burden of proof, as counsel opposite so nicely pointed out, we have to meet that burden, not them. So if there's going to be time, it needs to be time on our side to state our case.
And that's a very good point. Does the board have any opinion they'd like to share? Keep on?
I can make a comment. Every planning commission hearing that I've ever sat in on, we've always rolled through and never stopped. Now, this is by far probably going to win the case for the longest.
Sorry.
But I do know that I've been in a lot of them, and it would be nice to take a break. But sometimes, in this job, you have to bite the bullet, suck it up, and sit through longer than you would really like to in order for all sides to be heard. And we're letting everyone speak as long as they need to speak within reason to get down to what we really need to decide here.
Can you take a 5-minute stretch break?
Let's take a 10, 15-minute break and come back.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, it's up to you.
I couldn't hear the lady. You know, we're not going to recognize people from the audience right now.
She asked if we could take a 5-minute break after I speak.
After you speak?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have an objection to that? We'll make it maybe 15 minutes, but, okay, so we're going to go ahead. Ms. St. Pate now has the floor. Is everyone happy with that? I know some people are going to go away unhappy, but that's the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Amy St. Pay, and I represent the developers who have presented the application that's before you all today. Mr. Dial, my client, has done a fabulous job of explaining the project. As stated, it is our burden to make the record today, and I believe that he did a very good job at doing so. You've heard from the appellants and you've heard from their attorney on why they do not believe that you should grant the special exception. They even went as so far initially to say you couldn't grant it. It's illegal to grant it, and I think the quote was, if you do, you're going to be overturned. Thankfully, Mr. Comler asked the question, and it quickly changed to, as long as we meet our burden, then you absolutely can grant the special exception. I'm going to try my best not to repeat. Nobody here is any more tired or hungry than I am, so I'm going to go through what I believe is needed for the record. We have heard from both Mr. Dial and Mr. Fondren what has to be proven today in accordance with the county's ordinance in order to grant a special exception. The first, the applicants must prove that a literal interpretation of the ordinance would deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other residents of the district in which the property is located. And the second part of the first requirement is that a literal interpretation of the ordinance would work an unnecessary hardship upon the applicant. Again, I'm going to break it down in 2 parts. Part 1 is a literal interpretation would deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other residents of the district. The district, as Mr. Dial pointed out, is the planned unit development. It is the PUD. It is not an R1. You've heard a lot of people today talk about you can't put an RV park in the middle of a residential district. It's not. That's not what our request is before you today. And this was kind of a case that caused debate between my client and I. What rights are enjoyed by the residents of this district? Because the district is a PUD, and currently it's sitting. There's not residents. So I view this, and I couldn't find any case law to tell me I was wrong, to look at this criteria as what rights could be enjoyed if the PUD was developed as it was approved. what rights could be enjoyed by the residents of that district. And in summary, it's basically a resort community that offers recreational opportunities for both tourists and residents of Jackson County. So, what we have proposed today, the luxury RV resort, it also provides a resort community for recreational opportunities for both tourists and for residents. I believe it fits within what the purpose and the intent of which the master plan was originally approved, but while doing so, it also fits the purpose of Jackson County's ordinance, which is to promote the public health, safety, and the general welfare of the residents, because it offers protection for the people in the flood zone. As Mr. Dial as so eloquently stated, most of this property is in the VE zone, or its equivalent, which is the limit of moderate wave action. So that covers part one of criteria one. Moving to part two, the first requirement, the applicant must show that a literal interpretation of the ordinance would work an unnecessary hardship upon it. This seems to be what's the most debated between everybody here today, regardless of what side you're on. Have we met our burden of showing an unnecessary hardship? The Mississippi Supreme Court in Harrison versus the City of Batesville adopted a definition for a hardship, and they stated that the record before the governing board, you all today, must show three things to prove an unnecessary hardship. One, the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return if it's used only for the purpose allowed in that zone. So let's talk about the land in question. The property was zoned to PUD in 2001. The plan was amended in 2006 to allow the resort community. And in 2009, FEMA remapped the area that includes the property, which caused the majority of the property to go in the VE zone, or the limits of modern wave action area. This created several hardships on the property, and it made it practically difficult to yield a reasonable return on the property. Why? Why is it practically difficult? One, as Mr. Dahl pointed out, the BFE, base flood elevation, was increased by 4 feet. The remapping increased the undevelopable portions of the property by 10 times. So if previously 10 acres couldn't be developed, now you're looking at 100 acres that couldn't be developed. The buildings now in that area in the VE and I keep saying the LMWA because I get so tired of saying the long word, but just say the VE zone because they're treated basically the same under your ordinance. They're required to follow higher construction and floodplain management standards. So all of this makes it difficult to yield a reasonable return on the property in question. For these reasons, I believe that we have met our burden in showing criteria one. For two, the record must show that the plight of the owner is due to unique circumstances of the land for which the variance is sought, and not to the general conditions in the neighborhood, which may reflect the unreasonableness of the zoning ordinance itself. So the unique circumstances of the land were created by FEMA in 2009 when it increased the BFE. It enlarged the VE and the limits of modern wave action areas. It heightened the building requirements, and it increased the cost of flood insurance. These circumstances are not at all related to Mr. Dial, and they are related to the general condition in the neighborhood. They're specific and they're unique to the flood zone property. Therefore, this element has been met. And I'm trying to go as fast as I can. I apologize. The third part of the unnecessary hardship definition that the Mississippi Supreme Court said we have to prove here today is that the use being authorized by the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality or the neighborhood. So, as Mr. Dial said, an RV resort is allowed by right in an R4 zone. As presented by the applicant, the property, hundreds of acres, just 2 streets over, would allow this tomorrow if the property was available. So, I would argue that the county anticipated that an RV resort could be in this neighborhood when it zoned hundreds of acres, R4, right across the street from the property. So what is the character of the neighborhood? That's part of it. You can't change the essential character of the neighborhood. The character is diverse. You do have a lot of residential. You have a large rental market, the residential, rent to single families in the residential neighborhoods. You have commercial. You have a large, used to be apartment complex. I understand it's now been converted to condominiums. You have a Dollar General. You have a fire station. You have RV storage and boat storage. So would an RV resort that's being proposed here today, will it alter the character of the neighborhood? If it does alter it, I would say it would be for the positive. It would complement what's already existing out there today, which is extremely diverse. The Mississippi Supreme Court, and I don't believe anybody hit on this today, in the same case, it said you've got to meet the 3 criteria for unnecessary hardship, but the board also said, or the court also said that the board must ensure that the variance complies with the spirit of the ordinance and that public welfare and safety be secured and substantial justice be done. I can't say it any better than Mr. Dial did. The project being proposed offers the same opportunities for the public, for the tourists, for the residents, but it does it in a way that protects them from the risk associated with flood-zoned areas. It meets your ordinance. It helps complement the floodplain. I can't speak, y'all. I need food and water. As Mr. Dial also pointed out, the FEMA 480 circular said that RV parks and campgrounds are often good uses for floodplains. So I would argue, based on what's been presented so far today, that this does in fact meet the other criteria set forth by the Supreme Court in Harrison versus City of Batesville. It meets the spirit of your ordinance. So I just went through how the Supreme Court defines unnecessary hardship. I want to touch briefly on what your ordinance says about unnecessary hardship. It says the Board of Supervisors require that the variance is exceptional, unusual, and peculiar to the property involved. As clearly has been stated here today, mere economic or financial hardship alone is not considered to meet the standard of exceptional under the ordinance. To support the county's definition of hardship, I want to adopt all arguments that I just made with regard to the Supreme Court's definition. I would argue that the variance is exceptional, unusual, and peculiar, and that the property involved is located in a flood zone, specifically the VE zone and the limits of moderate wave action area, and it will be practically difficult to develop in permanent type development versus what we have proposed here today with the RVs due to the elevation requirements and the increase in the insurance cost. The hardships discussed today, they're not just inconvenient or personal preference of Mr. Dial and the investors. As the restrictions set forth in the flood damage prevention ordinance and FEMA height requirements and the insurance costs, this has nothing to do with the developers. This was outside of their control. And again, it's consistent with the county's ordinance to promote safety, health, and well-being. I submit that the applicants met its burden in proving that the request is exceptional, unusual, and peculiar to the property. So that moves us, again, I'm trying to get through it quickly and make my record, Mr. Comer. Next, the second on the county's requirements for a special exception is that the requested exception will be in harmony with the purpose and the intent of the ordinance and will not be injurious to the neighborhood or the general welfare. I know I kind of sound like a broken record because we've all hit on this today, but one thing I don't believe was said is what is the purpose and the intent of the PUD zone? Your ordinance, section 5.01.22 states, the purpose of the Plan Unit Development District is to provide a means for developing open space areas and larger developments to take advantage of natural features of the landscape in the design, to improve the quality of urban environment, and to reduce the cost of developing and providing public resources and utilities. So in using the words of your ordinance in defining a PUD, the current development is an open space, 300 to 400 acres, that takes advantage of the natural features of the landscape. It's leaving 300 acres undeveloped in its design, reduces the cost of developing, The assets can be moved to protect the investments during a storm, and it reduces the cost of providing public resources and utilities because there's already extensive infrastructure on site now. So based on the above, the applicant has met its burden that the special exception will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. So the next part is what a lot of people have harped on today. Is it going to injure the neighborhood? I would submit, and I believe the evidence presented to you today by Mr. Dial fully supports, that it is going to be less injurious to the neighborhood. There's less people, 514 resort units versus 1,362 resort units. The development will be less visible. Most of the development will be hidden behind the natural beauty of the property. 96%, I believe is what you said, is single-story versus 4-story or more buildings. There will be less traffic. We've hit on that today in Mr. Dial's presentation. There will be less development, meaning there will be more open space on the property. So I believe we have checked that box as well. Last, we have to prove that the special circumstances are not the result of actions of the applicants. Here are the facts. Applicants did not set the floodplain elevations. The applicants did not increase the amount of its property located in the VE or the limits of moderate wave action area. The applicant did not set the flood insurance rates. The applicant did not cause the change in the character of the neighborhood over the last decade to a more mixed-use, diverse area. None of this has to do with Mr. Dial or any of the investors in this project. Based on this, the applicant has met its burden, and this board has all of the evidence it needs, and maybe more, to support granting the special exception. Mr. Dial hit on the definition of a conditional use, which is used interchangeably throughout your ordinance with a special use and a special exception. I think that's extremely important here. When I first started reviewing this case, I immediately jumped to the special exception, and I just went through that criteria. But if you look at your conditional use, the way it's described in your ordinance, it is set up for exactly what you all are here for today. Mr. Dial hit on it. I'm not going to do it again, but it's critical. It gives you the authority and the discretion to do what's being asked of you all to do today. Again, Mr. Dial hit on this as well. My client was too good. He hit all my points, but the land use chart that's on page 48, it states other similar uses. This is a little different than what I'm used to dealing with in some of my city zoning ordinances. It anticipates, your zoning ordinances anticipate this board finding that there are other similar uses that would fit in areas. It gives you discretion there on what you deem to be other similar uses. That's key. If you deem this to be a similar use and we meet our burden, which I say we have ad nauseum, then you can do exactly what we're asking you to do today. On the Keenum appeal, I'm glad Mr. Fondren pointed out I was involved in that case because I lost that case. Nobody knows better than me why I lost that case. I don't like to lose, and I lost that one. But the reason I lost it has nothing to do with the same arguments being made here today. If we were here proposing a trailer park, as some people want to call our beautiful project, that people were going to live in permanently, then I would say Keenum definitely applies. You can't put in by special exception something that your ordinance states you can't do. In that case, we argue to the best of our ability that a semi-public use could be granted as a special exception. In that ordinance, you had to have the specific use listed. You didn't have other similar uses like you do in yours. So we tried to fit it. The semi-public use, it attached to the county's boat launch in Moss Point. We were going to have a lot of public amenities at the facility, games, boats, but there was a commercial aspect to the project, which was going to be a restaurant and a bar in the residential neighborhood. So the court found that although we deemed it to be a semi-public use, the private part of that semi-public was commercial, and the ordinance said you can't have commercial, so we could not do that by special exception. This ordinance does not prohibit an RV resort and a PUD. It just doesn't. Mr. Dahl told you it went through every one of these zones in the county, has the same phrase that the PUD does. It's allowed in an R4, and it still states in an R4 district that you can't have it for living purposes. If you jump to the definition of a recreational vehicle, it states in the very definition that it's for temporary use for recreational and camping. So I get why they try to make that argument, because it is the best argument that the other side has, but it does not fit here today. I've worked with a lot of you. My entire 21 years of practice in law, I've represented governmental boards, planning commissions, and I know how hard it is where you're sitting today. I've been there. It's not fun. You have a lot of opposition to a project. I know that it probably seems like that the people are here today represent all of Jackson County, but they don't. They absolutely don't. You have in your record from the Planning Commission numerous letters of support from people that have worked their entire lives serving in Jackson County. You have Senator England, you have Representative Ezel, you have Sheriff Ledbetter, Secretary of State Michael Watson, and you have many other people that support this project. You have people in Gulf Park Estates that support this project but didn't want to show up here today and be adversarial to their neighbors, which I totally get. Again, all those letters are part of the record. What I've heard today, especially from Mr. Muhammad, is the fear of the unknown. In the past, I did say it last time, I believe it, Mr. Colson referenced me, RV parks have deservedly gotten a bad name. They have, but that's changed. We go to Orange Beach often, and at the state park, it is the most beautiful RV resort. You have to get on a waiting list for years to get in there. So the idea of a recreational RV park resort, it has changed over the years. I get the fear. I understand it. But what I've seen through my years of doing what you all do is that a development is really as good as the developers that are proposing it. You've seen the project that these developers have done in Jackson County and beyond. The Roost, it could have been a rent-by-the-hour hotel. It's an attraction. It has gained national attention, Architectural Digest, many magazines. People love the place. It's a real attraction to Ocean Springs. Bella Luna, it's one of the most gorgeous bayside condominiums that there are in Orange Beach. He probably could have done the bare minimum, sold the condos, made a huge profit, but Mr. Treherne didn't. He doesn't do that on his projects. Mr. Dial doesn't do the bare minimum on their projects. They present quality projects, which is what they presented to you today. They have the ability to do what they told you they're going to do, and they will do what they told you they're going to do. I greatly appreciate your time and your patience. I'm sorry that I hurried and went through this. I know everybody's tired. It's been a long day, but it is a very important issue for Jackson County. It's an important issue for my clients. I think it's going to be such an asset that once everything dies down, that I think we will all be proud of that live in Jackson County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When you finished your presentation, you made reference to some documents by reference to where they are. And Ms. St. Pat, I'd ask you, as I've asked all the others, I mean, are some of those documents in the record? I mean, I'm thinking ahead. I don't know what the board's going to do, but if there's an appeal and then the record says, well, this document is part of the record by reference, and then a dispute comes up as to exactly what that document is.
Okay, thank you for bringing that point up. So Courtney, on the jump drive is basically everything that we submitted today, but also everything that was submitted. It's everything. So even everything that I said incorporated by reference it's a duplicate on an electronic.
Right, okay, I just want to make sure I'm quite sensitive to things not being in the record, because that's a trap that can hurt one party or another.
Sure.
Mr. Fondren knows that, I mean, on these type of appeals, and want to make sure everybody's getting everything in the record that they want.
Is the insurance stuff in there?
You mentioned it.
Yeah, so she's just saying, I referenced two flood insurance quotes for Banana Island, which have been made a part of the record, you know, and it essentially showed $7,000 a year flood insurance rate for a $250,000 home elevated on stilts. You can barely build a $250,000 home on stilts these days, but if you can, the flood insurance rate was $7,000, and that did not include any other peril.
So, Mr. Palmer, the only thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, the only thing that may not be in hard copy in the record would be the county zoning ordinance and flood damage prevention ordinance, which we would assume, since those are the two main issues on this, that it would be part of the record. They're in, okay.
Okay.
And the comprehensive plan as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we're going to the citizenry who want to speak in. Pardon? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We will take a 10-minute break, primarily for the court reporter, but also for the rest of us. Okay, let me call us back to order. I think we're at the point where we will ask citizens who would like to speak in favor or against the park to come up and address. But, Ms. St. Pay, is there any other, I'm sorry, you have a bite in your mouth. Do y'all have any?
Can I address it for her?
Sure. Do y'all have any other individuals that you'd like to
We do.
speak?
We probably have 3 or 4 that that would like a moment to speak, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 people. Scott Lemon with Lemon Molar Insurance. Scott, could you come speak for me?
Oh, okay, so this is, we're now at the point where citizens are coming forward, it looks like. That's correct. And Mr. Lemon is signed in. Go ahead.
Thank y'all. I was afraid my battery was going to die with all my notes in here. I just want to bring us back for a second and thank T. McCovey for reminding us that we're all in this together, and that it's the light of Christ that allows us to find that peace in these type of situations and what we're doing. I certainly thank this board for committing this time, and regardless of what side people are on, that we have the chance to express ourselves in this community, and that y'all are here to listen to us. So first off, thanks for that. I am Scott Lemon. I reside at 126 Holcomb Boulevard, in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I am an insurance agent. There's been a lot of talk about flood insurance today, and I think we all know Jackson County has been tremendously adversely impacted by the new maps. And if there is an offset to this project, it is that this is the perfect project for fitting in under those new maps. And there's a whole lot of Jackson County we can't do anything about that. Secondly, I just wanted to say that Adam, Mark, Ed, and Brent are people that have been in this community a long time, as I have. I have done business or watched these guys do business for many years, and I respect the projects they put forth for this community and the greater benefit that it has brought. I'm excited to see the commitment to the expansion of the roadway. I think that's a big factor in the in and out to this project and to the people that live in that community. It's a great project for Jackson County, in my opinion. It allows us to have some eco-tourism at a very low economic impact to that area and a great improvement to the tax revenue for the state, for the community. Again, I want to thank y'all. I believe that this is a good project for this community, and these folks that are doing it in the best interest of Jackson County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a gentleman named Doug Molyneux.
He spoke earlier.
Oh, okay. He said he had to leave and he was going, and we wanted to move him up. Okay. How about Stephen Hawkins? Yes, sir. And let me say this to everyone. Don't want to limit anyone's time, but we've heard an awful lot today. I'm going to have a timer here for 3 minutes, and I'm asking everyone to please do not repeat what everyone else said. We don't need to hear the roads 28 times. If you want to talk about the roads, just mention the roads and move on, and be as expeditious as you possibly can. So, thank you.
I'll give you
Yes,
a
sir.
minute and a half back here. I'm not.
All right. We'll put that
My
in the
name
bank.
is Stephen Hawkins. My address is 9520 Crestview Lane, Van Cleef. I'm a two-tour Vietnam veteran. I'm an avid RVer. I drove motorhomes for race car drivers in NASCAR for almost 15 years, and I'm still camping. I've got my own vehicle. And I am totally in favor of this project and look forward to being one of the first campers out there. I know I don't have much money to spend, but I'm going to spend it in the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is it Chrissy Ivy? Okay. Lois Keith. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Lois Keefe. I reside at 9517 Red Bluff Court, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I am a homeowner in Gulf Park Estates. I won't go over other things that have already been said, but I will speak to the diversity of Gulf Park Estates. I moved to Mississippi 3 years ago. What I witnessed in Gulf Park Estates are many problems. We have meth houses. We don't have enough sheriffs to patrol our area. We have a lack of code enforcement on derelict properties, including RVs sitting in yards, and drug dealers. I'm with the gentleman who spoke that he did not want to see a child choke on a sucker and die, but we've had 2 young adults in Gulf Park Estates die from drug overdoses in the last few months, one being Louis Miller and Brenda Miller's son. This is unacceptable in a neighborhood. If you think a $30 million investment into Gulf Park Estates is going to make it any worse than it already is, you're sadly mistaken. Mississippi is the poorest state in this union, and a $30 million investment would greatly do wonders for our state and our local economy. I ask that you please consider this in making your decision. I moved here from Florida, specifically the Marco Island, Naples area, one of the most affluent areas in Florida, if not the nation. Between Marco Island and Naples is a stretch of Highway 951. There are 3 RV resorts in that area that abut up to multi-million-dollar homes. Florida has the same problems we have: flooding, hurricanes, gnats, mosquitoes, alligators. But when it was decimated with Hurricane Ian in 2021, they have rebuilt back. Everglades City was also decimated, and now they have built Everglade Isles Resort right in the middle of Everglades cities, and it is being occupied with very expensive RVs. And the amenities are nothing like we have here. So I'm saying this can be done, and it can be done in a harmonious way with less impact on the neighborhood that is being presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ed Treherne, are you here? Yes, you are.
As Adam's already said, I'm the oldest one up here. I'm from Jackson County, 76 years. And I'm Ed Treherne, 205 Front Beach Drive, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I think the thing that bothers me so much is the fear-mongering that I've heard, and what I would never do to this county that I love and grew up in is to try to bring something that would cause harm. The development that I did in Orange Beach, that is a top 50 RV resort in the country, this property has so much more potential to be a top 10 or top 20 in the country and a draw for here. They are going to be safe. They're not going to be old RVs. We're going to run it well and build it well. People will come from all over, as has been said today. People invest in RVs, and they want to come to nice places. Ocean Springs in Jackson County is a nice place. And again, I would never do something that I thought would bring harm. I think my history as a developer and a businessman speaks to that. And so I am here today to say we're going to do it right, and we're going to run it right. And I hope you give us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next is a female with the last name of Locke. Is it Sarah, the first name? What is your first name?
It's Sarah.
Okay, good.
Sarah Locke. Locke. And it's 9890 Briarcrest Lane, Vancleave, Mississippi 39565. As I stand before you today, I express my unwavering support for this establishment of this luxury RV resort. This endeavor not only promises economic benefits, but also enriches the harmony of the community. The developers have proven to be able to create beautiful and successful developments. These developers exhibit qualities like creative, understanding, problem-solving, and passion for their work. Their love for the community and county goes way beyond this project. I feel they have shown the utmost respect for all. Their character is unlike any other. In conclusion, supporting this luxury RV resort is not just about economic gains, it's about creating a dynamic, supporting a dream, and welcoming the community that embraces modern amenities. Let us envision a future where this neighborhood thrives as a destination, offering both residential and visitors a high-quality experience. I agree and support the luxury RV resort is the best use for this land. I hope that you do as well. Thank you for your time today as you consider actions of approval for this luxury RV resort. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Charles Rivers?
He had to leave, I'm sorry.
Okay. William Hinesworth, there we go.
How you doing? I'm William Hinesworth. I live at 2119 EISWORTH. I live at 2119 East Simmons Bayou Drive. I just want to say, I've met all these guys. They're great guys. They've done everything they said they would do. You know, several months back, my daughter bought a house, 2 houses down from us that we purchased 2 months before her, which we started buying. I believe it was April, May, maybe July, I can't remember. But, you know, like anywhere, Gulf Park Estates has some less desirable people and sites or whatever. Together, my daughter and I spent $500,000 in homes. And I think it would be a great thing to have something nice that close. I also own a business on Beachview Drive. It's the Funky Monkey Bait Shop right there at the bridge, right there on the bayou. And it would be great for my business, sure, and, you know, but that's not the main thing. We're not invested nearly in that business as we are our homes, you know? To have something like a resort that people spend, you know, it's a lot for an RV, a motorhome. To choose to come that close to a house, it can't do anything but improve the value of my property. Now, I'm not an expert on it, so whatever that is. But I am in favor of these guys, and I wish the community would come, you know, would come together over something a little bit more important that needs attention than boycotting something that's only bringing beauty to a place that's sometimes not so desirable. You know, anyway, thank you. I'm for the RV resort. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Ryan McAllister?
Yeah, he had to leave.
He has gone? Okay. Okay, that is is there anyone else that would like to come publicly speak in favor of the luxury RV park? Okay. Let's move to those against. Ms. Tracy Ladner, there we are.
Tracy
Lanier, 9001 Marina Avenue, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I was waiting for my phone to charge while the two, where are you two at? Okay, y'all ate, but I didn't get no food. Okay, so my name's Tracy Lanier, and I moved into Gulf Park Estates, my family did, over 41 years. I am a disaster relief coordinator for the Red Cross. I'm actually on the team that actually goes out and assess homes when a disaster happens. I have been in every hurricane but the last one, and that's because my husband rode it out on a storm. He is a master captain offshore who works closely with Marine, Transportation, and NOAA. So I get firsthand a lot of stuff before other people do. I volunteer, I don't get paid. I do it because I want to. My concern for this area is the fact that it's like Venice, Louisiana. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but it's the end of the world. It goes down through Buras, Louisiana, and people get trapped down there for storms. We have protocol that we have when a storm happens, but in this area, it's not just about storms. It's about weather. It's about flooding. It's about disaster. It can happen anytime. We understand that the bridge is being in their process. But I think the community has been very patient with that. The residents out there, they count. They should be thought of. Their safety and their security should be the most important part. I'm not going to get in the legality stuff because I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not even going to try that. But I am going to try for compassion, and I'm going to try for the fact that you can't pull over on the side of the road with an RV right now if you had an emergency situation. A car can swerve into a driveway. They can swerve on the side of the road. They have a way to go to get out of some area where somebody needs help. That's an area that's hard for people to get out, let alone in. Another concern would be the National Guard. So I work closely with the National Guard. So if we are in an area, a residential area, and they're in there, only residents can come back. They're ID'd. And if you're living with somebody, they have to come up and drive up there if you do not have a license to show that you live at that property. So my concern was the emergency evacuations for hurricane evacuations. He is correct to a point on the fact that the 24 hours, additional 24 hours, but really what it is when it hits the Gulf of Mexico, there's a design, and I'll quickly just end it, but there's a design that actually sets up where how many hours we have to get together to emergency remove people. Residents are hard to leave their homes. They don't want to leave. They'll wait to the last minute to leave their homes because they can't come back. So what I'm going to do is plead with you just to think of the residents. They vote. They're voters. I am pleading with you to at least think of the residents because this area is just not ready for an RV. I love RV parks. I do. But it's just not the area for it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Alsbury. Robert Alsbury? Not here. Donald Graham Jr.?
You told me he had to leave earlier.
He had to leave, okay. Carl Webb? Couldn't hear.
He said he'd like to defer his time to Mr. Freddie Irvine.
That's Carl Webb would like to defer?
Yes.
Okay. Marcia Hill?
So in my dreams, I wondered what it would be like to stand before you today and look at each one of you and hope that you could look at me. I'm an older person. I moved here 3 years ago with my husband. We've had a life and death battle with his health. And I tell you that we were RVers. We traveled for 3 years. We sold our home in Delaware. We had a 45-foot RV that we drove across country. We towed a car. We enjoyed it very much. But I will tell you some of the things that we ran into. We ran into parks that were desolate, very few there. We ran into glorious parks that were way overpriced. There was not one park, however, I will tell you, that was a destination park except one, and that was Custer State Park in South Dakota. Now, why would I say that? Because the President's Monument's there, because the Indian statue is there. There's a lot to see and a lot to do, and it was worth the time. I can tell you in 3 years, we did not seek out a park that had a water slide. I don't think anybody would be surprised at that. Or any of the other amenities that this park is saying that they want to give us. I do want to bring to your attention, however, that I'm here today because I'm opposed to this park. And I'm opposed to this park because it limits our abilities of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And you've heard all the reasons. You've heard the traffic. You've heard the children. You've heard all of that. And you need to know that you swore, each one of you, to uphold the Constitution of this United States of America, every single one. And part of that is you're not going to throw out the gun one. You're not going to throw out the right to speak. Please don't throw out the Fifth Amendment of my life and liberty and pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are frustrating over this next name. The first name starts with either a T or an F. It's something like Freddie. Does that help? Purvine? Okay, come on down.
Good afternoon,
Good
ladies
afternoon.
and gentlemen. My name is Freddie Purvine, retired United States Army. I know some of you people. Been around a while. Been out here 28 years now. Beachview Drive. What a coincidence. Live across the street from the RV park. I am here today to make a plea for the denial of the RV park. I represent the people, many of Gulf Park Estates. Love those people, good neighbors, friends. Now you've heard from a lot of the experts. I'm no expert. But I know about your position here today. The leadership and decision-making process. How you make your decisions. Your decision today is going to affect many of your friends, peers, and children. Let's talk about decision-making process. Your decision-making process sometimes is motivated by a personal feeling. We've always jumped to conclusions. Do you shoot from the hip? Or do you have guidelines, rules, standards that you constantly refer to? I've been a leader for a long time. A man by the name of Lou Holtz, coach of Notre Dame football. He is one of the number one, if not the number one speakers in the country. I chose him to be my mentor many years, probably 40 years ago. Leadership was his expertise. He goes by 3 rules that he is constantly reminding himself of. I want to share those rules with you. Rule number 1, you ask yourself what you're doing. You ask yourself what you're doing here today. Am I doing the right thing for the people of Gulf Park Estates? That's all you got to do. Am I doing what's right? And then ask yourself this question, am I doing the best I can for these people? I don't live there. How many of you live there? I don't know. Doesn't matter. We're people too, just like you. You hear a lot about, boy, it would be nice to get a Chick-fil-A in our neighborhood. But, boy, how many people do you hear say it sure would be nice to get an RV park across the street from my house? Down the street in our neighborhood.
Mr. Purvine, you have been speaking for 3 minutes now. Would you please
Yes, sir. Yes,
try
sir.
to close her up a little bit, please?
Rule number 3 is show us that you care about us. We showed that we cared about you because that's why you're sitting there and we're sitting here. We thought that much of you. You were special to us, and we want to be special to you. I will tell you this as a subordinate to you because you're our leaders. We ask 3 questions. Question number 1, can I trust you? Can I trust you to make the right decision? Question number 2, do you care about us or do you just care about us getting you elected? And question number 3, not a question, but do you care about us? Do you care about us? And I'm going to summarize. Do y'all have any questions for me? I served my country for 20 years, for you and for me. And I did the best, and now you can be the best of your service to us. So with the authority that we invested in you, we ask you to be worthy of your commitment to us and show us just how much you care about us. Not a structure, not a building, but as a person. And we ask you to deny this RV development.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Belinda Davis. Is Ms. Davis here? Mary and Rick Saris?
Okay, S is in Sam, A-R-R-I-S, just like Harris.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My husband and I have lived in Gulf Park Estates on Point and Shane Road for 22 years now, and probably plan to retire there. I'm getting ready to retire for the second time. I'm retired Air Force, did 24 years in the Air Force, so. And one of the things we like about our community there, it's nice and quiet, and we enjoy it, and we're good neighbors, and can walk around there, not have a bunch of weirdos in our neighborhood and things. And that's part of the things that we're concerned about with this RV park coming in here. I mean, I grew up with my parents going camping all the time. I love camping, and I wish I could afford one of those big fancy RVs and go RVing too. And listening to the conversations on both sides, I really don't have a problem with having the RV park there, but I do have a lot of concerns that I think have not really been addressed all the way. Like the first one is the road, Beachview. Shouldn't even start that project to let them go in there and start with all their vehicles hauling things in there to build this and build that, and hauling dirt in to build it up to the elevations until you get Beachview fixed. Trying to just get back and forth to work right now and then garbage day is a nightmare, let alone have 40 new RVs trying to come in or out of there. And then being in the military, I too worked in emergency management. The idea, like when there's a hurricane coming, you only leave about 24 hours ahead or maybe 48. If one of Cat 5's coming at you, if you got time, you probably should leave at least 72 hours, because if you wait for 24 hours, there's traffic jams, you're not going to get anywhere. And then add on top of that another 100 or a couple hundred RVs, depending on the time of the year, that's going to really cause some problems. So, let's get that road fixed first. Everything I've read, that they're not even going to start that project or get going on it or have it done to 2025, 2029. So please consider making that a priority, get that road fixed. And then I'm concerned about environmental impact. I haven't heard, and I asked a question when we had the meeting at Elks Lodge, has there been any environmental impact studies done on it? And it hasn't been. I have a friend that's a marine biologist that called the Department of Marine Resources, and nobody yet has requested any kind of studies on it, nor the Corps of Engineers. They're going to be doing a lot of work. They're elevating it and dredging out the marshes and everything to put their boat docks and boat launches in. So I think that's another thing that needs to be looked at before they do that. And also, I'm almost done. That area is full of alligators and eagles and snapping turtles. There's a lot of different wildlife that's going to get displaced once they put that RV park in there. So where are those alligators going to go? Are they going to come up in our area, in our neighborhood now, because they just got displaced? And then what are they going to do with the alligators when the people are out there going to their swimming pool and they find an alligator in the swimming pool too? So those are some other things. They need to have plans for this before. And then, the safety also about, hundreds of more people in the neighborhood too. So those are just some of my concerns that I think need to get addressed before you go forward with the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Iman? Okay, well, he was a presenter earlier, and he did sign up to speak against the RV park. So what would protocol say? No, thank you. He's already spoken. Okay, you have spoken. Eric Brian Rose. He left. Tommy Vidrine.
Oh, Tammy Vidrine, she had to leave.
Tammy, I'm sorry.
Yes, she had to leave.
Okay.
She did have an issue
Do you want to come speak for her?
Her issue was in reflection to animal control and things, and people that might bring pets and animals to the RV park, because there's never been nothing mentioned about any kind of controllability for that. And so she was very concerned about that, and the ban for fire, you know, when we have a fire ban, having fire pits out there that may not be regulated the proper way. So that's what she wanted me to express her concerns
Okay,
on.
thank you. Keith, Broadway?
Keith Broadway at 1908 Beachview Drive, Ocean Springs. Heard it mentioned earlier, he was asking someone about people who live in proximity. Here we are. I'm representing 7 neighbors who directly border this proposed RV park or Yosemite. I'm at 2 o'clock, 75 feet, okay? I'm retired Army, retired National Guard, Arkansas National Guard, also retired correctional officer, Arkansas Department of Corrections. I've seen what hurricanes do. I was in Katrina, down in New Orleans after Katrina. Just give you a little background. Family life, I retired at 59, wife retired, she's 62. We've had a lifelong dream of wanting to retire down the Gulf Coast. We spent 2 years up and down, I'm talking from here to Florida, trying to find a place that was not touristy, a tourist destination, overrun with RVs, what have you. Took 2 years to find a place. This is one of the very few places, Gulf Park Estates and Ocean Springs, one of the very few places that hasn't been destroyed. And now these guys want to do that. We bought our house 3 years ago. We finally got to move in a year ago this Thanksgiving. Now, I know we're not the typical retirees. We had our house 3 years. Our house is paid for. Everything we have is paid for. But my wife, after the planning commission meeting, she was so distraught, and as we all know, happy wife, happy life. First comments out of her mouth was, "We're moving." Well, of this, my 7 neighbors, 5 of them have said the same thing. If this goes through, we're moving. 3 of those families have kids. There's 3 bus stops in front of where this proposed RV park is. Did you know there's 25 bus stops on Beachview Drive? Any of you know that? And now you want to put RVs in the middle of that? You know how dangerous that is? Do you have any idea? Anyway, I just want to say that today. And I want to say something else. The decision to put an RV park in our residential neighborhood has got to meet 3 criteria. Is it moral? Is it legal? Is it ethical? Is it moral? No, not by a long shot. You got 1,700 signatures on a petition, local residents. You've got all this opposition, and yet you would say, okay, we can do this. No. Is it ethical? No. Is it legal? No. I can read ordinances. It's not legal, not by a long shot. And the developers are infringing upon my rights that I spent over 23 years protecting. My right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And I don't appreciate that. I do not appreciate being put upon. Neither does my wife, neither do my neighbors, several of whom are retired military. I don't know if y'all know about the retired military or about the military in general. We stick together. We don't back down, and we don't quit. So if you think you prove it, this is the end, I got news for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Zachary Layton.
Hello, thank you all. My name is Zachary Layton. I'm a resident of Jackson County for about 30 years. I've lived in Gulf Park Estates for about 7. My wife and I and 3-year-old daughter own our house out there. Our biggest concern is that it's going to negatively impact our quality of life. We didn't move into this quiet residential neighborhood to live, within a 500, unit RV park. It's not why we moved there. It's going to negatively impact our quality of life. I've never seen such strong opposition as I have in that residential neighborhood, that long-standing residential neighborhood. And you have, I believe it was over 400 signs, well over 400, yard signs, campaign signs, door-to-door petitioners, petition tents that were manned for it seemed like 3 weeks straight, without, during 12-hour stretches. It was, you had residents contacting news agencies, WLOX, WXXV. It was just such a large, coming together of the community against this proposed development. I mean, you had nearly 800 people signing a petition against it, so you can kind of get the general idea, the overwhelming idea of the community that it's going to negatively impact their quality of life. So that being said, that's my concern. We moved out there to raise our family in this quiet residential neighborhood, and we feel that this is being taken from us by this proposed development. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. James Howell.
My name is James Howell. I live at 2126 South 7th Street, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I've been living in Gulf Park Estates for 30-plus years. I just want to talk about the petition that we turned in, the one that has 1,726 signatures in it. I participated in setting up on Beachview collecting those signatures. Those signatures were collected in about 3 weeks' time. We tried to collect down at Lake Mars Boat Launch and over on Kenny Green's Lake at Fountain Blue and Point of Shame. We had the most success at the entrance to Gulf Park Estates on Beachview. Those signatures were gone through and found to be from about 1,168 households. The 2020 census says Gulf Park Estates only has about 2,300 households. 90% of those 1,168 households live in Gulf Park Estates. I've heard that children signed the petition. Let me introduce you to one of those children. Jeffrey, would you please stand up? Jeff is 25 years old. He's 6 feet tall, weighs 190 pounds. He ships off to Fort Sill, Oklahoma on January 2nd for basic training. He is one of the children that signed the petition. While I was at the canopy collecting signatures, some teenagers wanted to sign and we would not let them. On one occasion, a teenager brought his mom up to sign the petition. One household, everybody in the house signed. They included 5 adult kids, the mom and her partner. This petition was not online. The signatures were collected in person. They did not have to show their driver's license to sign the petition. We took their word that they lived in the area and were against the RV park in the neighborhood, just like you took my word saying who I was. No one took our petition to Cruising the Coast or put it online. We did not give out free food for signatures. We went through the petition. There were only about 70 that we couldn't read well enough to verify the name or the address. That is pretty good for a document containing over 1,700 signatures. Many people thanked us for collecting the signatures and for voicing our opposition to the RV park. They all said, we can't be there because we have to work, but we do want it to know that we do not want the RV park in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And best of luck to your young buddy back there. Samuel Keck, K-E-C-K. Samuel Keck. Steve Shepard. Steve Shepard. Donald Bushbaum.
Donald Bucksbaum, Buchsbaum. I own a home at 9009 Seacliff Boulevard. It was built a year ago. I own another lot next to it, Lot 4, on Seacliff Boulevard. I have plans to build a second home for members of my family. I continue to work at the University of Alabama at Birmingham conducting cancer research, which I've done for 50 years now. I own a home in Miramar Beach that I purchased with my wife, who I met in 1990 in Birmingham. She grew up in Gulf Park Estates. Her father was a paratrooper. He owned a bait shop at the harbor in Destin. He unfortunately died at 52. He's buried in Ocean Springs. His wife was a dental assistant exposed to radiation and died from leukemia. We visit them when we come here. We live here about 50% of the time now. As the home was being built at 9009 Seacliff Boulevard, somebody threw paint all over the back of it. The builder was there one day and he stopped the sheriff and said, "We want to file a complaint about that." And I spoke to the sheriff. And he told me there are two areas where crime occurs. One in an area that a lot of houses were being built, and another by the marina and fishing pier. And they do regularly, I see them all the time, patrolling in the morning, afternoon, and evening, because there is a drug problem at the marina. So one aspect of my concern is the possibility, maybe not of the owner of the RV, but family members going to look around, what's out here? And one would think that they will find the marina. Another area with regard to concern, there are a lot of children. After school, they walk on Seacliff Boulevard towards the marina and back. There are a lot of people that run. There are people that ride bicycles. A lot of these kids are out after school during the week and on the weekend. Nobody's mentioned anything about whether any of the RVs are going to go on Seacliff Boulevard and go to the marina. That's a single lane. It's hardly room for two vehicles on Seacliff Boulevard. So the more RVs that are on there, I worry about the danger to these kids that are going to be out there. I don't know any of the people that are for or against this. I don't live here 100% of the time, but I am here at least once every 2 weeks. I was curious, what's going on? There's signs everywhere about the RV park. Nobody talked me into signing the petition. Nobody talked me going into the local group meeting. I did it on my own because I do have a concern as a resident of that area. To me, that is like the worst possible place to have an entrance to an RV park through a residential community. And I don't know how wide this road's going to be. I can't imagine it's going to be 2-lane each way. It's still going to be, I presume, 1 lane each way. I don't know if you're talking about adding a sidewalk. That's good, keep people off the streets. But it's not going to solve the problem of these large vehicles, along with the waste management trucks, all the delivery vehicles. I've ridden that road many times behind vehicles that make stops and everything else. It's a pretty dangerous road, and it's particularly dangerous when it's dark. And that danger will not lessen through whatever the improvement is. And you're going to have all these construction vehicles going in to do the preparatory work to build I don't think, I'm pretty certain I would not have chosen to build where I have if I knew that that RV park was going to be there. And I'm not convinced, although I have plans for the second home, that I'll go forward with it until I determine what the outcome of the county decision is. So I believe there's probably more people than have signed the petition that feel the same way. And I don't know how that's going to get, it's presented as if, oh, they went into Dollar General and somebody tried to get them to sign something. I doubt if that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Paul Hicks. Paul Hicks. Brian Brookshire. Somebody said something. He left. Okay. Thank you. Chuck Mincy. Had to leave. Scott Pratt. P-R-A-T-T, Scott Pratt. George McNinch. And while he's coming up, Mr. Carl Webb deferred. Is Mr. Webb still here? Okay. All right, you'll be next.
Freddie's already spoke. Carl Webb deferred his time to Freddie Kerman. Yeah, Freddie spoke for him.
He deferred his time to Freddie. Oh, okay.
I'm George McNinch. My wife and I live at 1513 Shelby Lane. But every day we take Elm Street to Beachview into town if we go to town. We would be severely impacted by this RV park. But I came up here on my walker, though I'm not sure I absolutely needed it, just to prove that I was 80 years old. So remember a while ago there was an age restriction put on if you weren't here or old enough or been here for Katrina, you shouldn't criticize. So I am 80 years old, so I should be able to do that. A couple of nights ago, we went to the light show in Gulfport, my wife and I, two friends, and we met a couple from Pensacola, and we're just kind of talking in the pavilion with them, and they asked us where we lived, and we said, we live in Ocean Springs. And they said, oh, that's the cat's meow. It's so undeveloped and like it used to be. And that's the way I think most of us want to keep it, kind of like it used to be. Not opposed to progress. Look at Biddix Evans Road, all goes out to St. Andrews. So there's thousands of new houses in there. We're not opposed to that. Put houses there, but not an RV park. My wife and I are avid RVers. Our most current vehicle is a 2005 Airstream that we've pulled 250,000 miles over since we've had it new. So we understand RV parks. RV parks don't stay as full as you think. Therefore, to make money, the developers, owners will bring in full-timers who live there because that's a guaranteed income. And we're afraid that's what's going to happen in this instance, that they're going to take in and we're going to have a trailer park rather than an RV park. I'm totally, as you can tell, opposed to this, not because it's progress, but because it does not fit the character of the neighborhood. A neighborhood is defined by who lives there. Living there means you're there, not transitory in and out. We'd like to know our neighbors. We'd like to know they're steady. We'd like to know they're permanent. I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we determined that Carl Webb, someone spoke for him, is that correct? Okay. Then that is the end of both lists. Is there anyone else that would like to come on up, identify yourself, and speak? For or against?
Against.
Against.
My name is Merritt Johnson. I live at 8920 Marguerite Drive. Just a couple points I'd like to make. I'll be quick. I'll be quicker than 3 minutes. First of all, it's clear, just from my observing that, and the questions that were asked by the board of directors here today, that you all have your minds made up. You're going to approve this. I see it. I wanted to say, and this point being about what the attorneys talked about here earlier, which was the idea of the undue hardship being placed on Mr. Dial for this development for him to make. And the argument, I'm not an attorney, but from a layperson's point of view, it goes like this. Because FEMA, he bought this property and he bought it cheap, by the way. Because FEMA went ahead and told you you got to build up higher and you got to have flood insurance, now it costs a lot more than it was anticipated it would. But he can still build the condos if he wants to build them. It's just going to cost him more. And that's regulatory, not economic. Come on. It's all about the money. That's economic. So I hope we file our appeal, and I hope it gets struck down there after you guys approve. My last bit, I wanted to just say to Mr. Dial himself. Sir, Mr. Dial, you clearly don't want to take no for an answer from all the residents here today and at the prior meeting. You clearly want to build it anyway and just shove it down our throats. Okay? Go ahead. But that $30 million is a lot of money, big guy. If it doesn't work out and inflation runs your costs so high you can't keep that sucker, I might buy it from you for 1/10 of a Bitcoin. Call me.
Hi, Judy Smiley. The last name is spelled Smylie, 2421 Beachview Drive, F7.
You for or again?
Against. I listened really carefully to the attorneys today because we can all try to guess what it will be like to have an RV park. And what I garnered from their arguments today was that there had to be a hardship. And so I listened very, very carefully to the attorney for the project to try to discern the hardship. And as the previous gentleman said, it was all economic. There was no argument that it could not be developed in the manner in which it is planned. It's just that it would cost more. And there was no evidence that if it cost more, it could not be sold, that there would not be buyers willing to pay more. So the fact that you might make less profit or the fact that it could cost more, but that people would be willing to pay, doesn't create a hardship. There's just no, I just see no hardship. I moved here, I've been an owner since 2021. I moved here to stay in 2022. I'm retired. I chose this area very carefully. I did not choose to live near a resort. I would not have bought my property to be this close to a resort. And it is so unfair for those of us who made that decision, understanding that we're in a residential area, to then be placed near a resort. I just think it's just grossly unfair to us. We chose how we wanted to live, and this is not how we wanted to live. Beachview is not capable of taking large RVs and school buses and trash trucks and people and children and doing so safely. And I don't understand. And when the developer talked about when we've been giving tax money, he kept saying 10 years down the road. I want to know what it's going to produce in the next year or two. Are they going to also get tax breaks to put a resort in my backyard? I mean, this is ridiculous. There are plenty of places in Jackson County where you can put an RV park that are not in the middle of a residential area. You can park an RV near us right now. It's in Gulf Islands National Seashore. I haven't heard that Gulf Islands is filled all the time, that the RVers can't park there. So there is RV access available in our neighborhood, but it's not immediately in our backyard. And so I would just ask that you would thoughtfully consider the legal arguments that have been made today, not the emotional ones, but the legal ones. Because mine's the emotional one. I want what I want because I bought what I bought. And I'm a NIMBY. I don't want it in my backyard. but you have to consider the legal arguments that have been made today. And I would suggest very strongly that the developer has not met the burden of a preponderance. That's just this much more to take the, take it that much more. The preponderance has not been met here, not based upon what has been stated. It's just that straightforward, it's just that simple.
Thank you, ma'am. You, sir, have spoken.
I know, but could I come back up for?
He was one of the applicants, so he's already spoken. That's up to the board, I want to hear from him again. But we have somebody else that has not spoken.
Hi, I'm 100% for. Carolyn Woodward, I'm sorry, 9009 West Simmons Circle. My back door is 275 to 300 feet away from the first pad. Or if homes are built there, they're going to rip down all of the trees and I will have no protection from people behind me. We really support this. So far, they've done everything they said they would do. And I hear a lot of people say, it's in my backyard. No, it's in my backyard. I will be able to see them. I also speak for my neighbor that is the second closest house. She's 325 feet from her back door. She supports it. Our fifth neighbor down the way, they support it. The neighbor in the red house on the end, she supports it. We don't want a neighborhood behind us. We prefer it stay like it is, but that's not reality. Something's going to be built there. So I really ask you to please really consider this. As somebody who lives right there, I can honestly say it is in my backyard, and I am 100% for this. Please do not put houses behind me. Thank you.
He'd do beautiful work. I'm sure it will be beautiful when he's done. Everybody skips around what I'm going to say. I defy any of you to drive up and down Beachview. They're circle driveways for a reason. No one can back out onto Beachview. It's a sin to even think about running every load of dirt that comes into this project has to go out the same road. One road, Beachview. Hundreds and thousands of loads of dirt, asphalt, lumber. Everything's got to come down Beachview. We're doing it in the wrong direction. We need to take care of Beachview first, then go on with your project. You're doing everything backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a hand. Come on down.
Jeff Howell, H-O-W-E-L.
You're the young man who stood
Yes,
up
sir.
a while ago?
My name is Jeffrey Howell. James Howell is my father. I ran away from my mother's house in the summer of 2011. She's from Houston. I must have lived there 6 years, then 3 years before that in Oklahoma. Very impoverished. We lived in Channelview right out of Houston. I ran away. My stepmother took me to her home, and the police came and tried to take me from my father. They called me, and I said, no, please don't. I want to be here in Gulf Park Estates. He lives on South 7th Street. He's lived there my entire life, and it's been the most beautiful place on earth in my youth. I just recently got married April 4th, and I said to my spouse, I'm going to be in 20 years in the service maybe. I'll stand as long as they'll keep me or until my back breaks. And I said, I want to buy a house in Gulf Park Estates. Well, until I heard that there might be an RV park not 2 streets over from the house. I was raised in a trailer park in Houston, and for a couple years, the most miserable time of my life. Would never want to be anywhere near anything like that ever again. And I know an RV park versus a trailer park, not nearly the same thing, but I'm not going to come back and buy a home 20 years from now, 30 years from now, if there's an RV park 2 streets over. I won't. I won't even inherit my father's home if it's 2. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone, I'm sorry. I can't promise the quality will be great. You know, we can take a video for its word, but unless you've lived it, lived near it, been subject to it, there's no saying what it'll be like. I won't come back and buy a home 20 years from now near a trailer park, near an RV park. It won't happen. Thank you, gentlemen.
What branch are you joining?
Army, sir.
Army?
Yes, sir, 94 Fox. I've already signed my contract, 8 years.
Super.
Yes, sir.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think we've left a stone unturned on this. Is there any other questions the board might have, or you still want to proceed with people?
Come on down.
My name is Cheryl Howell, Howell. I live at 2126 South 7th Street, Ocean Springs, in Gulf Park Estates. I'll be brief. What I wanted to mention is just briefly talk about the children of our community. The children of our community are stretched out across 4 separate schools: Magnolia Park Elementary, Ocean Springs Up Elementary, Ocean Springs Middle, and Ocean Springs High School. There's 4 buses plus the handicap bus that service Beachview Drive, Elm Avenue, and Point Exchange Road. These are the main access roads to the proposed RV site. On these 3 roads alone, there are approximately 25 bus stops twice daily for 35 to 40 children. These 3 roads are 2-lane roads with no shoulders, no sidewalks, only ditches. The buses travel those routes from 6 to 8:30 a.m. and again from 2 to 4:30 p.m. daily. I do want to interject that those times have changed because the bridge over East Simmons Bayou, the buses can no longer cross that bridge because it's such poor condition. So my grandson, who goes to the high school, is now getting home almost 5 o'clock. According to the sources, the average campground check-in times are 2 to 4 p.m. This puts incoming RVs directly in the middle of afternoon bus routes. The high school is located 4 miles from the RV site and less than 5 miles from I-10 Highway 57 intersection. Highway 57 is a main access road for the RVs coming from I-10, and it runs directly through the Ocean Springs High School zone. These classes start at the high school at 7:50 a.m. and are dismissed at 3:49 p.m., putting the incoming RV traffic directly in the middle of a school zone that has 1,845 registered students. Ocean Springs Middle School has 975 registered students and is less than 2 miles from the RV site. It's 1 block from the main entrance to GPE, Beachview Drive. Many of the students at the middle school are walkers and cross over Old Spanish Trail directly into Gulf Park Estates residential area. The morning bell rings at 7:55 a.m. and the dismissal bell rings at 3:40 p.m. When using the main entrance to GPE, the RVs will cross directly through the school zone using the same road that the students cross twice daily. Once again, more of our children will be put at risk directly in the path of incoming and outgoing RVs whose drivers are most likely very unfamiliar with the area. I did attend the developers informational meeting on October 2nd. During the presentation, Mr. Adam Dial spoke on the developers' past experiences and projects. He talked about the miles of sunsets, marsh, and water views, their waterfront airstreams, and secluded tree houses they had planned for this RV resort. Not once did he mention the impact that the project would have on the surrounding community or the safety of our children. However, he did make a comment about the upcoming road widening project that would quite possibly be under construction at the same time as our RV site. He referred to the problems of road detours and construction as growing pains in the name of progress and told us that we'd have to grin and bear it. The children of our community cannot even go trick-or-treating on these main roads due to the high traffic and no sidewalks. In 2013, a 16-year-old girl was hit by a car and killed near the intersection of Point Exchange and Elm. She was walking on the side of the road because there are no sidewalks, only ditches. So we're already suffering the growing pains. And now, Mr. Dow, you want to bring in 512 RVs to our neighborhood. Should we expect more of those same types of growing pains in the name of your progress and financial gain, Mr. Dial? Thank you.
Thank you. Try it again.
Is there any other questions the board might have?
Do we have questions? Do we want to take this up? One thing I want to do before anything, there's some accolades. I would like to really congratulate everyone in this courtroom for what I think was just outstanding temperament today, self-control, whatever. T led us off right, and I think everyone should be very pleased with the way this was conducted. IT, y'all went out of your way to make all of the electronics work in this place that normally doesn't do it. We thank you for that. Brian and Josh, your staff did an unbelievable job of moving the whole meeting from where we normally meet to this place so that the citizens would be more comfortable and we could do it. And I'm just very proud of everyone involved in this. I didn't mention the sheriff and all the deputies that were here for security, and we appreciate that. And thanks to everybody.
Yeah,
Okay.
this meeting was just a little different than what we normally have in the Planning Commission. And of course, this one went, 4 hours in Planning Commission. There's a lot of emotions involved in it, which I totally understand. And I agree with you, Mr. Taylor. I think both sides put on a great
Not
case.
4 hours, 6 hours.
Well, this one's 6 hours, 4 hours in the
Okay.
Planning Commission.
Okay.
But I think both sides put on a great case.
Mr. Taylor, I can give you the, don't mean to cut anybody off, but I can give you the options for the board. If you'd indulge me for a second. I mean, I think the board at this posture could deny the request. They could approve y'all could approve the request. You could table the matter until your next meeting. There's been a lot of material that has been produced. Both lawyers have given good arguments. One thing that is going to be necessary is for an order to be written. It's a little bit different from all the other orders that we may write for the board.
Sorry, Jimmy.
The courts are going to require the board to, rather than saying just yes or no, give your reasons for doing so. If there is an appeal, you will need to have articulated why you made your decision one way or another, similar to a chancellor or a circuit judge without a jury having to prepare some findings of fact of that nature. So, and there's another thought that if this board were inclined to approve, you could approve with conditions or stipulations that may be attached to that. So with that being said, if the board approves or denies today and tells me to prepare an order consistent with the record, I will certainly do that. But those are kind of the options of what you have to do at this moment. But the order will be much longer than the standard order that we may prepare on a normal matter before the board.
I'm ready to make a motion, if it's okay with the board, but first I have something I'd like to state. So, in regards to Beachview Drive, okay, I moved to Gulf Park Estates in 1995, all right, when I was working at the sheriff's office for 16 years. Moved to Gulf Park Estates, and the road widening project of Beachview was talked about before I ever moved to Gulf Park Estates. So in 2006, when this PUD was revisited and revoted on and approved, there was a statement made at the time that Beachview would be widened to accommodate the future PUD, okay? Well, that was 2006. I didn't get in office till 2016, okay? So I wasn't in office in 1995 when it was suggested that Beachview get widened. I wasn't in office in 2006 when the statement was made that the Beachview was going to get widened after this development was approved. 2016, I came into office. First thing I did, road manager will tell you, is that I said, I want to take Beachview off the shelf, and I want to figure out a way to get it funded, and let's get it widened, okay? So in 2017, we went through the engineering process. We got all the engineering up and running, and we thought we had about 6 or 7 years for the bridge. At that time, that's what we thought we had. So we knew we couldn't do, back then it was $10 million. Today it's $14 million to do the whole road. That's $3 to $4 million budgeted for the bridge, okay? If we can still do a bridge for $3 or $4 million, I pray to God we can. So at the same time, we go out for bid in 2019, and guess what happens? COVID, okay? So we put it out for bid. Multiple contractors called us and said, look, we'd like to bid the project, but we can't commit to your timeline because I had a strict timeline of 12 to 16 months, or else you were going to pay me to build the road. I wasn't going to pay you to build the road, called liquidated damages. So none of the local contractors could commit to that. So due to COVID, we said, okay, we're going to set it on the shelf. But as soon as we come out of COVID, we're going to put it out for bid. So we did put it out for bid, and the bids came back. We had $1 million budgeted to do the first phase of Beachview. All right. We put it out for bid, and it came back at $2 million because everybody knows after COVID, everything went sky high. So there was nothing I could do about the prices. I don't dictate all the materials and stuff. So therefore, I spent all last year talking to this board about giving me the $2 million I needed to get Beachview started, okay? So now, here we are, 2023. Thank God they voted to do the $2 million. And so now we find ourselves in the situation with the bridge. So thank goodness there's an emergency bridge and road fund that's available that we're going to apply for in January, because that's when they'll start taking applications for it. We'll apply for it, and I hope we get the whole thing funded. I have talked to this board about a $10 million bond. We're fixing to pay off a $10 million bond, so I'm asking this board in previous meetings to consider another $10 million bond. With the $2 million we already have budgeted, we should be able to do the whole thing, hopefully. I'm just telling you the timeline on this thing, and hopefully we can get all this done. Now, if we can get this bond money to do the bridge and the road with, then we'll be able to do it a whole lot faster. But I've been taking a lot of heat about this Beachview project, and I want you to know, within the last 7 years, we've gotten this thing off the ground. Now, I don't know what happened before, don't care to know what happened before I got in office, but here's the timeline it's been since I've been in office, okay? So that's the end of the discussion on Beachview. I'm pretty sure this board's going to help me out, help you out. We're going to get this project done. I'm ready to take the heat for the project. You know, I know it's going to stall traffic. There's going to be a lot of I've already put the utility services on notice about water and sewer. There is going to be some water and sewer interruptions, I guarantee you, because they don't even know where half the water and sewer lines are going down Beachview, okay? So, you know, they're going to mark something, and I guarantee you there's going to be a water line on the other side of it. So things are going to get broken. Things are going to happen. But at the same time, this project is going to get done. One way or another, it's going to get done. And that's what I wanted to clear the air about this project. That's the timeline. That's how it happened. This is what I hope comes out of it. Don't know how long it's going to take to get it done, but I'm putting a stipulation in there, 12 to 16 months, less the bridge. And I know the bridge might take a little longer because we're going to elevate that road where it floods all the time in front of the bait shop and the boat storage place. We're going to elevate that road, elevate the bridge, hopefully several feet, and get out of harm's way a little bit. But I'm just telling you, the rhetoric over the Beachview project is over. It's going to happen. I just got to figure out how to fund it. Okay, so as long as I'm able to speak for you, it's going to happen. Okay. Second of all, I'm ready to make a motion, and I'm going to tell you, this decision is not going to be, there's no fault on either side, okay? You know, there's a lot of good things about it, there's a lot of bad things about it. I don't agree with some of the things I do agree with. But when I took office in 2016, I said I would go with the majority of the citizens every time. And that's what I've continued to do, that's what I will do, and that's what I'll continue to do. So my motion today, based on 1,800 signatures, is that we overturn the Planning Commission's decision and deny the RV park construction.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
We have a petition here, we have a, okay.
Is there a second? Okay, it looks like the motion failed because there's no second.
I have a motion I'd like to make, Mr. Taylor.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion. Well, first of all, there's been a lot of legalities talked about here today. This could be right, this could be wrong, back and forth. And before we do anything, I'd like to give Mr. Comer a couple of weeks until our next board meeting to check everything out, make sure we're legal going forward, and there's no hitches or anything like that going to come up in the future, blah, blah. So I'm going to make that motion till we wait until our December the 18th board meeting and give Mr. Comer time to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb and, you know, make sure everything's okay. I'm simple.
If I can make one comment for everybody out there, I did ask both attorneys to provide me with the authority that they used in support of their argument so I can review it myself, and they have given me that authority, so I will review the authority and the law myself to advise the board, Mr. Cummins.
Okay.
Okay, I will second that motion. Is there any discussion? I'll discuss a little bit. I can't imagine what this order is going to look like. I know it's going to be very voluminous, and we could not put it together today if we had to, so I think basically we've got to pretty well do what Mr. Cumbus is suggesting. We've mentioned all the legal aspects of it. Everyone in the room, I think, knows it's going to be appealed, so we've got to be sure that an order meets every requirement of it. There's a lot of factual things that's got to be run down, and I think that's probably the best way to go. And in essence, we'll defer that decision to our next meeting, which will be, what, 2 weeks from today?
On December the 18th.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments, discussion? Nope. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Cumbest, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Mr. Morris? I vote aye. Mr. Ross? Aye. Mr. Bossarge?
No.
Okay. What do we do now? Recess until 2 weeks?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd like to make another motion that we recess until December the 18th at 9 a.m.
Need a second?
Second.
Mr. Morris seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. We are recessed
Until December 18th.
Thank everyone.